Tócame, tú tienes la llave para descubrirme y a ver qué te sale. Tócame, tú tienes la llave para descubrirme y a ver qué te sale. Super easy, ya estoy super easy. Pa' ti no estoy busy, bebé como tú y sí. Super easy, ya estoy super easy. Pa' ti no estoy busy, bebé como tú y sí. Zumba, zumba, vamos a portarnos mal, que esta noche te da pa' darnos. Sé que tú quieres jugar. Tócame, tú tienes la llave pa' descubrirme y a ver qué te sale. Tócame, tú tienes la llave pa' descubrirme y a ver qué te sale. Zumba, zumba, vamos a portarnos mal, que esta noche te da pa' darnos. Sé que tú quieres jugar. Tócame, tú tienes la llave pa' descubrirme y a ver qué te sale. Super easy, ya estoy super easy. Pa' ti no estoy busy, bebé como tú y sí.
Up to the sky, cause we got enough to survive. Good times, man, we alive. That time I take is all mine. Top spot, taking control. Ain't no stopping me, I'm on a roll. New age prodigy, I got it all. Come for the ride, we bout to let it go. We going up, up. Yeah, look at us, us. We here for the rush, rush. Yeah, we going up, up. We going up, up. Yeah, look at us, us. We here for the rush, rush. Yeah, we going up, up. going up, up. We going up, up. We going up, up. We going up, up. Hands up, look to the sky, 'cause we got enough to survive. Good times, man, we alive. That time I take is all mine. Top spot, taking control. Ain't no stopping me, I'm on a roll. New age prodigy, I got it all. Come for the ride, we bout to let it go. We going up, up. Yeah, look at us, us. We ain't here for the rush, rush. Yeah, we going up, up. We going up, up. Yeah, look at us, us. We ain't here for the rush, rush. Yeah, we going up, up.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Hello and welcome to VCT Americas, coming to you live on this totally normal, regular Sunday for the last day of Stage 2. I am Stage 1, actually. I'm getting way ahead of myself. I'm looking at the future already. That's where it's at. Now, of course, I'm not alone here. No, I'm joined by the ever so lovely Emily and Vinceli.
Yay!
Oh, it kind of worked! It worked! Yay!
Wait,
It worked!
Yay! Dude, I was so stressed out.
Oh my
I
God.
was sweating the whole time for this timer. Thinking it was
We
gonna
peaked
work.
already. I think we have to just like start the
No, I'm
game
done.
and that's
I'm
that. No,
Show's done. No notes.
Pre-show off to a good start. And to set the stage further, I want to take a quick look at our standings as we're almost locked in with our playoff bracket. So we're almost completely set. We just have to figure out who is grabbing that number 4 seat in the Omega group.
Big game. Big game coming up. And yeah, actually, we've been waiting for this moment. 3 days awaiting just for this one. Leviathan versus NRG to see who's finally going to be that 4th team going through. But, I mean, you just saw the brackets. Everything was locked up on the Omega and the Alpha group outside of that matchup. So whoever wins this is probably going to have to play against Crew. So it's not going to be an easy playoff to start no matter what.
we couldn't have scripted this any better. It literally comes down to the last match of the stage, Emily.
Yeah, and it's just so fun to see too. I mean, going from these two teams that haven't really had the performances that I guess they were really hoping for, all comes down to the final day to see who steals that last spot.
I'm gonna fix that for you.
Oh, thank you.
Make that nice again. I got you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Greatly
there you go.
appreciate it.
Teamwork makes it real. That's where it's at. But sometimes it's about individual performances, right? And since we are currently wearing our Sunday best, let's recognize one of our best aimers with the Pulsar Flick of the week. This one goes to MIVR's Genom. He may have not won the round, but honestly, who cares? Like, look at that.
Yeah, that's again another player. We've been saying it week after week for Genom, just joining into the scene this year in the VCTs, and he's playing this type of style, this type of confidence, jumping up, finding the information. Although I don't know what's going on with the communication of Khalil looking at his teammate, being like, "Are you sure you saw him?"
Yeah.
So he kind of made it easy there, but the flick over to the box, I mean, that's huge.
Yeah, that was a nice shot.
How do you even, like, as a player, I would completely drop the spaghetti after I've done something like that. I'd just be like, oh, I peeked. Probably losing the round because I'm probably gonna like take my hand off of my keyboard and my mouse because I'm just like, I've done everything I could, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's just like, okay, well, I did that. I clutched it. We didn't win the round, but at least it gives me the confidence for the later matches.
Yeah, and it hypes up the team.
Exactly,
it hypes up the team.
Exactly.
That's right, that's right. And if not, you just have a good clip for your CV.
Exactly.
I'm sure players do CVs, right? The highlight reels, right. Let's get into today's first matchup, though, and talk about Evil Geniuses, since we're talking about people who can shoot, because they pulled off a massive upset over Crew Visa, and they clinched the playoffs. And like, as much as we talked about how Crew didn't play well, they didn't show up that day, Evil Geniuses did, and we can't take anything away from that.
No, we really can't. Like, literally all across the board, every single player was doing so well.
Yeah. And the cool part about this is, I know the storyline that we'll be saying a lot is just an off day for Crew and whatnot, but EG actually played an amazing series. They had a great game plan going in against Crew. There was a reason why Kesnet in that first map was like 0-7 at some point on Lotus, because they had a good game plan on how Crew plays the map on this whole series. They came out with new compositions, Ye going back onto a Jet. So they knew what were the strengths and weaknesses of just their own team as well for EG, and played it to perfection, and also just kind of antied somebody like that has such a big brain and a coach such as Crew Atom. So yeah, great game by EG.
And the thing is, every single individual showed up for this one. Obviously, in the matches in the past, even when it was a loss or a win, like, it was like this player or that player, but this time it felt like the unit showed up, every single individual. So we have plenty to highlight here. Superman, for example, he was unkillable.
Oh my gosh.
Straight up unkillable.
Especially in that first map on Lotus. I think he went plus 24 in the whole series. But his, not even like just his Viper gameplay, but his lurks were so impactful. And it felt like every time someone was swinging into him, he was winning those fights. Like, he was like a raid boss.
Yeah, definitely. You're gonna have to blame, I think it was Derek going into that second map, because
Kryptonite, that's so funny. That's so funny.
Yeah, Superman at some point was also like 14-0 or something like that, and just got jinxed out. But he played like awesome throughout the game in the series. And this was something that Coach Potter was looking for when she wanted to actually bring Superman in this roster for EG, eyeing on this guy that's been grinding in like the tier 2 scene with Rise, with FaZe, and was kind of like locked in the FaZe jail until he finally got released, has an opportunity to play with EG, hasn't had the greatest of starts, but now that you actually saw what he could bring to the table from that last matchup against Crew, you know now the potential of this EG team. He's maybe the next superstar outside of the old Juggernaut that they had in the roster. Maybe all the strats now revolves around him.
Yeah, and they're going to come in with confidence. After that victory over Crew, after that convincing showing, like, they're going to rock up and just be like, we got this, guys. Earlier, Riff actually caught up with Derek for a quick chat. Let's hear what he had to say.
I do have Derek here before the game for a moment. Thanks for your time. You're looking unlocked, man. Back in old form. What has been this, and are you feeling it?
I am feeling it. I think we got to lock in for playoffs, and, you know, when you see Unk going 14-0 in a game, it kind of inspires you to, like, catch up with him. So I think that's what it was.
All right, hope to see more. Good luck in the game.
Thank you.
You just call Superman Unk?
Did he?
He did. I think he did.
Did he actually?
I would not take that.
So. Yeah, I don't
What's the Unk cutoff? Like, where?
Don't ask me. My
Let's
birthday
ask
was...
I call Van Unk.
Yeah.
But he's reached Unk status. He is older.
Oh,
Older.
I take no offense. Emily. It's all good.
Wiser. I heard wiser.
Wiser, yeah.
Wiser. I was like, Unk, I got Fossil, I got everything. I mean, I double some ages here.
That's right. Well, you know, you live and learn, and you play and learn as well, right? So yeah, EG's win over Crew, they qualified them for playoffs. Now, it did knock Loud out at the same time, and Loud had a rough time. There was a lot of losing and learning going on that side. This has not been a great stage for this Brazilian squad, but, and I want you to cope.
Yes.
Cope hard.
It's not even cope when we're talking about Loud. Like, they have shown that they can play Valorant at a high level. Like, I know that they have it in them. They've taken maps off of Sen, they've taken maps off of Crew, and I cannot, like, this would be the, okay, I was coping with the other teams, to be honest. Like, Furia, maybe they could win it, or they could end on a high, but Loud, I really believe that they can. Like, it's not even cope at this point.
That's all I hear, just cope, but no why.
But it's not.
All I hear is like, they got it, they're gonna get it.
even though they have not been able to close out those third maps, in the first 2 maps of every best of 3 where they've taken a map off a team, the games have been so close and they've been playing so well. They just couldn't keep up their momentum going to that third.
That's what I want to hear, and I agree with you. I think also with what's changed for Loud for the mid-season until now is actually really good and brings us good hope for into Split 2. I don't know if it's going to be the solution that you want right now. I guess you kind of want a victory no matter what as soon as possible, but looking forward and ahead into Split 2 when you actually have this month break, you know, when all the players are going to happen, Toronto's going to happen after that, I think it could definitely come back in full force.
Oh no, and I cannot wait to see it. Like, that is just what I'm hoping for.
Wait very long.
No, it could start right here.
Actually, it could start, and it should start right there.
Yeah.
They should make a statement with the last match of this stage. Obviously, as you said, ending it on a high note. Speaking of high notes, the newest players...
Oh, you said high note. I was just...
Wow.
Thank you. Wonderful. Yeah, thanks for that.
You're
also,
welcome.
those kind of notes did get hit by the newer players from that Loud squad. On the other side, though, like veterans like Tuis and Kawazin, they were off to a shaky start here.
Yeah.
No, they really were, and it's kind of hard to see. I mean, all players, I think, have those times where they're not putting up stats, they're not playing to the best of their ability in a best of 3, and it's hard to come back. But in my mind, like, when I think of veteran players for like specific rosters, it's like, even if they don't perform, as long as they're keeping the comms up, keeping the vibes up, and having that kind of like OG, I want to say like leadership role, even if they're not IGL or whatever, like as long as they kind of keep the team composed.
Yeah, exactly. And I was a strong criticizer of Kawazin actually, and I think it was week 3 when they actually got dismantled over by against 2G. You know, you had moments where it was trying to do a lot of hero plays and it just didn't work out, even carrying the spike, dying with the spike, and it just felt a lot of frustration going into this roster. But then you see it turn around a little bit into that week 4, getting a map off Sentinels or whatever, and it's looking a little bit better in a sense. I mean, I wish it kind of could pull out some sort of victory going forward, but at least for now, like, getting a map off the top teams that we currently have in Americas is somewhat of like, I guess, a silver lining in the end.
I need to ask her. Is it pulling up some kind of victory?
Yeah.
So how does
Which is like a map.
Is it a map? That's a victory.
Yeah.
Because I was like, where?
Small victories, right?
Yes.
So many changes happen with this roster, and again, you have a lot of prominent and hope in Digizine and Luke Show of how they perform so far. So if the other two, the veterans that you're talking about, could really bring it back and they all shoot together, then maybe we could see a very competitive Loud for Split 2, if no roster change happens.
Yeah, but it's something you touched on, Emily. You said like the vibes need to stay up, right? You need to be still looking at things in a positive kind of manner. I don't feel like that's what we've seen from the veteran players here, because quite frankly, Kawazin after last week's loss, he blamed the loss on himself, which cool, you know, you're taking responsibility, but that sets a tone. That sets a certain tone when you start going public with those kind of statements.
No, but I mean, I've had those times where I've been in a best of 3 and I didn't put up stats that I'm used to, and it does, like, it's hard. It's hard feeling like you let down your team. But still, in those best of 3s, like in the live matches, as long as he is still doing his job, doing his comms, sticking to whatever game plan they kind of had going into it, I think, you know, he can't really be too hard on himself. Like, you're not going to be able to, like, no one can ever be like the god consistent player, right? Everyone has those matches, and I think for him that was just one of those best of 3s where he couldn't get anything going for himself. But I don't think that means that he maybe didn't set up his team. I think he still did that well, or I hope he did, really.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're getting cozy here, we're getting comfy here,
man.
and I think it's time for a little vibes check, all right? Let's see the state of mind of Kawazin as he chatted to Riff a little earlier today.
I'm here with Kaunzin before the match today. It seems like you took the loss pretty hard in the previous games. What are you taking away from those games that you might be able to fix?
Cara, acho que tem várias questões táticas que a gente tem que arrumar, mas isso vai ser pro próximo split. Mas agora para essa próxima partida a gente vai focar muito no nosso individual para melhorar, porque na última partida não foi muito bom.
I think there's a lot of tactical stuff we need to fix for the next split, but for today we're just going to fix on the individual and try to do better than the last time.
All right, thanks so much. Good luck.
Now, before we get into today's first match, we're going to play a little game. I want to introduce something like that on a tricycle rolling into the shot. I feel like that would have a little bit more of effect.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah, that took a little while, didn't it?
Want to play a game?
Right, I do want to play a game. So let's play a game. Thank you so much for production. This one is going to be a good one. I feel like you're going to excel at this one. We're going to call this one Who's
Excel?
There?
Excel.
We're going to
Lots of
run
eggs here.
audio clips. Oh, I see what you did there. But we're going to play audio clips, right, of an agent's
Okay, I'm locking in.
footsteps. And we have to guess which one it is. So here is our first clip.
That's an
That's
easy
not
one.
heavy.
That's a B.
D.
That's a
Wait, is that a B?
That's a B for breach.
Is it a B or a D? It's a heavy one.
That's a B for breach. You're
He has
running
more
around.
util on
The
him. He has
arms
more
are like
util on
kind of
him,
hitting.
yeah.
His arms are heavy.
Okay,
It's a
we're
little
No,
bit
you're
down.
right. You're right. It's breach.
Locking in breach.
I mean, you could just still say brimstone. I'm going to say breach.
No, we're playing as a team.
But
What are you
oh, we're
doing?
a team or a team?
Brimstone
Okay,
doesn't
fine.
have that heaviness.
Yeah.
Put a bunny
Yeah.
squad.
Boom!
Easy.
One big boom.
Easy.
5 big booms.
only an American can get so excited about winning a multiple choice question. Like,
Canadian.
Okay. Yeah, we're Canadian.
Oh, yeah, actually you are.
We're the Canadian
yeah,
duo.
There's no eagle here.
Come on.
No
Maybe
eagles,
some
like-
beaver sounds.
What sound does a moose
Let's
make?
build
No
a
one
dam.
wants to hear the beaver sounds. I want to hear some more agent footsteps
do it.
sounds. So
Yeah.
let's listen.
Chamber.
Oh, she just do it. Yeah, stop walking. We gotcha. Z, log in. I trust her. She spoke
There
with
are lighter
confidence.
steps. Chamber is kind of like a silent assassin, but
Dude, Chamber
kind of
does
close
that.
to Astra too.
No, now you're...
No.
Oh, wait, hold on. One more? Where? I think I heard the bell too. Chamber.
Yeah.
Chamber.
That's what she said. You got...
I agree. I was saying, I agree.
Yeah,
All
let's
right,
go.
let's go. Go, team.
Let's go.
All right. All right. I think, I don't want to ruin the streak. 2 out of 2.
We'll take it.
We take it. I don't
We
even want
will.
to take a third one. No chances taken on this one. Yeah, we're peaking. We're doing
now
so
Twitch
well.
chat did.
What else can we look at to be good and right predictions? That has never gone wrong for us.
Never.
Ever?
Ever,
Right? Okay. Okay.
Loud, eh?
One NRG believer.
Where? Oh,
The
yeah,
Bay
Baby
High.
Bay. Of course. Of
Is
course,
he-
Dre would go
Is
for
he in the
energy.
room with us?
I think
Oh my
we'll have a
God,
chat
we went
later.
loud
We'll have a chat
together.
later. Yeah.
I like that. Oh my god.
Okay, so why loud for you, Zoe?
I don't trust a singular performance like that just because it was crew not showing up as much.
I'm going to go with a hot take on that one.
I think it still would have been close, but I think if crew is playing like they had been previously, I don't know. It could have gone either way for me. I don't think it was a full EG song.
I'm just going to say EG.
Of course
Okay.
you are.
Say what you will. Let's see how these ones age. It's time to close out stage 1. VCT America starts right now.
Live evil.
Nem sempre na vida você vai ganhar tudo que você participar, principalmente se você for um competidor. Então é importante você não desistir. Uma hora, essa hora vai chegar. Tenho total certeza que a hora dos meninos ali vão chegar.
I think that they're going to take like a lot of individual like superstar plays. So that's what we have to be ready for, and we just played very well against it. So we need to double down on like that type of control in game against Loud. The newcomer Luxo, he's kind of psycho. He will just take first timing and fight you always. He's popping off like 4K, 5K, screaming and stuff like that, and that's just getting the team like hyped. All of them are very momentum based. Like DG Zen will heats up with Luxo and stuff like that, so that's what we have to stop early.
Vencer o último jogo agora com o TG vai ser uma virada de chave, com certeza. Então a gente acredita que quando vier a primeira, ninguém para mais a gente.
Well, welcome in. We have a beautiful day in LA today for a very big game. Two teams that have been on an excellent run all tournament long. EG, Loud, we've seen them face in Americas as well. And now a very impactful match here today.
VALORANT Champions 2023 has delivered so far. The teams have showed up. Loud just took down their arch nemesis in Fnatic yesterday. The crowds are coming out in record numbers. We even had Ben Affleck here yesterday.
He was on the show yesterday. It was crazy. Coming out to the Kia Forum. And now we have Osbos facing up against the rookie Demon One, who I know you were doubtful when he got picked up mid-season. What?
Absolutely. And to touch on Ben Affleck, perhaps a good omen for this game is the last time we saw him as a Valorant viewer. It was watching Evil Geniuses win at Champions.
Word on the street is he's not a good omen. He's a KO.
By the way, guys, it's not Champs 2023. It's 2 years later. These teams have completely different rosters and very different stakes today. They both have their position locked, but for EG, trying to get that last win on the board ahead of their playoffs run. We're starting with Lotus. Here are our agents, guys.
Yeah, obviously we're gonna have Ye going back to the Clove on this map, but I did have a second to catch up with Potter, right? Because these teams aren't gonna be moving in the standings. But I talked to her backstage.
Bar?
It was not in the snack bar. It was in a tiny little kitchen, hidden away. So no prying ears. But she said team was going to be taking it very seriously, that their position, even though it's locked, she feels very strongly about them putting up a good performance today and sort of building some momentum moving into playoffs.
Me personally, heading into this, I want to see if EG can replicate what they did against Crew, because we're talking about them dismantling Crew, who have 2-0'd 100 Thieves, 2-0'd Sen, the other top teams in this group, whereas EG, they've just been at a relatively low level, coasting along this entire year until suddenly, boom, they absolutely destroy Crew. Superman drops the best game he's had all year easily. Can they do it again, or was that a flash in the pan?
That's the question. We're starting out on Lotus here as the first map of this series, and it's time to get into it. It's your Samsung match start. Load up fast with Samsung SSDs.
And it's going to be EG starting things off on the attack here. I think another guy that stepped up in their last series was Icy for me. I think was doing a lot of great work up against some stiff competition on the other side in the duelist slot. Digizin also been very good this year.
I love when they've got Digizin on this, Neon pivoting to that in stage 1. He's had a number of dominant maps, and they've usually been on Lotus.
A little bit of a standoff here as the smokes fall. EG, they win both fights immediately. That's a really nice opener for them.
And they're execing into B side at the same time. Right now it's just Icy that got past the buys wall, and I think EG are going to call the spike to loop back over to A. Just sort of leave Icy here to hear footsteps. He's hearing 2 people run through spawn right now.
Yeah, Loud have made a nice pivot here, reading the situation, expecting that those players on A could be pushing up, that they'll likely be finishing the execute there. Kalanzin has inserted himself deep. Oh my god, Luke Zhou. Fantastic shot. I mean, this guy has been on a totally different level than the competition since joining Loud.
Still in this one. Icy's gotten that kill, but the spike is in Luke Zhou's hands. He's got 3 kills already. Yet to even take a lick of damage. And I think this just comes down to isolating a fight. It's a 2-on-1. Either way, Loud want to slice it. Kalanzin, how are they winning this round? Nature alone in a 1v2 now.
With only 20 seconds, being stalled by Util as well.
Luke Zhou faces. Through the smoke goes Kawa as well. 10 seconds, he needs both these kills, that's 1. Swing in, trying to find the shot. Luke Zhou dips back into the smoke. There's no time to plant, or he's running. He has it just in the nick of time, but Luke Zhou's gonna push. Surely Luke Zhou pushes the time! Nature! Not a second to spare!
That is unbelievable. Nature in the 1v2 there. First of all, secret agent mission to get the first kill, and then somehow sneak in, grab the spike, and then pulling off there. Using the O for the Red Bull clutch in the gunfight instead of on time getting the spike down.
By the way, a moment comes up where the post-mortem smoke is super valuable from running the Clove. Potter's already hyped up. I mean, look, we're only 1 round in, but that feels like they're about to carry some of the momentum in. Of course, perhaps speaking too early, but when you start with the 1v2 clutch and they won those initial fights, pretty nice.
Still, it was a 5v3 that turned into a 1v2 Red Bull clutch to win it.
Crazy.
I mean, you were talking about Luke Show. That guy he has been so impressive and has truly come out of nowhere.
That three-piece was insane. His performance at Ascension was unreal last year, and I was shocked that he didn't get onto a team to start immediately in Kickoff. At the moment, since joining Loud, he's top fragged 5 out of 6 of their maps played. He's been phenomenal.
And the one map he didn't, he was like, what, like a few kills down?
Yeah, he still dropped like 20. He still dropped like 20 plus. Dijizin just had 28.
Here's
on
a little
the Neon, by the way.
play for Loud.
Hold on.
They got 1 kill off this, but Icy's nade back in. Well, Cowan's in a pretty rough spot. He'll escape it, though, and they only end up losing 1.
Yeah, EG's own wall sort of gave the escape for Kawa to slip into Baby Door, fall back with a couple of his teammates. I think right now EG need to put down a little bit of pressure, maybe tap this door, threaten splitting into A and B at the same time. But B, I think, is where they're going to want to finish.
I might have to contend with Dijizin over there, who is one of the players that got a late upgrade into that Sheriff. Wow, clean from Icy.
30 seconds left.
Shot down.
He likes that heaven spot, doesn't he? 2 rounds in a row he snuck up there. Down to 20 seconds, but shouldn't be any pressure stopping the spike from being planted. EG with their guns can sort of take these forward lines without too much fear.
We're talking about outrageous performances from Luke Show. I think it's time to call back to what Super was doing last week for EG in that crew win. 2-0 over the team who is now the #1 seed out of Alpha.
On this map, at some point, wasn't he like 14-0? It was something obscene
I think he
along
ended
those lines.
A 3.0 KD or something just unreal.
I'm glad to see him back at that level, though, because I think he was one of the legit first-timer in VCT standouts of last year. It was a reason that EG looked like a contender. So I was a bit worried when he started slow here. I was hoping that there would not be a fall-off and perhaps just a temporary lull in the high impact.
Yeah, I mean, if he can keep that up and you're still having solid performance out of Ye in most matches, Icy stepping up too, like this EG team could do some punching upwards.
It is funny because with EG, the narrative always seems to be, can X player hit their previous peak? Can we see Rise Superman come back into play? Can we see LCQ Derek? Can we see peak Ye? Like, all these players have had these moments where they have been respected as some of the best, and all of them trying to find it again on this roster.
Yeah, Potter said in an interview before Kickoff started, I remember that EG is the team where players end up.
Yeah, no one chooses
not
to be on
by
EG.
choice, but to redeem themselves. It was something along those lines, and I mean, it's true. But hey, it's nice to have some players that are fired up to prove that they've still got it.
Nice shot from Pancata there. Yeah, all the names we're talking about, like VCT Americas is just the better version of the DC universe. We got Batman yesterday with Ben Affleck. We got Superman today.
You were waiting like 45 seconds.
You had
guys
that.
Couldn't stop
You had that in
talking.
the
It's not my fault.
You couldn't wait to get that one off.
I'll be here all night. Not for this second series.
Stun aftershock. I see.
Re-clear back, Rubble. Dijizin doesn't feel too pressured. Oh, wow. Great double face. Shuts him down.
Yeah, and trying to get out of there actually meant that his teammates weren't able to play comfortable, like, trading lines with him either. So easy for EG. EG, again, going to go back to last round, tapping the door, but realistically threatening to split back to B.
Yeah, the timing on this lurk is impeccable. B side is pretty much open with the 3 players all full committing to an A rotate.
And I like that this time around, Nature's doing a lot more selling that they're going through tree. Last time it was just the drone. This time Nature drops the spike to his teammate, then throws all his utility onto the site. Now he's the late lurk in the Rebel side.
Yeah, gets that Prowler to go through tree, then the C's backside, sells it so well. How do they want to set up this post plan? I do have my eyes on Pancata, who's still over at Mound. Could try to find a time to open the door, backstab while Loud making the noise.
Same spot again. He's been here twice before, and this time unsuccessful. Super's going to try and trade through, but Loud just, they find success up there. Going to be able to take all these kills, and EG pushed really far back on this post plant now.
It's also a really ugly plant to play from over in Link here. Yeah, there's some utility to do a bit of stalling, but you've got way too much to clear out with the fall line coming back on in.
Surely you want to keep these guns. Now they're going to try and fight, do a little damage, but round is done. Loud win a nice retake there.
I mean, when you're pivoting back into Baby Door and the retake is coming in against the Taeho breach, you're so cooked. You're never getting back on the line to be able to get into fight when the spike is actually being tapped, and certainly not so when you're at a man disadvantage. It's legitimately hopeless.
Yeah, losing this player early definitely hurt them, but I think they just needed one of the 2 players they left on site to come up with something.
Yeah, they needed a kill there, but Luke Show looking pretty nice already.
This round's going to be a bit quicker from EG. for their players leaning over towards C, opening mound. Last time Pencata got an opener here, and ooh, damage onto Ye. Can't quite achieve the kill this time.
Surprised he didn't get it. Ye's down to 21 HP right now. Nature's about to have the Nightfall, collecting that orb.
That'd be a big one, although I think Luxo over in Waterfall could try to play to dodge this. He realizes. Looks like EG might not even snap that ulti just yet. It's going to come in, hit 2 players on backside, and yeah, they're completely forced away here. Easy entrance for EG.
There was still Thorns up, so it's not the quickest hit. Spike is going to take a second to come down.
And even at that, because it took them a bit of time, Counting's over here. Oh, and he has the Armageddon. He might find the timing to be able to rip this on tap.
4v4 now. Not using the ult, just the drone for info to start. But you're right, Spike not down. He has the missiles, has the annihilation.
EG are waiting for Superman's lurk to activate. He finally went through B. The rest of the team is going to follow in behind him because they saw all these players rotate in. This timing is beautiful. A nice shot from him. Just a molly to stall out and get his team that B site.
Spike planted.
You can see the Tuis and Dijazine. They are so apprehensive because EG are on all of the angles, positioned behind them. Look at the flanks that they have to be concerned about right now before they even think about going for a retake.
And this is why Super was so successful in the last time he played Lotus. It wasn't just because he was shooting. Obviously, he was. It was because they were calling this macro where he was continually getting lurks up B and getting into positions exactly like this. And if I was Loud coming into this game, that's what I would have been afraid of.
I think this has kind of been a signature of EG's and probably Potter's
style
I was
just about to say.
On Lotus. Because if you think back to last year, what was it, Apoth on the Cypher? Always going
through B.
With the Cypher lurks through B. Supa would have the A lurk timings going down. I think this is very much her style of how to play the wide 3 bomb site map is all about these late round pivots, working into your lurks and letting your individuals find timings to break open the map.
Now they put Loud in a pretty tough spot with the economy. They are facing a dilemma. I mean, nice from Ye to just be able to even get 1 in that situation, given he was sat at 21 HP after taking all that early round spam damage.
So how would you fix the economy?
You'll take it. But how would I fix the economy here?
Saving.
Oh,
saving.
Probably saving out of the timeout.
Stop spending so much money.
My expert opinion.
That's a really wise take from you. STK is going to grab a timeout here for Loud. You know, there's been rumor mill about the future of Loud, what's going to happen to them. Because obviously, I mean, we were memeing it up with like the Champs 2023 coming into this game. But these 2 orgs used to be the best 2 orgs in Americas. And now it's been a pretty far cry from this. This has been the worst year for Loud they've had as an organization.
Hold on, are those Sentinels fans screaming somewhere in the arena? I can't quite hear.
No, I can't hear. Well,
they don't want you to talk about 2023 Sentinels. Pull up the VODs if you're going to go that way.
No. Keep them hidden. No. This Loud team have had a very strange 2025, though. They were shockingly good at kickoff after having an abysmal offseason, and now are shockingly 0-4. Like, I mentioned the Luke Show stat earlier where he's top fragged 5 out of their 6 maps since debuting. All their series are going to 3. Like, they're winning maps, they're keeping it close, but they cannot get it over the finish line at any point, which leads me to believe that they are on the cusp of being one of the really solid teams that we have. It's just something needs to click. Like, one more little thing needs to go right for them. They need to figure out.
Unfortunately, it's too late for that this season. They're looking ahead to stage 2.
Stage 2.
Are they going to try and be like 2023 Crew if we're talking about those teams where it's like every series is close, but they can't quite get a win?
That was their winless year.
Yeah.
Just go crazy in LCQ.
Yeah,
I could genuinely see something like that.
Right?
They're going to make it to champions. Don't worry, Wyatt. There's a big championship point on the line for this game. I know you love that narrative.
That is true. We got to fit that in one time.
Big one.
You redeem your free champion point narrative once.
It's like a Dave and Buster's ticket.
We're never mentioning it again.
They have the big prizes. They got to come up with some small prizes, too.
I mean, by the way, Dijazine finding that opening kill and controlling Mound has allowed everyone to rotate over towards
you gotta hit that.
Disaster.
Yeah, because no one else has a gun. Although, I'm not quite sure how this outlaw is supposed to just peek through a smoke and get a kill. It seems like it's
all
not
day.
a problem.
Oh my god.
Well, good. Let's just...
somewhat disastrous.
Let's see if EG can close this out cleanly without having to use any of their ultimates.
I'm going to say Yeah.
I'm
Also,
gonna say,
Icy can one-shot either of them. Also, he has the showstopper. Also, Derek is an Armageddon. I mean, this is...
I'm going to say Nature's position on drop wraps up this round without an ulti, I think. That crossfire is pretty nasty.
Plenty of oh my god, Pancata stuns, DG slides, and now it's just Nature. He might wrap up the round in the end.
I'm telling you.
No ults used, but they didn't want to have to win it like this.
Love that smoke.
No charges.
He is so trapped here. But Pancata is 1 HP. He's scared to get sick onto the defuse. Not even halfway. There's no time. This round's over. And guys, they didn't use it all. What a clean anti.
That was really clean.
That was I mean, that was a pretty cool attempt from Loud, though. Respect. I liked using Digizine sent out that fast lane. It cuts off the angle that you were calling out with Nature, where he was going to be the pivotal backstab. Can't help the players in tree, and as that's happening, Pancata goes to the door, gets a spam kill. A cool attempt, but this that was an unfortunate little moment.
Well, I think unfortunately for EG, like Digizine shouldn't be taking that fight. I don't think he knows there's like a one-way smoke that could be coming offline, right?
What is he doing?
Man, if Louder a little crisper, I think, in the calms of how to set up that fight, I think that should have been a pretty easy win for them.
And there's that up top haunt that is just being thrown every single round from EG.
What?
Oh my god.
Every round is a C-pick.
Cover going out. I think you just saw the legs. Perfect crosshair placement.
But think about the last, like, what, 3 rounds? Whether it's Digizine or Pancata a couple times, it's been either big damage or just a first kill on the C space.
Yeah, Pancata is one of the omens playing C that you will find to be far more willing to take early fights. He's way more aggro. Like, he will commit far more often than other omens will in that same position.
When we're talking about the Trauma Descent fans, it was 2023. That's when everyone was so doubtful of Pancata on controller. He honestly didn't look super comfortable in the role. I think he's, you know, kind of coming to his own here now, but the ult's coming in. It's going to be a fast C hit from EG. There's a little gap past that Armageddon. Surely Icy's rocket should end this, and okay.
Ends a little bit more than he wanted to.
Yeah, nice trade from Icy to help out Luxio there.
Oh yeah, he traded himself.
Yeah. Trade yourself.
It's a good deal, 1 for 1.
There.
Still, Kalamazine has been chilling with this Armageddon, by the way, and that's going to be pretty good at getting someone out of the pit or killing someone in the pit.
This is how we dance.
Fault line to set it up as well. Should be coming in.
Oh my god, and the stun is perfectly placed. That was really nicely done.
Still, Supa's kept us online the entire time. EG are trying to play off the site, but he can't get the opener. It all goes back to Derek now. Spike not in a great spot for him, and it's just a whole lot of nothing for Derek in that position. Loud will take their second round.
For me, one of the things that's been unfortunate for Loud in these recent games is that they can't seem to individually get enough players online at the same time, which I know is kind of a basic thing to look at, but it's like you have Luxio and Digizine. Back in Kickoff, Kalamazine was a multi-kill menace. He was getting 3Ks constantly, and he's had a couple bad games in a row. But you gotta feel like if they can get those 3 in prime form, that should be a sick, sick team.
Did I say that Pancata was playing? I got it.
He was playing Sentinel. You got it twisted, but I didn't want to do the thing where I'm like, actually, he was playing Sentinel and wasn't good on that, and then they needed him back on controller. You kept it too twisted.
I feel like you need to be in charge of like keeping us honest about Loud, because you sound like Loud's biggest fan. Like, just their biggest believer.
I am a believer. I really am a believer, and I came into this year with no belief because their off-season was pretty horrific, and
right, well,
they immediately
sell
made
me
me
this round, Wyatt.
Sell you this round?
Yeah, give me all the bias in the world.
They have guns, and EG have classics.
I was hoping for something a little bit more impassioned than that, but sure.
You don't need
you're like that
correct.
guy. You're like this. Sell me this pen, except you just desperately need a pen.
Yeah.
It's just like the most obvious. Do you want to write something? Great.
Yeah.
It was pretty straightforward. I'm gonna be real. Loud are in a pretty decent spot now, as they've gotten several ults. They're getting the economy rolling. Looking pretty nice.
Yeah, nice shooting from Luxio there. Pretty easy targets, though, all things considered.
I mean, he's playing off his own flash, his wall. He has the thorns there, too. Like, good
Every
setup.
Vise's dream.
Yep. Even got to send that guy. Icy's, like, stuck on top of his wall for a little bit of an easy kill.
EG, Coach Potter going to call a timeout because it seemed like they were in control of the game, and all of a sudden it slipped out of their hands. Their economy is going to be on the line, and they don't really have ults to play with anymore.
Well, I think we might have a special report here. Riv has been standing into the comms for EG. What do you got for us, Rivington?
Yeah. I don't know if I'm on, if you can hear me through that.
I hear you. I can hear you.
Perfect. Evil Geniuses, the comms have been stoic. I think that's the way I'd like to put it. That first round, when we saw them losing 3 on B, it's like they lost nobody. They keep those level-headed emotions. They're able to come back with the clutches. But recently, it does seem like Loud is able to come back a little bit here. EG was using the previous timeout to get themselves back in the game, so maybe this is one to get that back.
Cool. Seems like they're taking it pretty serious.
Pretty serious.
All right. Thank you very much, Riv.
They're locked in.
Thank you for the sideline report, Bisland.
Don't worry, next time he's going to be listening to Loud and tell us what's going on there.
I can't wait for that check-in.
It could be a vibe, a tonal vibe check, you know?
Right.
Something along those
The
lines.
decibel level is,
I'm
that's
looking,
all I've got.
I'm seeing some sort of A clash coming up.
With the 8 players on A, give it away.
So,
Yeah, he has a nice
high-level
spot
analysis.
here. Digison is seized as well. He could be in a tough spot. Moryuto getting reined in. That's a rolling thunder from the defense.
What am I looking at?
They don't have follow-up, and everyone is still alive somehow.
Is Cowansy nothing to you?
No, he's something to me, but he died earlier.
Okay, well, look, Lookshow is there for 2 kills, but Ye's got the res.
Run away from Ye. Just
think Ye's going to be able to
let
find
that
anything
expire?
here.
No, there's no way.
That's tough.
You know what's not tough? When
What?
Nature plants this spike and has a Nightfall to pop up when the retake comes in. That's pretty cool.
That is pretty cool.
Face your fear!
They're going to use it immediately. Spot 2 players towards spawn. Maybe makes you a little sus of the flank coming through.
Ooh, but now no guns left for the EG players on site. Still, I don't know if Loud can scale so quickly off that. That seems like a sort of worthless ult, apart from like being scared of getting pushed themselves. But Loud still have to retake the site.
And they still have a stun on 2Es. Flash as well. There's good util for this. Luxio dives into the site. But it's a tough setup to break here, especially with Derek getting that kill. That'll secure some space, but he'd love to get another. Keep the missiles alive. Time getting real low for Loud. They need to get on this spike now, but Derek and Super, they shut it down. Good post plant from EG, but I can't help but feel like that was a bit of a fumble from Loud on the retake.
There's a Rise duo narrative in there somewhere. With Superman
You
and Derek
work on
winning that.
finding that. You work on
Well,
finding
I
that.
mean, it was right there. It was Derek and Superman, and they, you know, they.
So
won the
Rise
round
used to be a
together.
North American VALORANT team these guys played on. Anyways, I will say, I like how EG have been playing these A post plants. Think about like every time they get the spike down here, they're always trying to take drop control and play the drop triangle. They're not really playing out into rubble or grass or anything. They're really embedding themselves on site.
Yeah, maintaining that nice crossfire. All right, EG stabilizing out of the Potter timeout.
Maybe that's a chance for Vansilli's report on, you know, the #1 fan of Vietnamese super team Rise.
Is he also back there listening to things?
I don't think he's listening to things.
Okay.
I just know he loved that
I think
game.
he's just watching Rise VODs right now.
Bunny suit.
He's actually not
prepping for the
prepping
desk. Yeah, he's watching VODs from
hopping around.
2022.
And in their game against Luminosity, they looked so good.
Right? Or The Guard, perhaps? Ghost Gaming.
Oh, I miss Ghost Gaming every day. That's my Roman
Exet.
Empire.
Yeah. The good times.
They're back in Valorant now. Very different team, though.
Are they?
I
You can
think
still
so.
rep the set?
No, I'm talking about Ghost.
Oh.
Exet.
That's tough.
EG made a lot of noise towards C, and they did draw the rotates there, but Loud have been able to insert Digizine all the way far forward on rubble, so this is going to need to be re-cleared from
I'm
EG.
worried about it, though, because there's still a fault line that Tui's is holding out in his
Yeah,
hands.
exactly.
Pankata in a good spot. He's good for it again. This
He's
guy
always
is
winning this.
such a beast at Mound. How many opening picks has he got?
He's so confident fighting there. He really doesn't give it up. Wow. Lovely timing from Ye to even things up. Passes through the wall. This is going to cause some chaos for Loud on the rotates.
But the flash getting the ping while the wall up is telling Loud that there is the lurk coming in. So they're fully aware of this. Pankata's going to fall back. And with 10 seconds left, don't know. Oh, Ye can't be getting that kill there. If Loud want a chance of the round, they're pushing forward to try and stop this spike from going down. 6 seconds left on the clock. That's a big kill. Loud are just going to be able to take the round with no time left to plant, and a 4K from Pankata.
That is lovely from Pankata. He has single-handedly been winning Loud these rounds towards the C side of the map. Most teams are heavy stacking Vice Util or doubling up in this area, but he has been a lone C constantly.
Loud just put
winning.
one man there, and it's good enough.
No, spray transfer is nasty.
For real, normally it's the Vice doing that. That's what we've seen the majority of the time on Lotus in this stage 1.
But I do think
Solo.
one thing that EG are sort of missing in their comp with like the lack of a breach is that lack of like very fast firepower into Mount. You can just dive the player playing up into that space. And Loud just continue punishing that, right? Because there's always time for Digizin to be able to slide away or Pancata to teleport out. Well, EG just aren't putting enough pressure down there early to take that space.
Definitely not, because they die walking out towards Mount. Oh, again. I mean, Digizin, to be fair, he did take a lot of damage, but picks up the outlaw in this round, just knows the EG economy is cooked.
And that's a big trade-off you're making when you pick the double controller comps with this Fade instead of something like what G2 play with the Breach Teo, right? You're always going to have a big strength with the Viper wall towards A, being able to send lurks B and A constantly when you're playing the Viper, but without the Breach, it makes execing a lot harder. You really have to rely on like those late lurks into B that we were talking about.
And Kata's just jiggling, getting some damage off on Superman as Louder gathered up to nullify this pressure towards A from EG.
Oh, only one guy made it in. That's not going to get it done.
Kalenzin's forced back, but he's okay with that. Pancata puts, what, 14 or 15 on the board at this point. Dominant in the server. You are definitely happy with getting 5 rounds on Lotus defense so far.
I would be.
It's pretty nice. And also in that round, Kalensin got enough kills to get the Armageddon ready for this subsequent one where EG are going to once again have their economy on the line. Opportunity for Loud to get, theoretically 2 here if they can just win round 11.
And now you have 2 of the best ults in the game, the Annihilation from the Teo as well as the little finger gun from the Neon. Where is my friend?
I don't know what that one's called.
Guys, I know the ultimate names.
I have never remembered what the Neon one is called, I'm going to be honest.
I like the zappy
Overdrive.
Overdrive.
Did a producer tell you that in your ear?
Annihilation Deadlock?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's Armageddon.
That's the one that I always get
chose
backwards.
again to not actually, it's Armageddon.
Fun fact, Annihilation, also a movie that was on Kaplan's top list.
Oh yeah, and
there you go.
This is a good film.
Callback.
If you're watching the show yesterday, you know what we're talking about.
Digizin gets pushed away. Nice util to kind of contain the space, but Icy has made it out.
It's going to be all the Prowlers gone for nature. Basically, I mean, that's just all of his utils straight up gone right away just to get into rubble.
Go ahead.
They're still not really comfortable. There's a gap here for Digizin to play with.
Hey, look, it's the Armageddon!
It is. He's going to be able to 1-2 it away. Supa gets a double kill.
The classic Armageddon, leave a gap, put the missiles there.
That's a pistol.
Oh my God, Luke Show. I'm not sure if I'm excited about the player or mad
guy?
about your joke.
can we get anyone here for this try? Could this just be a cast and not a try cast?
30 seconds left.
We can make it normal. Wait, what are EG doing? For a second, Icy was going over into B, but the spike stuck in tree. He's going to be able to plant.
You got 2 strikes on jokes. one more and you're out of here.
No more funny business. I'm locking in.
10 seconds left.
Okay, Icy's going for a fight here while the plant comes down, but no one is over there. It's a round we've seen before. 2 retaking from stairs. One's going to go late through tree. Missiles up.
Good clear from EG, knowing no one's coming at them from heaven.
Armageddon.
A rewrap could be big from Icy.
Yay has to really do so much here. Icy's low on HP. He's missiled out. Good night. Luke Show. It's a banger shot, and surely that's the round. Icy late to the party, and he's dead too. The Brazilians are shooting today, man. Luke Show and Pancata look clean.
And that was some good retake utility as well. Again, I mean, 2 times in that round, we saw Armageddon push someone into a corner, into missiles. I can't remember which player it was, but whomever was, it was forced back into waterfall there. Missiles come out, and then they're on the angle, and they get a free kill when he has to run out and not take the damage from the missiles. Nicely done from Loud. But at least with EG getting the spike down, their economy's not too bad. They have a pretty fair buy for this last one.
But they keep running into this issue of the opening fights, Loud are taking the advantage in. EG needs to get back to what was working earlier in the half where they were playing the map a lot more slowly. not getting caught out by these stacks of Loud, which again, Loud have managed to put 2 players towards C. Again, Pancott is getting this kill.
Yeah, I would love to know the first kill stats for this half right now.
I just personally
like
counted 5 of them from him on C.
Insane.
And yet this is the first round to Jazin is there. Good trade though from Icy.
Yeah, it's nice. They actually even this one out, 4v4. They still have to raise Rocket as well for a re-hit here.
And you've got Loud drifting towards C on account of Luxo over towards A, just hard facing from stairs, has that sheer wall, is obviously going to hear if anyone opens the door.
And then he can pop the flash off the door to see if anyone actually walked all the way
crosses in. Yep.
Really good info on this side of the map.
Drone is down.
But still, I like the pressure that EG are putting down, even by slowing down the round. Now that it's 4 players, you know that it's very hard to hold all of the different lanes to get into a site. Oh my.
Pancott still gets a kill there. He's backpedaling, stuck within the seas.
What?
And the missiles.
Oh my god, if he got that one, no, that would have been devious.
I really thought he was going to for a moment.
Left.
It's low time though for EG, but Supa's lurk is successful on B.
Yeah, he was able to sneak in from A through Baby Door to B.
And he might have a kill in spawn here. Luxo's coming back to check on him.
Yeah, the thing is, Luxo knows something's gone down.
Oh,
what a flick!
Superman!
This guy's nasty.
I have the spike.
He'll get the plant too. That'll get him
Yeah,
the
that's gonna
ultimate.
get the pit. Oh my god, he's tanking that.
Somehow sneaks out of it. Stun in. Louder trying to get ahead of this utility, but the pit's already spread. They're gonna start to get decayed down. Shorty ready in the hands of Superman. A cat to push in as well. And the Shorty, not enough. Cow and Zine gets one, but Nature, as the pit drops, puts it into a 2v1 for 2Es. Positions are good though.
No util to play with. Nature's just going to take this passively. Play around the delay from the missiles, almost a timing.
And that's a kill, 2Es. 1v1. Sticks it halfway, but the swing! How? 2Es! I don't think
but
he
he
has
just
the
doesn't
time.
have the time. That was a nasty, nasty shot though. Oh my god, that's a
He was so close to getting it half as well.
delay moment. Oh my god, Derek.
That's crazy.
Like actual, barely the perfect timing from Derek.
But closing out the half 6-6 off of just...
I think Loud are going to be happy with this,
Oh,
for sure.
absolutely.
I think you're always going to be happy getting 6 rounds on Lotus defense for the most part. But given the fact that... Damn, that was close. But given that EG started off so hot, and then they were able to get back into it, respect to them for that. And Pancott being a 17, goddamn.
Well, 6-6 at the half. Loud looking strong here. We'll have to see if they can close the map.
Oof, stuck paying for that old phone? Don't be. You know, at Verizon, we'll pay off your phone. And you'll get iPhone 16 on us. That's a value of up to $1,600, only on Verizon.
Super easy, pa' ti no estoy busy, bebé como tú y sí.
Second half about to get underway here. Loud at 6-6, and I think the story of the first half was Pancott. He has started this game 17-5, and in 4 out of 12 rounds, a third on defense, he got the opening kill, just swinging C-long.
Yeah, on his own. No supportive utility, no players next to him, no nothing. This guy's just getting it all done.
And now I'm going to steal the point that you made while we were waiting for the timer to go down to 0 so we could talk about the game again, which
And
is
by
that
you mean me.
are tied 6-6 on the scoreboard.
Oh, no, that's
and
my
none
point
of their
that
players
was-
are positive. None of them?
That's crazy.
That's great. Did you notice that,
I
Chris?
didn't even
Did you
notice
pick
that.
up? All right, Loud, they're fast to get into rubble off that Neon speed.
And they're pretty much always going to win this A-Rubble, or this, the A-Rubble fight here with the stun Neon combo. Those agents are just so strong at taking this space.
EG, they have definitely loaded this side of the map with players, though. Emphasis on tree control. You know, you're going to have Nature take contact here, try and distract. So Icy can swing! Oh, but shut down straight away. Nature, nice taps with the classic, 2 for 2.
It's Pancata again, though, getting a double there. Puts this round, at least for EG's hands, into Yang.
Who's the raid boss with the overheal? The speed picks up the Ghost.
150 health now with that Ghost. He wants a fight.
Yeah, lost the overheal now, though. But the rest of his team has showed up.
Derek has 1 stun. That's their only way to get past this smoke. In it goes. EG flooding to the site. Oh, the stun. Tui swings, and Pancata's got his back as well. Supa, 1v2, but he cannot pull it through.
Yeah, pretty normal behavior to have 20 kills after 13 rounds on Pancata. Unreal.
So insane. Completely dismantles that tree hold from EG that did get the intended value if he was not in God mode, just finding all these kills.
Playing like this bring any questions to your mind?
Like why does Pancata not miss? This is
Yeah.
definitely the why does he not miss game. 25-6, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I think it took to the fourth guy he killed to actually miss a headshot.
We get to see the difference between these two comps now as Loud want to take space over towards C-Mount. Oh, guess what? They have a breach stun and immediately nullify the angle where they were getting cooked by Pancata in the first half.
Yeah, and we'll see, like, this round they're playing a little more contained to see if EG actually fully step up. But, like, if EG do start taking the Mount fight, like we saw from Pancata, you will just see rounds where Loud will rip the breach stun, send the Neon flying forward. And it's just, it's less expensive than even having, like, the Raze, because Raze double satching into the space, you're out of that for the round. Neon can just follow up so easily from the breach you dealt to punish.
You got Luke Show taking a ton of space over towards A and finds the opening against Icy as well. That is swift. And it was, in the meantime, that Lauer making all that noise towards C, proccing the door, and immediately pivoting, back to that space gain, getting an opening site to take.
The way he swings corners with, like, it almost seems like he has perfect info. I think the player he reminds me most of is, like, watching Primi when he debuted in Pacific. With that, like, really precise, perfect crosshair placement, always ready for the perfect angle. I mean, it's just been so impressive for Luke Show that he's on a winless team, and he's still looking this good.
And it's why I feel like Loud are on the cusp of being like a top 4 contending team, which I know sounds like cope, but I swear it's true.
I'm trying to think of some other, like, really high impact, or just like debut performances of players, of rookie players. It's definitely one of if not the best we've seen from an individual.
I mean, people that come to mind, Primi again, Alpha Year.
Sure. I'm thinking in America specifically.
Do we have rookies? Oxy, his first year with C9 was pretty good.
Yeah, insane.
His kickoff was crazy.
Mata had an insane kickoff.
I think that's a great comparison considering like the teams have had like similar like close games but keep losing despite individual excellence.
I mean, he's actually catching up to Pancata on the scoreboard at this point, off that 4K.
That's my
Just
worry about
4
Pancata this
behind.
half, is they're not going to be running towards him as much. He's just going to have less opportunities to fight.
Old Loud are stacked up again towards A early. They've got the trip wall behind them.
Loud FPX spot last round, so they have 5 rifles here on their bonus.
With more than enough money to play for a big buy on this next round too. Okay, the standard spam and
you wouldn't
free kill.
expect him to spam that for the 4th time in a row. That's how he gets you.
More spam. No, he catches onto it this time.
What is that timing?
No one's looking at him. He gets 2 kills.
I'm sorry, I need to see what happened with Ye's positioning there that he was able to do that.
It's because the door just opened. Ye was playing inside of the smoke. The second tree player was the one watching that angle, but when the door opens, he turns to look at that line. That's when the rookie is swinging them and getting the 2K.
That is insane. Just 2 away now from catching up to Pancata on the scoreboard, who has 21 in 15 rounds. That's what I mean, the talent on this team, the individual skill is so insane.
2v3 for EG. They need to win this round, but the kills, they come in well. Pencata alone. He's blind, crossing him up. And now a 1v1. Pencata!
God!
It's unfathomable what he and Luke Show are doing this game.
Just round after round, it's just a montage for this guy. 26-3, a Red Bull clutch in a position that looked completely unplayable, but he's got the blind TikTok teleport. Superman's got absolutely no idea where he is to win out this 1v2.
The Omen Classic. With that 1-2 util play. That's so good. And he's so confident just holding the angle. Like, could he have tried
a little wider?
He could have tried to delay and just run. He knows Derek is sprinting at him.
Fast play towards C. This is that open you were talking about, Chris.
Exactly, yeah. If the Viper's up there, it's over. EG actually have no agent that can quickly escape from back mound, so I like that Loud are continuing to default into this space. And it doesn't even cost them so much, right? They didn't even use the breach stun on the play, just a flash. So they could explode into the side if they want.
Stun onto Supa, slide, but Ye has cover.
Oh my God.
Gets two.
It's prime Ye.
Okay, he's 10 and 15, guys. Deep breaths. Oh, Supa as well, okay.
It's prime Supa.
I have the spike.
How has this all gone
I'm closer
wrong?
to giving you that.
And Supa is just so ready to get those 2 kills off the door.
Yep.
Does Luke Shaw win a 1 versus 5?
No.
Is he like that?
I don't think he's like that. Okay.
Punching thorns.
I don't like his odds versus Ye up in heaven.
Oh my God, I thought he was definitely getting shot in the back.
This guy's
gets
got
out to
moves.
A.
Wait, this guy's got a plant now.
I like using the thorn, sets up a flash as well to swing
He's
off.
got his ult even.
EG just have 4. They're going to quadruple
Are
swing
we
it,
going
surely.
back to B? Oh my God, so close.
Ye dead. Okay. Deep breath.
He had me believing for a
Deep
second. I'm gonna be real. He had me
Wyatt,
believing for a
I
second.
saw you like start to get out of your chair.
Look, Mimi, you're saying deep breaths. That's just a full eco that EG won. Like off of Ye finding a 2K. EG have 3 stacked on to C. Somehow, no utility is hitting Ye. Okay, he's dodging. Oh,
Jumps
that
out
is
of it.
sick tracking. Yeah.
Okay,
second
it
play.
is giving Headhunter. You're right.
Thank you.
And then Supa caught that great timing.
Because he was
down bend, get
recovering
to-
a rifle
Yeah.
and just happened to be in the
That's
right
crazy.
place.
There's no one looking
It shows
his
that
way.
greed pays.
And it does.
All right, drone is going to clear out everything towards C, which is a little bit unfortunate because now that tool's gone to actually try and get into this pit later if they ever have intentions of doing so.
Yeah, it's also like the Vi's ult is kind of useless going into a pit because usually the Viper player's got a shorty anyways.
Yeah, definitely. I imagine EG are shortied up at the moment.
Shorted up on a Sunday afternoon.
Vanguard he is trying to get back in here, and the rest of his team is grouped up, reclaiming this space where they're going to try their best to not die to an Odin again.
Icy's position here off his contact. Nature has the spam to be able to come in. Nature actually repositioning here. What a timing! Going on the swing to find a kill. Wall up should get him out, no problem.
They also, how did DG Zin get that kill? Through the wall, I believe. And Luke Show, the
Disaster.
movement. Oh, EG, this is a calamity of a round.
And now an ultimate just to push players back. The counter response coming in from Loud. Zin just keeps going forward.
Ye's back alive, but he's running into Luke Show. Good night, buddy. You're in a stun. And Loud, they lose an eco round, but they are right back into it.
But what if Supa 1v4?
I think they're aware. Oh, what a shot. Oh my God.
1v2 now for
No,
Superman.
he should
Just
not
let
be
it
getting
happen.
away with that.
Just no.
He can hear Luke Show on this rotate towards spawn right now.
He knows there's gonna be backside, I think.
They're doubled up in heaven. Supa jiggles Luke Show.
So fast.
Won't let him get away with it.
I would personally love if for the rest of this map, it was just back-to-back highlights of like Luke Show and Supa in 1vx's.
Luke Show overtook
He's
Pencata.
overtaken Pancata.
24 and 11 for the rookie,
God.
and 23 and 8 for the champion.
Do we count that kill on Derek?
This might end up being the best acquisition of the offseason.
It wasn't even the offseason.
Or, well, you know, I mean, they got him in the offseason. He was a
Yeah,
sub. He was
sure.
on the bench. Relax.
The best promotion of the year. How about that?
Might just be both. I mean, we'll see. Hey, listen, we'll see. I mean, definitely the best
Vitality picking
promotion
up
for
Durka.
sure. I'm talking about Americas. You know what I mean?
You guys are so, regional. I'm so.
We're on a regional broadcast.
Yeah, what are you talking about, Mimi?
Save that narrative
Save
for
that
Toronto.
for globals. Come on.
My bad.
I mean, that's also dependent on how well Loud can do as we get into the future. I mean,
Yeah.
hey, this is a great start on their quest to get a win in the first stage.
Bang to send.
I mean, that's
Yeah.
a crazy pickup for sure. And you could count that as a promotion. I think most people would.
You guys are diabolical.
The Sen fans get me. Do we see a problem if we look at the timeline here? Because, what, out of the last 10 rounds, that's 7 for Loud?
What?
Yeah, that is somewhat of an issue. And the EG economy has also been somewhat of an issue. The buy in this round, not great. Not ideal.
Let's put attention on EG then, because this is a round that they really need to win. They lose this, and they are going to have money still, but this would be your chance to kind of pull it back, not let Loud get up to 11.
Looks to me like the pivot for EG is playing more aggressively front B. See where Ye is with the Sheriff? He has previously been involved in these A fights, but now EG, while they show a lot of utility early, they're playing super passively on the A side of the map, trying to maybe get some kind of a push through B, a scout going in now as that door opens to make sure it's not going to be a pivot back into the B site.
I'm also looking towards Luxo, who's exploring towards Mountain, maybe giving Loud the opportunity to pivot back late into the round, just
But
go
even
for the
then,
C-hit.
they wouldn't be able to because EG have pushed up front B, they'd cut them off.
Ye is inserted very deep towards that attacker spawn. All right, here comes the A side, execute, self-drone clearing out. Pretty much the entirety of the site, gets back towards Waterfall as well.
EG operating under the wait in spawn strat and simply retake.
I mean, Luxo is flanking right now all the way through the B-C connector.
But the retake's going to start for Evil Geniuses. They're stalled out for a minute. Luxo's running up behind them. How many does he see? Luxo, 3! Outstanding from the rookie yet again. And this round is turned on its head.
The timing is insane. He's on for a 30 bomb on Vice. On the Vice.
He wasn't even top fragging at the half.
Chrissy's on the floor.
I'm literally on the floor because I think this guy, the second and third kills were just spammed
What did
through
he
smoke, no?
Yeah, no, he didn't even see them. But he didn't even see them. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, or you make your own luck.
No, but that's also just awareness, right? Because
Yeah.
there's nowhere else EG can realistically be. And they've been stalled out up in heaven because the Omen smoke, the fast lane too.
Are you just going to stay sitting on the floor?
I'm kind of enjoying it down here.
Okay.
I like only the people on the TikTok stream can see it.
By the way, I see got a 4K that round.
And this has put EG on a weird buy. They like half buy into another half buy.
They have the rocket, which is something, but there's not a lot of good.
Oh, he actually did
go
see
through
them.
the
Yeah,
wall.
he just barely spotted them.
But when he shot them, he didn't see them
No,
really.
he saw the arm of the Teo through the wall there right at the end, I think.
Why are you trying to take it away from him?
free.
Let him have his moment.
I feel like him seeing them is more impressive. We're already into the next round. Loud faked pressure towards another. TPing in. Pancata
Classic.
is in the spawn. What's
Classic
Derek
play.
looking at? Did he think the Omen
Hold
canceled
on, no
the
super! He's generational! What is that? Only a flash is going to take him down, but Pancata on site, pushing forward. Ye's going to deal with him nicely.
Ye has hit some nasty shots in this game as well, leaving it all in the hands of 2Es, who's been temporarily benched, temporarily unbenched. This would be a good moment for him to stay off the bench if he
earn
can
your
win this
spot now.
1v3. Oh my
He's gonna shut it
god!
down now.
Ye doesn't have the most kills, but the ones he's getting are sick.
I love how you literally just said in more words, clutch or kick.
He didn't clutch. Are you gonna have a word with SDK?
Listen, take a peek at my contract. I get paid by the word. I'm gonna overcomplicate every sentence.
What was going on here?
Show me
I
the
mean-
super kills.
Yeah, it seemed like maybe he thought the teleport was a little bit further
But
back,
like
not tucked
every
away.
Omen always TPs there.
Crazy.
What is
Yeah, I
that?
know.
What is that neon kill?
It is
He's
the
like
classic.
sliding, strafing through air. Nah.
I talked to Potter like a couple years ago ahead of 2023. She said she wanted Supa then. At the time he was on phase, contract stuff, she couldn't get him. And now she's happy to have him. Yay, I'm
Oh
sure.
my God.
Another pickup Potter would like.
Yeah, if you asked her in 2023, she'd also be saying yay. Lucky for her, she found them both.
I don't understand how Ye is 15 and 19. Every time I'm on his point of view, he's doing something crazy.
He had
I
a
swear.
stinker attack side. He's been real good on the defense, though.
Well, he's
Holding shots
intentionally
when it's in.
dying so that he can res on Clove. It's all part of the plan.
Oh yeah, if he runs in right now, he'll get his ult. That'd be a great play.
Only one orb left.
Not ready yet.
It is Lucio and Pencata.
No, not with stingers. I hate to rain on your parade, Mimi.
Trying to pivot over towards C, which is relatively open, but that's not going to matter when they get flooded upon.
Yeah, he's 8 HP.
One enemy remaining.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Lucio is 0 HP.
The
Mankata is
levies are
half
open.
HP. This is going to be challenging to win.
4 players, the firing squad.
Now, what this is an opportunity to try and close the gap on Lucio in terms of the kills, if he can just sneak away with 1 or 2 here.
Unfortunately for Pancata, there's a contract on his head, and EG are coming for him.
Despite Loud winning the majority of the rounds, EG have been keeping it close enough that they're able to get kind of a free one against an eco buy here. Digizine is having a tough time. Even 2 rounds in a row, he's like mid-dash crazy movement and just gets owned.
I think this next round's going to be
this
super
guy's
pivotal.
pissed. I'm owning him on the slides.
If it's true.
You just stole my point.
He built on it. That was a yes and.
True.
If I've ever seen one from
he
you.
yes-anded. He yes-anded. Icy's trying to push forward. All right, they do get that space towards Rubble.
Look at the triple walk up on B, though.
Yeah.
This is real quick from Loud.
I think they're realizing B's been a little bit lighter, so the quick pop may just work for them.
In goes Digizine. He'll path towards Baby Door, but he gets stunned, and he has to back away for now.
Oh my God, he is getting bombed by Intel.
There's nowhere to hide.
Pandemonium.
Guns on the site. They're double pandemonium.
Yeah, he's
it's
ulting in front of
madness.
him. What
And
is
it's
going
still
on?
Pancata with 2 kills. Hold on now. 4v3 for Evil Geniuses. A rocket to take it down to 2 on the side of Loud. And Spike out in the open. And Derek, after surviving the initial hit, is there for the 3K and to bring EG up to 10.
Such a crazy flood. Derek's util there was fantastic. That Armageddon. Not only did it find a kill,
on Digizine entering too.
yeah, it just dispersed everyone into the angles where the flooding EG players could
Yeah,
capitalize
he's had
as well.
some silly ults this game.
Get some time to come through Baby Door.
Nice, Derek!
I think he's feeling it.
I'm feeling the same way. I was nice.
I wasn't ready to match that energy. I respect it though.
No, we did not ramp into that. All right, Derek's trying to do this silly little cross where Superman does this silly little take contact. This is a Teo inserted. This guy doesn't have a dash. He doesn't have a dash. He doesn't have a teleport.
God.
He can't get out.
No. We're giving guns over. Now there's a breach ult into the site. Loud are going to have the plant.
And by the way, Lucio still has this steel garden, so we might just get an honest Western film sheriff standoff when the retake comes in.
They're pitting on the retake. Anti-eco. Digizine the one with the gun. He's had a rough game thus far. Here's a chance to turn around. Good night,
the
yay.
timing.
Hold on, look at
and
this
the
lurk.
double flank.
EG are pushing into the site where there's lurks coming in on the other side of the map. Loud have tons of time to
They
work
haven't
with.
planted.
Wait for Luxo. Look at where he is back in EG spawn. EG are going to have to rotate back into him to stop this B plant.
And they're setting him up to perfection. Loud bait back towards B. Luke Show standing in wait. He's whiffing. Oh, God. That's my only reaction to that.
That is the honest reaction we were waiting for. And this puts the Loud in an awkward position because their only rifle and Digizine is gone. It's 3 sheriffs all trying to get a little bit active on their own. Pancata creeping up back towards the defensive spawn. That's a beautiful kill.
He's him.
To start this off. Now the clock starting to work away.
Look at the positions. This feels unwinnable for Icy.
He has to go hunt down 3 different players. There's just not going to be enough time.
Oh, that.
Why did they embed a player on an anti-eco in the corner as Teo?
I mean, also, yeah, I mean, they just have no players that can actually escape one and dones like that with the comp that they have.
Put Ye on chamber.
If they have a chamber or if they had an omen. Oh, but Derek is just stuck and he's isolated because of the the cloud that's up from the Viper.
I just want to say, we are going into potentially the final round. Luxo and Pancata are both on 27 kills. This could be the round to see who's going to be on top.
You can't be losing when you have the Shaq and Kobe performance. You actually can't.
Remember, Luxo, since debuting, has top-fragged 5 of his 6 games with Loud.
Not against the Boombot.
And now he's 0-1 versus the Boombot.
Superman's in a great spot. He's been the shining light for EG, and he starts the round well, but the util,
oh my God.
somehow he finds a gap within it all.
Yeah, just playing high on the box. The Aftershock was below him. That might even give false info to Loud, though. I mean, at this point, could have pivoted back.
Just saw 3 players, but didn't spot that Luxo had rotated back into the team. Still, EG had crept up into the forward A space, so maybe they're worried about a front B lurk, something like this.
I mean,
things considered.
Minute left. These guys have no space.
Yeah.
No map control.
And even just having the Odin here on a timing, thinking this is about the time they'd be entering main. For a little bit of chip damage. Beautiful.
Ooh, spot out onto at least 2. Sees in Icy. Gotta be the man of the hour here. Gotta step up. Kawa off the satchel. He's moving. Does not care.
Love that attempt, though. Wall is now up. Kalenzin's going to try to get through the door with the rest of Loud, who are fairly weak.
Here's Ye.
20 seconds.
Ulted up, only a shorty now. If he gets a kill, it's still good. Smoke up. Optimal position, that's 1. On the reload, Ye dips back.
10
He's
seconds.
going back into the shorty. That's a double with the shorty.
It's a shorty collat.
Wait, what? Wait,
he got them both.
Unbelievable.
Show it again.
Yeah, rewind the tape. I don't care about anything else inside of the round. It didn't matter. That is a guy that's full ulted. Goes to shorty. Okay, first kill, whatever.
Gets away, and then he gets the speed here.
That's a collat! That's 1 bullet, Mimi!
That's unbelievable.
I mean,
They're freaking out too.
Even Foe's like, wait a second, did that just happen?
Dare I say, prime Ye.
He's going crazy. I still don't understand how he is. I mean, he's playing Clove. That's why he has more deaths than kills. I mean, the greatest Clove performances still, you end up with more deaths than kills.
Maybe I'm focusing too much when he only has a pistol. Because all of his highlights are literally just pistol montages, no?
Shorty,
A
Sheriff.
couple of it, yeah.
Shorty, Sheriff.
Yeah. How is this game 11-12?
Put him on chamber.
Right, we're into the Loud timeout in the final moment.
Yeah. By the way, Luxo Pancata still at 27
Still
apiece.
at 27.
Watch, you're going to have called that out, and they'll end the game 27 each.
Kalensin comes back 14 kills down to overtake them in OT.
Pancata's got the Omen ult. Has the ability to once again teleport behind the team if they want to go for one of those silly executes.
Yeah.
Do they run it back and do that
It might
twice?
just be a C exec. They could be going for
I
it.
hope not for
Classic
Loud.
Omen ult exec.
Because just a second ago, Derek pinged the location he ulted last time, and I think he's going to be ready for that one. Maybe Loud are going to just do that ult into top right corner site where that ping is. That's another good one on the Omen. You can cancel it, but it's good info either way.
Minor
All
spelling
5.
mistake from that Twitch chat.
You have to call him out.
Wait,
Come on,
I
man.
didn't see it. I didn't see it.
Here's the fight. Derek again. Out open, but doesn't get caught.
Kalensin should have the ultimate. Armageddon in the post.
Tui's holds the stun. No one swings. Haunt broken.
Locating target.
And now they can action on this execute.
Well,
If they want to go.
didn't locate any targets really. Just got shot down. We're getting the info.
In the last several rounds, at a moment like this, EG had a player pushed very deep towards Rubble. At the moment, they've only got some pretty passive information. But even still, with Icy just jiggling, they have all rotated to the C side.
EG has 3 here, super starts, but Didge's in, maybe finding his round. Finally, it's the other players from Loud who haven't thrived thus far, finding their mark to put it even.
2-on-2 now for Loud in this post. No ultimates really to work with here. But full utility on the side of Icy.
I'm looking to see if Tuiz is going to get this fault line back up in time. EG are going a little bit slow. Further delay from the Vines could allow that util to cycle.
Util combo. Nade in. Doesn't catch. Just a bit of damage onto Tui's.
Satchel out.
Satchel forward, Icy spots them both out. Tap on the spike, Icy, Ye together for the first kill, and now Tui's in the 1-on-2. Tui's, he ends the game with a stunning shot on the Guardian. He's off the bench, he's in the server, and he's won this map.
Yeah, well, we were calling out the clutcher kick for the 2's 1v3, but he's staying off the bench. He gets
got
the
a
1v2.
spot, no problem. This 4K is crazy.
He's starting. That was so sick. Both
Red Bull
players
clutch.
forced into the swing because of the aftershock.
Now, because of 2E's heroics, I've got big news. Luxo and Bangkok have both finished with 27 kills. They're tied. They're tied at the end of it all, but they get the win either way. What a start to this series.
But EG, they started so strong this map. It slipped to 6-6. They almost came back, but they lose it in 24 rounds.
I mean, you can't forget that this pistol's crazy, right? Nature winning it out in the end. But all things considered, I think when EG were able to play their slower macro rounds where they were pivoting back into their lurks, it worked so well. It was literally just the Pancata show in that first half that brought it back to Loud.
Individually, both teams are really firing on all cylinders right now. Superman, yay, they were showing out.
Oh, this game, it might not have mattered for the standings, but Loud, you can see it. They want the win, and they've got another map. The question now really just falls to if they can close it out. It would be their first series win of the stage. But for EG, they're headed to playoffs no matter what, and they want to enter on a high note. We'll see how this second map pans out when we return.
Look to the sky, cause we got enough to survive. Good times, man, we alive. That time I take is all mine. Top spot, taking control. Ain't no stopping me, I'm on a roll. New age prodigy, I got it all. Come for the ride, we bout to let it go. We going up, up. Yeah, look at us, us. We here for the rush, rush. Yeah, we going up, up. We going up, up. Yeah, look at us, us. We here for the rush, rush. Yeah, we going up, up.
Forwards and out, up and over with a dash and around, but Superman, here he is, just absolutely dominating.
SDK, ahead of map 2, I want to get your thoughts on the firepower in that first game. Pancata and Luxo going crazy. What's it been like having them on the team?
I think that our team that has all 5 players has a really good firepower. So in each map, some of them can appear. Thank God this time was Pancata and Luxo, but I think that next time could be Kawa and 2's, for example.
Awesome. Well, good luck on Pearl. I hope to see it.
I see the smiles there. That's exactly what we wanted to see. That's what we expected, or some of us expected. Are you all right? Do you need a hug?
It's okay. It's a hard loss.
They had
it's a hard
that.
loss for you.
Did they have it though? Did they
They at least had the overtime. Come on, it was a 2v1 aftershock.
It's 2s. Did you see that?
But he had a Guardian, and then when they jumped out, you do like the good fundies from EG. One jumps in the front, the one that's just behind, but it still lined up for a double tap. I mean, it's a nice clutch. No matter what.
Why did they line up though? Because of his aftershock. Why did they line up? Yeah.
Could have, should have is still a loss. I'm sorry, Vans. And a lot of that was just like individual performances on both sides, granted. But man, this was the Pancada and Luxo show. That was incredible.
No, it really was. Pancada so stepped it up this map, and I hope he brings in the second map. It was insane. Just he was frying as that IGL role and still being able to frag out, as well as like winning things like 2v1s where he's doing Omen things. He's blinding DP and killing one and still getting that second pick to win the round. It was crazy.
Yeah, there was a lot as well around the team for Loud to help out Pancada to make sure that he has a comfortable role going into this game, because if you're looking at the defensive side though, it was just like two players owning it up. Not only being Pancada, but it's also Luxo. And if it wasn't for those two players on the defense, it wasn't going to be a 6-6 scoreline. It was going to be potentially just an EG win, a one-sided potentially of a affair, but after seeing these stats, you could definitely say that, nope, they had a different game plan. It's shoot back, shoot better, and it starts with Pancada.
Yeah, no, and I like what the coach is that every player on that roster has the potential to step up in those games. They might not do it all at once, but here, Pancada definitely stepped it up, whereas normally you see Luxo and DGZ, right?
Yeah.
I do want to talk about Luxo here a little bit more. Like, we knew already, right, when he joined, that he's going to put up those big numbers. But this time, it was, again, on another level. And I don't understand where a player this young and this new to Tier 1, he's getting the confidence from. Where is this coming from? Where do you channel that from? I don't understand.
I don't even care.
Against champions.
Yeah.
Like, what?
I don't even care that I'm sounding like a broken record week after week saying how Luxo and Shenum, or someone like Luxo or someone like Shenum or someone like Cortez are just going to be amazing. Something about these Brazilian rookies coming and stepping onto the stage in the VCT Americas, and something in the water of LA is just helping them pop off. I mean, just look at what he's done on the defensive side. The amount of multi-kills he's getting on the defense, again, that's what helped Loud have such a close game and even cross that finish line towards that second half if it wasn't for this guy. Because if you look at it, it's all been defensive kills so far, and then finally a nice little clutch and lurk towards the end with that triple kill. But holy crap, is he amazing to look at. And again, this is for, you know, the fans that are watching VCT for the first time and watching Americas for the first time and don't know who Luxo is, but he has been farming in the Ascension. Exactly what Wyatt was mentioning during the broadcast. He's been a key pivotal player for, I think it was Galoris, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I mean, this is a phenomenal performance against such veteran players on the server as well, playing with absolutely no fear. And we got to see the same no fear strategy from EG. Let's hear what Potter has to say ahead of map 2.
Coach Potter.
I am here with Potter ahead of their pick on Pearl. Just quick question about Loud. They're coming out with the firepower today, the star players. How do you kind of reinforce and get back against a team that's really feeling no pressure?
Yeah, they're a dangerous team. They've always been a dangerous team, let's be real, but definitely a little bit added flavor this week. But yeah, unfortunately, we got to make more money. I think on that first map on the attack side, we were broke the whole time. So going over to Pearl, we got to be a little bit more clean on our anti-eco so that we have some money to play with later on in the half.
Awesome, Potter. Thanks for the insight. Good luck.
I think that's super important what Potter was mentioning before too, because there has been a lot of those rounds that made it 6-6, not only on Luxo's play on the defense, but also EG, I think, losing 2 rounds on that half when they had better weapons. So they lost in the anti-eco, that Sheriff round that was brought out here by Loud. It was really, really nice how they played their defensive side and how they were just able to shoot back, catching all these corners, getting these nice lurks. And yeah, if that's going to be the game plan, to fix things up and have that better confidence and dominance with better weapons, should be better here on Pearl.
And we were confident generally about those map picks, right? Because EG gets to play 2 maps that they very recently won, whereas Loud playing 2 maps that they lost.
Yeah, it's a pretty big disadvantage, but I mean, look at their loaded.
2-2G, exactly. That's a bigger caveat. 2-2G as well. Yeah, so EG hopefully coming into the second map, their map pick, with confidence. They just beat Crew on it. Can they stomp on this map again? We'll find out very soon. Map 2 coming up after a short break.
gives you wings.
Tócame, tú tienes la llave para descubrirme y a ver qué te sale. Tócame, tú tienes la
Well, Loud came out to play today. They've taken map number 1 of this series, and now EG, ahead of their bid for playoffs, is going to have to try and bounce back. We're headed to their pick. It's Pearl, back on the cast with Wyatt and Ender. And we have our agent select up already. I don't know why I said your names. I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm glad to be introduced.
Sometimes I forget my name, so it helps.
That's cool with me. That is cool with me. A little Dijazine Yoru. I'm here for it. I am here for it.
Tough map on the Neon map 1. It was overshadowed by how damn good Pankata and Luca. I'm sorry.
Luca.
Got confused because he's the GOAT.
Because when I teed you up for something with basketball, because I just mentioned Braun and Luca 5 seconds ago as Luke Show and Pankata on map 1.
How do you say the guy's last name?
Luke Show Doncic.
Mimi doesn't even know how you score in basketball.
I don't watch that.
Let's
You
get
put
into
the
the
ball in
game.
the hoop. I know that much.
That is a primary element of the scoring mechanism.
The basket, it has a ball in it, I've heard.
When she knowledgeable. Let's see what Loud have got for us. Going into this, you definitely think it would be like a pretty close, fun game. It was kind of a banger, I'm not gonna lie. That map 1 was pretty sick.
It was pretty fire.
I'm hoping the fireworks continue into Pearl.
I mean, we do get to see EG with Ye over on the Jet, which is always fun. Icy's back on Yoru duty again on this map.
EG have always been trying some wacky stuff over on Pearl since they started in Kickoff when Ye was on the Phoenix. But right now, I love this Jet Yoru stuff. Watching C9 on this map, so good. And they can, run a relatively same idea here where they force players into nature.
Look at Dijazin, he's going for a walk. He's all the way through B, going back towards mid. There's going to be a pretty heavy stack on A by the time EG commit this execute.
Hey, I'm not crazy. Ye has been on the Yoru previously. Like, even in their win versus... Wait, no, I'm trolling.
You are trolling, but there's a hit coming in first.
What am I talking about?
EG are out on the site.
Oh my
Lucho
God.
spammed down by Nature, and now they'll fight back towards Secret. 2Es, good for 1 second. He ended the game, and he starts this one strong as well.
Dang, he is stepping up. And Nature right now isolated on the site.
The players' main are not smoked off, though, so there is a crosshair. Now the smoke's up. And Pankata is rewarded with the kill. Swing out, Sheriff, he's pulled wide.
Oh my God.
He adjusts for the kills.
What a lovely retake, but first of all, you have to give massive credit to 2Es, who's able to win 2 duels towards Dugout. And then after the fact, Loud are able to isolate Nature, who's caught on the site, playing around that Nebula. Then they triple face, fight main together off the grab. Well, that was nicely played with what little utility they had on offer in the pistol.
For sure. Yeah, let's watch that again. The slide into the boom transfer. And the defused. Let me fight for my life here because
Okay.
it was the swap between the two. Before last series, it had been Ye on the Yoru and Icy on the Jet, and they flipped for Crew, dominated Crew. They're maintaining that here today.
Got you. And that makes
you're
sense.
only a little crazy.
I wasn't crazy. I misspoke, Mimi.
I'm
not crazy. I'm not crazy.
Yeah, I was going to say to Chuck McGill, I am not crazy.
Can someone get me my aluminum foil?
All right. Lucio taking some early damage. Feels like he needs to retreat off that line.
Yeah, EG, they're on an eco, but there could be a little chicanery
They got a
in this
silly
round.
They've got a silly Mart. I like it. I see what you did there.
The people that haven't watched Better Call Saul, no clue.
For those who have, they loved that bit. As Lucio is just getting flash fighting back in Pancata. This is ridiculous. It's Pancata and Lucio Doncic again.
Say the line. Say the line.
Broncata and wait, what line? Broncata and Lucio Doncic on
Or
the
it's
side.
like 2 Radiant players versus
2 Radiants versus 5 I.
I was thinking of the why don't miss a shot thing.
Oh, that
Like
again?
the Brazil guy.
Oh, we'll wait on that
Okay.
one for
We'll hold
another
on to that
why
one.
he don't miss shots moment.
I like how we all went completely different directions. Say the thing. Everyone has a different idea.
I like Broncata and Doncic. That's really good. Yeah, maybe if it was these two, they would have won that first playoffs game.
Maybe.
True.
Louder about to go for a big fight here into mid. Flash on through the
my
that
God.
transfer is.
He
I
is
feel like
sick
we're just
today.
reacting to a highlight reel this match.
Dare I say? I'm not gonna say it.
This is just a montage.
What do you
And
do?
I like it. He said he wasn't going to say it.
You're smart.
I wasn't gonna say it. Well, I was gonna say Prime Ye.
Oh, okay.
Whenever Ye hits
Okay,
a clip,
buddy.
I'm just gonna say Prime Ye because that's what the people say these days.
All right, Superman is taking his sweet time, just trying to contact up towards B, clear out those common close angles.
Yeah.
At some point, they're going to have to activate that shear wall.
I don't love Lucio's odds with just a Marshall backside.
No,
I wouldn't say I
certainly not
hate them
ideal.
either.
Although also, like, right now with this walk-up A main, Cal getting all the info, Loud can start to lean over into B, call Pancata in to assist Lucio. That duo, we just saw it last round, completely carve up EG on their exec.
Cowanzine has a really nice timing on this
He might
walk.
just get both kills right now. This is crazy.
He's going
flank.
9
30
fouls.
seconds left.
Cowanzine, perfect timing. That's one. And he dips away. Doesn't get greedy.
No, and now you have to plant this spike if you're Nature,
20
feeling the
seconds.
pressure of the time.
Lucio has a fight here. When does he choose to swing with? But another swing in Nature gets it done. But the
10
plant is still not
seconds
down, and Pancata has snuck in backside. A flank coming through. They're crossing them up every which way is Pancata.
Last player
Somehow
standing.
doesn't come up with the second, and now Nature, the IGL, a chance to win this in the 1v1.
Great kill on Pancata, who's going to regret getting ahead of himself, trying to take that fight before Cowanzine is
not
here
playing
and
for
now.
Nature.
You're not playing it for him, but Cowanzine doesn't have a gun.
Does it matter? No way.
Almost.
I mean, almost gets it on the right click, but it's Nature coming up with the clutch instead.
I mean, still though, that is EG only surviving one player on the anti-bonus.
Pancata said in the interview with Rip, we just needed more money. They kept making it too close on every eco. And
Be for real.
I would say this is more so getting their funny off this round.
I mean, they could have won that if they just if they slowed down at the very end in that 2 versus 1. But you have to give credit to Nature. He's come up with a couple clutches already today for EG.
Gonna say
Respect
him
to the IGL.
him and Ye are the only guys on the board right now.
Ye has postured himself into that Nebula, which is going to expire soon, to just seeing tons of space towards B, allowing for that stack up that you see from the defenders.
Great forward information. Missiles pushes Lucio off the line in street, but again, Louder can have a clear picture of what EG are trying to do this round.
Yeah, and in street, look at that sheer position so far forward, hasn't been procced, still just allowing Loud to stack up at the proper site.
Ditchazine is a crazy man. It's a 5v5,
Why
40
not?
seconds in, and he's walking on him.
He still has the TP to go back to back hall. Louder actually giving up the high-low they had looking into Art because the clock is starting to wind
I
down.
would love to see him bait this wall and just TP back.
Well,
that
again,
pressure.
Yeah, it's great, right? And Loud can stall this plant with Tejo missiles. They're going to have an Astro Wall too for a quick retake. Like, EG need to start acting now or it's going to become more and more challenging.
Thorns up. Another bit of stall. Finally, EG are making this hit happen, but there's so many players backside ready to flood in. Util.
Loud have 5 players here.
Yeah, it's starting to rain in already. Here's that retake. 25 seconds, spike not planted. Luke Show trying to wrangle the shots. They're both low in this fight against Nature. He'll win it. Trade is there, but Loud has arrived on the site, and they have control. 15 seconds, and Loud has locked the door in the face of EG. A suck onto the bomb. Icy trying desperately to get a plant down, but the spam, his health, it's just not there. Finally a stick coming through, but the spam in time, and they're out of it. Nature runs for the hills, and EG lose the round.
That was allowed with map control the entire time, able to stack up the proper site, and then Luke Show taking that 1v1 against Nature, finds the kill, drags another player off site, forced to fight him, and then EG's presence, actually trying to get the spike down, lessen, Loud pressure forward. Really well handled.
Yeah, EG have to be able to put pressure back on these players in towards Secret, or you're never going to be able to get the spike down. It wasn't possible, and Loud didn't even have to use the Cosmic Divide. That is brutal. Talk about not having money. EG now onto the full save.
Digizine is more than happy to just do this again, where he walks up with the Outlaw, but this time EG on that full cost.
Supa has a Vandal.
And he gets a kill onto Digizine.
Now there's knives. There's some options for EG to play this round through.
Real opportunity. If Icy gets 1 kill or an orb, he can dimensionally drift to do the funniest thing. He had a Bucky, but he actually throws it to Ye. Never mind. The funniest thing won't happen.
Walk up for Cowanzine. Did he get spotted? There's a player just around that corner. I don't think Nature knows.
Loud are really challenging the extremities. Last round it was B, now A.
They're so bold with these walk-ups.
I mean, even 2 rounds ago, it was Cow that walked all the way through A to get that re-wrap towards Street.
And
time again, guys, 50 seconds.
But every round, it's like Loud, get that forward walk up, and then hard stack the other side of the map. So there's always time pressure because EG are slowly working into the mid space and not finding any kills. The clock is just draining and draining away.
And at that, they're never actually triggering that sheer wall on either mid nor, or the street nor arc.
Here's the execute. Luke Show, Pencut. I mean, they're just going to get ripped to pieces, surely. No time.
Here's
no
that
space
wrap.
for AEG, and they're getting locked into a corner. The smoke will fade, the kill will come in, and this round, there's no way EG can get out of this one. Spikes on the ground, and good night. You said it, Wyatt. They need to be dealing with this shear in the mid-round, or they are just going to be losing all of their map control without even knowing it.
Loud have also been so proactive and willing to take the extremity control, even on their lonesome, and then, as you mentioned on top of that, the wall not being activated. This is full map control for Loud.
What I will say for EG and Hope going forward is they're aware of these walk-ups, right? Because both times Cow has pushed through A, he's gone the flank and gotten those kills. Although he possibly could have come through Art, they don't know for sure it was through A main. The time that Digizine pushed down B, he triggered their shear wall. So there's an idea that EG have that it has been these walk-ups. I think the idea might just be run harder execs and stop that time from being taken away from them.
And that idea is all well and good, but DG's off. Okay, it's dealt with. Ye gets the opener. Icy, who is he going to try to go for here? Out with the Bucky, Icy! He gets his kill.
Yeah, good movement. Tossing the jump in
The
there
horns!
too.
No one broke it. That's 1 kill, another spam
Oh my god,
from
just
Tui's.
random spam. And Cowanzine has the Armageddon for the next tap, or to try and clear out back halls when they get back in.
There it is. There's nowhere for Ye to go but in. Trying to find something. Super will bail him out, and now he's been able to slip back towards Street. Loud still not scaled out into the site. We'll get some info. No one's played close. But even then, Ye still going back into the fire. Loud aren't into the site. Ye is here. Finally taken down, but lots of time dealt with. Rest of EG playing deep towards long. First tap onto the spike now.
I think it's going to be a straight post plant. They don't have the time for this. Loud finally getting on the spike. Finally trying to stick things through. Tui's gets the kill. There's still room for the stick. Supa adjusts. Just in the nick of time. Got closer than it maybe should have been, but EG still win it out.
They've done a great job at shutting down Digizine now on these prior 2 rounds, who's been pushing up with the scoped weapons, trying to find that opening towards B-Long. At some point, though, on that loud 2v2, you just know they're cooked because despite your Ye going down, he did a great job delaying forward. And so by the time that LEV were actually able to get to the spike and tap, there were 2 stars down. It's just, you just know it's over at that point.
That's relatable.
Me for real.
We've been there. We have been there.
And that's going to force the timeout to be taken here.
There's a Red Bull clutch to win that round, but it does give a little momentum back to EG. Seems like this is a technical pause.
Yeah, so it's a tech pause.
He's got the hot towel, gonna get a nice shave.
We were told we're investigating a bug. I'm gonna assume we're investigating that one of the loud players can't see anything.
When we do get back into this, I was also just looking at the EG economy because they lost so many players. It's going to be in a rough spot. LEV will still have an opportunity to win 1 round for 2 unless EG get the plant down and get some additional cash, but they have an opportunity to extend the lead for sure when we get back in this.
Yeah, if they win a round, that would extend it for sure.
5 to 5.
Yeah.
And then possibly even to 6 when
Really
EG have
good
no money.
math. I'm so happy you guys are on your game
4 plus
today.
1.
The hand warmer face meta seems to be something developing. It looks really cozy.
It can't be sanitary though, no? Because you put your grubby paws all over the hand warmer and then it's on your
forehead.
forehead.
Your own paws, buddy.
I don't know.
Wash
You're
your
touching
hands.
Which player do you think that
I
is?
think it's Digits in, no?
Yeah, no, it is.
Yeah.
Digits in.
Listen.
I mean, I can't even see his hair from here, so.
Object permanence? Question mark. Where did it go? Show the
John Cena coming out early.
Which, okay, a VALORANT player in Americas, who would be the best contender in WrestleMania?
The best contender in WrestleMania?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Just
Digits in, you can't see him.
Let me think. You put me on the spot with an incredibly specific
hear
question.
me out. Wyatt, let me sell this for you. You got Digits in one corner, John Cena in the other, right? And then you just run the clip. You don't actually have to have anyone there.
I know this is a bad answer. I'm gonna give you some time to think. Let's watch a little video. When we come back, I want an answer. Here we go. Veteran Pancada, he spoke with us earlier about his thoughts on LAD's new rookie, Luxio. Let's listen, then you answer.
Are any of these gamers even fit?
Play the video.
O Luxio ele se adaptou muito fácil. Ele já estava treinando com a gente, não jogando. Ele jogou poucos mapas, mas assistindo de perto e participando e anotando e vendo tudo que tava rolando. Então a adição dele foi muito fácil, ele já estava ligado no que fazer. Fora que ele tem um talento sensacional, né? Mostrando aí no palco como ele é tão bom individualmente. Então foi muito fácil, caiu como uma luva, muito talentoso. E agora vamos manter.
He's standing in the lineup. You heard it here in that video. Makes sense. Luxio's been absolutely impressive. It was him and Pancada leading the way with 27 kills apiece in map number 1 to put LOUD up in this series. If you're just joining us, we're still in a tech pause game, a bug being investigated by our admins. More importantly, I asked you a question, Wyatt.
No,
Which VCT Americas player would be the best wrestler?
Okay, not a player, but I could see Potter being inserted into the fatal 4-way that opens Mania tonight.
You think?
Potter's got the size, wingspan. Yeah, I could see Potter hitting a nasty frog splash. So I'll go with Potter. And TCK with C9. I was thinking of who's jacked. That dude is built.
QCK?
No, TCK.
Oh, TCK,
yeah,
okay.
TCK, that is a fit man.
I was like, QCK?
No, I could see him contending for the IC title. TCK versus Braun Breaker, I'll take that. I'm
Did you
talking
have an
nonsense.
I don't know what any of this
I'm
means.
talking absolute nonsense. What?
Chrissy, did you have an answer?
I don't have an answer.
You don't have an answer?
I'm not a WrestleManiac.
Is that what they call the fans?
Yeah, they call me Mr. Maniac.
All right, well, let's check in with your favorite would-be wrestler, Potter. She also had a word with us, this time about Ye's return and really his debut here for VCT Americas getting picked up by this team. Let's take a listen to her thoughts on El Diablo.
Is that his wrestling name?
Ye is an incredible player. So much story, so much baggage as well. You know, he's had an incredibly tough couple of years. I've had an incredibly tough last year. So we're kind of coming at it from the same place, which I really like. And we're both having to kind of rewrite how everyone else sees us. You know, when he first joined EG, there was a lot of learning that he had to do, a lot of learning that I had to do. He's been a part of a lot of high-performing teams, as have I, and so just figuring out what wasn't working for him in the last couple of years and what might work for him on this roster has been a journey. It took a little bit of time to figure out exactly what kind of teammate he was going to be for us, but I think being somebody that has had as much success as he has over the past few years, it's kind of stunning to figure out that wait a minute, okay, well, let's do it a different way. And just working with your peers and collaborating, that's something that I think we're all learning together, and I'm really impressed with how much dedication Ye has to that.
Potter definitely took a risk on Ye, bringing him into this roster off of you know how rough his last 2 years were. The failure of that bleed roster, even earlier the implosion of DSG and challengers when he was there. It was some pretty tough sledding, even going back to getting dropped from C9 for role issues after one event. But now he's here on EG and he's trying to find his mark. We're still in a tech pause. You can see Icy's game not open, so
yeah, it's not in VALORANT. That's a problem.
we've heard it's going to be 3 minutes. We'll see how accurate that
was
is.
about
but
1 minute ago.
yeah,
So
hopefully we'll be back
we're
in
getting
soon.
there.
So you want to click the play button, Icy. That's the first step.
Good first step.
Yep. Right, we are being informed we have to teach him how to load VALORANT.
Oh.
And I'm sure that was not sarcastic. He got in!
Nice, he got
Wow.
You got to put the referee jersey back on and go help the man.
It's true, it's true.
in. The old lore. I could also see El Diablo in like a lucha tag team with Rey Mysterio. That would work
Who's
too.
Rey Mysterio?
You don't know
I
who Rey
know who that is.
Mysterio
He's the dude with the
Well, I've
mask.
heard the
Yeah.
name.
He's got the
All right,
mask.
that's-
He's so mysterious.
That's crazy.
I think I watched a Jack
Didn't
Black
they-
movie where they had that.
Didn't
Yeah,
they
there was
find
a-
out who that was, and then that was a big deal, like in a bad way? Like he wasn't supposed to be known who it was?
I can't. It's kind. I mean, it's not like he wears it in the mask in airports. I mean, he should. like, you know.
Getting on your United Airlines flight, and you just see a luchador as you walk past.
I want to check in. Can we look at Ye's monitor? Is that
Yeah,
a
show us
possibility?
his monitor.
Oh, we can
Oh,
see
not-
Icy's
No,
monitor.
Yay! Why is Icy
Or not
closing
Ye. I mean
VALORANT?
Icy. Sorry, that's not Ye.
There you
that's
go. That's the
Icy.
right button.
Did he pick the right tournament realm? That's the
That
question.
is. He probably picked the wrong one the last time because I saw him messing with it.
Just accidentally clicks on League. We have to reset again.
Okay. Another alternate reality question. Which VCT Americas Pro would be the best league for us?
No, this is true. I know the answer to this.
Oh, really?
Boostio. Boostio is currently Grandmaster in League of Legends.
Is that, please give it to me in Valorant terms. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's like high immortal. Yeah.
Oh.
That's right underneath
All right.
Radiant.
That's
Yeah.
impressive.
I found, or at least during Kickoff, I think he told me that.
Yeah, it's funny. We have a lot of pros who were pros at other games you wouldn't expect in
Yeah.
the past. And not the case with Boostio, but I mean, he was like a tier 2 player back in Overwatch. So there's always the stories going back through. Also, a lot of new rookies who their first pro game is Valorant. A lot of them showing up on the stage today. The likes of Luke Show, especially, who's been very impressive. New Issue is manifesting, or so I'm hearing. Mouse Issue.
Nice.
Man.
Nice.
So you're going to want
Icy
to
is
plug the mouse
struggling.
in. That's the first step.
You really
Also-
casted with Pansy at Bangkok and then brought her energy back
It's
here.
messed up. Look how many. He has 4 bottles of water, two
I
other
respect
drinks.
that. He's hydrated.
What is? No, they're like still full though. He didn't empty them.
Well, 2 of them
You
are.
never
He's gone through 2.
You never forget you have a cup of water and you go to the kitchen, you fill
Throw
another cup
them
of water.
away.
Oh no, you got to stay with 3 different drinks. I got like my hot tea and my sparkling water
Oh
and
my
my
God,
regular
Digit's
still
back.
water.
He's back. Where'd he go?
Okay.
Call back to your lack of object permanence, I suppose.
Comedy.
It's a reference.
Well, we still have some technical issues.
Oh,
so
give us a
let's-
video, Mimi,
We've
please.
got a video, let me tell you. This time, EG's Nature on his thoughts on Loud.
Can we see his letterbox?
I do think we saw Loud's form against both the last 2 teams. The Sentinels for sure. I mean, they brought it a very close 2-1 series, I would say, and they definitely could have won it hands down. And we're talking about for me, Kalenzine had a pretty rough series, and he's usually when we talk about Loud, this guy is always good for 3, always. And he had a really rough series, and they still brought it insanely close.
Interesting to hear from EG's IGL, and a little update for the viewers back at home. We are past game issues. We're in a new era, and we now have, quote, major mouse issues.
Major mash issues.
Oh, and it's all
Wait.
fixed,
Oh,
is
and
what we're
fixed.
hearing.
Cool.
Was it
So-
the classic, I forgot to charge my wireless mouse?
Major issues. I didn't plug it in.
that happens constant. the bane of the challengers player. The amount of tech pauses that we get in challenges because players forget to charge
That
their
was a
mic.
good caster.
Crazy.
We got the game to fix itself. Okay, here we go. Map number 2. This game, no stakes for the playoffs, but both teams clearly trying, and Loud trying to get their first win with a 2-0.
They're leaving it all on the field.
They
That's
really
true.
are. Not to be a KDA Andy, but Pancata is 11-2 after the 27 kill performance he had on map 1.
That's so insane. The talent on Loud, the shooters that they have, this is why I don't understand how they're 0-4. Like these
It
guys
doesn't make sense.
have some sick players.
Oh, yeah. Actually, okay, I thought Ye was maybe going to try and step up after that drone since he was a little more forward. But right now, EG are taking things really slowly.
Doesn't want to step into the ring.
But the slow play has been an issue for EG. They've lost a lot of rounds simply due to time. This time, though, they have dealt with the Vise wall in mid, and that has been evading them for the first part of this half.
Looks like Loud may want to re-clear A main. Yeah, they're going to do so off the Prowler, get the information as Ye is forced to break it, and the stealth turn for EG will allow him to take that forward space, set up for an A-hit split.
But look, Luxo is running over, and he's got the Visal. We're down to 35 seconds. Derek is kind of selling this by taking the orb for the ultimate. Loud again can play to just stall out this hit.
Double ult's used, but that's just going to send Loud straight into the site. They're here to brawl. Dash through. The double duelists have arrived. The plant still yet to. Oh, the fight through the smoke. Ye was alone there. And he dies for his hubris. Now an advantage to Loud. They're going to put more ults into this one. Guns taken away. Icy, very alone here. Just a shorty in his hands. We saw
Nice
Ye
smoke to
do
play
it.
with, though.
A little late, but Digizin could try to rip that ultimate, get in and get all the info. Yeah, he's going to.
He gets out. Now a 4v4. Ult from Digizin. Kalamazine is holding this one. Missiles finally in, but they've got it halfway. Icy only goes 1 for 1. And there's still a lot of time for Loud to play with. Kawa is sticking again, and no one is stopping him. No one is swinging him. The pull doesn't come in. They didn't think it was halved, and they lose the round because of it. Loud now 5-2 up.
And it's another 3K for Pancata. I mean, like, what
He's
is going
14-2.
on?
He's 14-2.
7.0 KD.
Astra. Yeah, I mean, the first one is, yeah, that fight through is just...
Was there a Yoru flash or something I missed?
That's Icy had one flash left, but I mean, Potter's looking befuddled. As am I.
Uh-oh.
Just unfortunate that nothing was really set up there.
It's a
And yeah,
tactical
calling a timeout after a pretty disastrous post-plant from EG.
I mean, I can get inside Ye's head there and see what he's trying to do. Like, there's big retake ultimates for the side of Loud, so if you can take that timing and get the kill, especially if it's onto, you know, the Vise, for example, all of a sudden that just straight up wins the round. But it is a big gamble to go for, and you saw what sort of happened to EG after it. It's only the Yoru and Icy that can stay on the site, get one kill before TPing out. I don't know, I just feel like EG are consistently running both into time trouble and also not having any forward positions on sites in the post plant.
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely the idea Ye had, but it was just not synced up with anything. And that was their undoing. You know, Loud were also finally able to extract some value out of the off just by virtue of Digizin holding down B the entire time and nobody actually getting into him. They're consistently able to stack up the majority of their players towards A.
In his rookie season, Loud Luxo has the highest ACS, 280, across all 4 international leagues.
And he hasn't won a series.
That's crazy. That is absolutely crazy. All right, early on Loud are putting emphasis on that A extremity control.
This is pretty classic for them, right? Those walk-ups, the forward postings. Digizin has the operator there, so certainly makes sense. Once the smoke goes down too, they can probably rotate Kawa out of the space. Maybe even drone seeing nothing, the Yoru could TP out.
Ooh, I wonder if that caught him. That was honestly tough to tell. It was super close either way. As EG have made their way down Link, and they're going to have late presence for B main. I like yeah, same Loud. They're trying to take some forward presence, cut off the split before it comes in.
Because they know EG consistently play into mid. There's only 1 or 2 guys that'll go towards B long.
So it's looking to be a 2v2 in that part of the map.
Look at how EG are exploring through sewer at the moment. They are all over the map.
This is a freestyle round from EG.
But
try and find something.
They have all the space except the space they actually need to get the spike to safety. Yoru TP's back deeper into main.
So seeing those two players pushed up B, there's going to be a fight for a moment
They're
off the
using
clone.
the ult on a fake here.
But there's still a problem towards A. The Yoru is here. The Spike is moving over onto that side of the map.
But Digizin is going back towards the site. He needs to be ready to fight in main. He could win the round here.
The Spike is still so far away with only 19 now.
He eats a stun. He might die for it. Stunned a second time.
Oh, the
Flash in his face.
flash.
He's still
Whoa.
alive. 10 seconds. The Spike now races into the site. It's the pistols come alive for EG. And now the spam! The round! Can they still win it? The plant's coming in. It's back and forth. Icy needs to stick, but Benkata. Now a 1v1. Then Icy. What was that round?
How on earth do they win that? With, what was it, 12 seconds when they were stuck in main trying to get onto the site? Pancata gets the double spam.
He walks accidentally into a stun, then gets stunned a second time by the Astra.
My eyes, get acid into my eyes. What is A main right now?
That is a... Pancata just gets 2 kills spamming the
Digizin
smoke.
is double stunned, but at the same time double flashing EG. And then with the 0.5 seconds, what, we're getting the plant down only to win the Thrifty?
Good round, EG.
Yeah, yay. Right
Good
back
job.
in it.
Round of
That is a classic Potter timeout. Instantly, EG are back with a round win.
Oh, don't even.
It's also put Loud on an eco.
Right.
EG have already opened this up, got the first kill. Oh,
Don't give away another gun, thank you.
All good.
I just want one normal anti-eco.
No.
That's all I'm asking.
I'm not going to let you have it because Luxo and Pancata are alive. Let me spin you something.
No.
All right, there we go. That was a reverse caster curse.
Good job.
They're going to stabilize a bit now, EG, with the economy, and Icy, because of all those prior kills he got, getting the spike down, etc., has the dimensional drift to really get EG back in this game, get the score tied up 5-5. That's going to be the one ultimate of significance in this. I mean, to be fair, Pancata has the Cosmic Divide, but the dimensional drift is just free low in the meta right now.
I think that was also Loud's throwaway round of fighting for the mid space on the low buy. Back to playing for mains, back to getting Digizin with a rifle this time. Posted up B long. I think it makes sense because so many of these rounds are coming down to the later moments too. Also just didn't have the money for it.
Next?
Okay, there's a gate crash from Icy placed over towards Art, going to teleport through now, get the information on A. EG, they want to pivot back, get into that A site, execute with a split.
What?
Just popping out of the
sticking that?
And he doesn't die for it either. Cowanzine runs. It's another round where the site gets wild.
So
and Cowanzine is the one who wins it out. The trade there is very nice from Ye, but Luxo's come up on the flank, eating away at some damage and shooed back to the safety of his teammates.
Yeah, Luxo's kind of struggled on that angle a few times. EG now droning to get back into space, but I think they may just end up rotating back towards B. They've left Ye for the time being. He'll try to retreat himself after a few warning shots back in, but Luxo snuck into the B site.
Yeah,
It's behind the Cosmic Divide.
that sheer wall did get activated in street.
Okay, past the because the Vi's got past the Astral, they hear these rotates, so the Spike is going back into A. EG have the audio info. Loud didn't think they could.
They're slow though. Loud is working back, but they're not running it.
20 seconds, guys, let's do it.
They're finally gonna find the site. Get the plant down.
15 seconds.
They
Get the plant
should be
down.
able to plant here safely.
Okay, they've done that one for the first time. It's not too nail biting.
And Ye's boosted up on top of this box. Super annoying angle for Loud to deal with on the retake.
3 in Art, 1 in main for the post fight. No presence on the site. And Digizin, he has a key position here, but he has to contend with Ye up top this box. This fight might just decide the round. Digizin starts to work in. It's free onto Ye. Flash in hand, but he dips back to safety, and now support has arrived in Loud. 2v2 towards Art. They're dealing with every kill, and the util starts to fall away. Missiles were used. They'll delay for a moment, but Derek is so far away from this fight, and now he's the only one left. It's not enough. Loud has to run. The time has expired, and EG sneak away with the round.
I didn't see exactly what happened there on the site from Loud. They had 3 players around the spike, couldn't actually get back on it.
I think it was the missiles.
The missiles came in for sure.
There's super late delay from Derek. It was really looking good for Loud. Digizin played that situation towards Art in really excellent fashion. had Luxio come double up with him after this kill, play off of that Yoru flash, but yeah, it was Derek playing way far back on the run, gets the delay off with the salvos.
Is this another Potter timeout? We had one, what, 4 rounds ago? No, it's a tech pause.
Ah. Thanks to the back wall, we were able to deduce that information. And now the assistant's on our screen.
Hopefully we'll get a status update soon. Check in on any potential major mouse issues.
Hopefully we don't, actually. Let's just talk.
I would rather start the game.
Nah.
Okay, what do you want to talk about then?
I don't, wait, whoa, don't put me on the spot
You
here.
said I just want to talk and then don't have a topic?
I don't know, my feelings?
Tell me about, how are you feeling about this map?
Where did those cartons of eggs come from?
The ones in front of us?
Yeah, have those been there the whole time?
They've been there the
Yeah,
whole
we've
time.
got
I just didn't.
ages 4+. This adds. I realize there's no visual element to this, so I'm not sure how compelling the eggs in front of us is.
No,
but
that was an intrusive thought.
yeah, you just let it slip
came
through.
up.
This is what happens by the time of the second, third tech pause. The intrusive thoughts always
They
start
win.
to win.
They
Yes.
win.
They begin to win.
At least I get to enjoy my apple cinnamon hot tea.
Now, what do you
Great
tell us in
flavor that they
chat?
have
What are
at
you
the Riot
drinking right
snack
now? You
bar.
got any nice tea? Got
Red
a
Bull?
Red Bull, you know? Add it all into the mix.
Good, dear.
No, Pancotti's still 18-4. That's good.
It's kind of
That's cool.
unbelievable how good he's been.
And IGLing at the moment, as far as I know.
Yeah.
Was last week.
Playing as the leader of this team, I mean, he has been so good for them. I think that we do have a little video. I know you guys love videos. This one was from Pancata talking about his role switching back to being the IGL for this Loud team. Let's take a little listen.
Wow, I queued that up accidentally.
Yeah, good segue.
Os maiores desafios agora, eu acho que na função de GL, eu sinto que é a performance mesmo. Eu sou um jogador que sempre me cobrei no quesito da performance, mas agora que acaba que eu sinto que, tipo, meu firepower abaixa um pouco. Eu morro muitas vezes, tipo, olhando no radar, ou vejo uma brecha, passo na frente e morro. Então acaba que eu vou ter que acostumar um pouco com isso, de estar um pouco mais abaixo no quesito individual. Mas faz parte, se o time for ganhar, tô disposto a fazer qualquer coisa.
Interesting to hear from Pancata. Obviously, he wasn't a player that was known as an IGL, spent the biggest part of his career with Sadak leading this Loud team, and now that he's over in Europe, having to actually take the mantle and
Is that
lead
where he
Loud.
went?
Yes.
Wow.
Did you think he just like...
Wait, what happened to Les?
He's also in Europe, actually.
Why did everyone go to Europe?
I don't know. You tell
Man.
me. You're the one who keeps going over there.
Oh no, I'm the one who always comes back.
That's true.
I'm so real for that.
That's
By the
called
way,
framing.
big Sippy's update from chat. I'm seeing a lot of waters personally. Staying hydrated out there.
I
You
respect
gotta love.
that.
Oh, where'd he go?
There was a keyboard issue in that last round from one of our players that may have impacted the round. Admins are investigating right
Oh,
now.
no.
We'll give you updates as soon as possible.
Not a keyboard issue.
So we've had a mouse, we've had a keyboard.
A
Is
major
that why they
mouse
couldn't get
issue.
on the spike?
Major mouse issue. Oh, that could have actually explained it.
It is a
We'll see.
possibility.
Looking like a
unclear.
Moose at Spotlight. You remember that round?
Yeah, Moose just not diffusing the spike.
He hit his Windows
Hit
key.
the
I think.
Windows key, couldn't get in there.
Nice. Classic.
It really
What
is.
was the other iconic one of those? Was it Marved?
Oh, yeah. So that was...
Marved on Haven
I almost
C?
said NRG. I
Oh
think
my god.
Against like Nitro.
Was it Optic or Envy? I don't
think
know.
it was
one of
against
those
100
teams.
Thieves when they had Nitro.
Yes, it
I
definitely
remember
was.
that.
It was Finesse and Marved in a 2v0
Yeah.
on C long. They went to pick up an operator, no one defused.
Yeah,
Classic.
I appreciate that. By
Hello,
the way,
Adrian.
I'm gonna need us. Hey, I'm gonna need us to lock in,
I'm
okay?
locked.
Because we've been called out. Laundry Smeller 1 tells us
What a name.
these casters don't know about KC Sawdog? Question mark? Question mark. That's 2 question
Well, don't say
marks.
these casters. It was just you.
Well, no. Laundry Smeller 1 said these casters. We're all in this together. We're all in this boat.
I'm
It's
not,
sinking.
personally,
They
I
weren't
think
paying
the boat
close
is
enough
more so
attention.
over here, and you're more so
Yeah,
over there.
you're sinking. I'll
I've
consider
got an
throwing you a
oar
paddle.
over here.
Goat Kata.
I agree.
Yeah.
Let's go loud.
Wing Lodu.
Wing Lodu. I
Yeah,
don't know
the
what that
emoji's
is.
not translating quite as well.
I'm
What-
waiting
what are these
for
eggs?
Laundry Smeller 1 to fire back.
Can we investigate the eggs? Because we were talking about them earlier.
The eggs. Oh, yeah, wait, we've got eggs here. Hold on. Ages 4+.
Okay, are you 4+?
It says it right here.
Well, it's your birthday today, and you're turning 6, so thankfully you'll be good.
EG for the win. Yep.
What do we got here? Okay, we got some colors.
Are they confetti eggs?
Someone.
It didn't pop!
Is it true
pop.
that someone told me that I can just throw this up into the air?
Yeah, do it.
One of the
If you
producers
break
did.
something.
Okay. I don't know
Oh,
what
not hit the ceiling.
Oh, it
Wait,
landed
didn't
on the
even
couch.
break.
Well,
Hold
it
on,
landed
hold
on
on,
the
hold
couch.
There we go.
Nice.
That's something.
It keeps landing on the couch. There's a lot going on. Oh, we're getting
you're
more cards.
scaring
Giving us
me.
more eggs. That's
We don't need this much ammunition
Oh, nice.
of this raining down. We're celebrating
Stimuli.
this moment. Pansy's in the
Stimuli.
chat.
Oh, Pansy!
Get out. Close the stream, Lauren.
Whoa,
Close
whoa, whoa.
the stream.
Sorry, we cannot run
What a
the
shame.
next thing Pansy typed in chat.
Interesting.
Hey, Pansy, let's keep it clean over there. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Little update on the stage. Keyboard issue was there, but it did not affect the outcome of the round. Therefore,
Nice.
admins have deemed we will not be replaying it. The score of 5-5 stands, but we are getting a new keyboard for the player affected.
Nice.
Do they have to build the keyboard? Is that what we're waiting on?
We tried to do that for you a couple weeks ago.
Yo,
and
shout out Mimi. She's a real one. She helped me build a custom keyboard
It's a nice
for the
keyboard.
first time.
Let's go EG. We believe. Minor spelling mistake.
Alive, yeah.
Is that what you're here for?
Yo,
Just-
by the way, Dan the Penguin, me and Mimi ran into Dan the Penguin at
a
coffee
coffee
this
shop,
morning.
yeah.
Shout out Dan the Penguin. He made clove.
Dan the Penguin is also a man, not just the guy in Wyatt's
Oh,
Lab.
really?
Yeah.
Yes. There's a
Oh.
man whose name is
Yeah.
Dan, but
So-
also his name is
And he's an
Penguin.
agent developer?
Yeah.
So
Oh,
he was.
I didn't know that.
We were on the league playtest team together. We used to come to the smoothie bar frequently for smoothie bar one-on-ones.
Right
Very
where we
important
are.
meetings.
Nice.
Where we are right now. Yeah. Then he went on to bigger and better things.
What agents has he designed?
Clove, and now works on like live balance, like the gun balancing.
When's he nerfing
updates.
Tail?
Dan. Say something. Say something, Dan.
Speak on the issue.
Any second now.
Get the mic. Do we have a mic?
Surely. Are you telling me that the
Speak up, Dan.
65 damage didn't fix Tayo? Might need to go down slightly to like 50 maybe.
That is really
Well,
cute.
we've got him mic'd up. I don't know why he isn't saying anything.
Yeah, he doesn't
Was
want
he
to
shy?
Little shy.
Little camera shy.
Okay, well.
Well, you got what
They
you
should let
wanted.
Dan the
This is a
Penguin
commie
pass
test
around.
row. What'd you say, producer, in my ear?
No, he said we are getting ready checks.
Oh,
Wyatt.
nice, nice. We're getting
Means
ready,
We
checks.
should be getting into the game again shortly.
Nice.
We're already in the room.
Love that. Love that. Love that.
Ooh, this is a good one. This is a good
Okay.
one. Weberl says, I think the casters should start an esports team. They are the smartest in VCT anyway.
Why has
I
tried
agree.
that?
No, that's pretty based.
You won Champions 2021, right? Zen Esports.
True.
Was
there's
that
also-
written by you,
God.
Ender?
No, that was
The
a real
producers were telling
person.
me that was written by @Ender. Wait a minute.
Guys, the game is on.
That it is. Finally back into it.
And
Sounds
Loud
tech
said,
pause.
let's stack up towards Art and triple face, and if they walk at us, we're going to kill them.
Revolutionary War type beat.
I like that strat. EG, they're taking a main control. Slowly, but surely. What? What?
Sorry,
I'm explaining the round.
chat. I'm still reading chat.
The tone of your delivery just really got me there. I don't know why. No, dude, please
Comedy.
continue with a round like that.
And Loud, they are flanking up mid, but here's that
Wait, they have to do
sheer
some
wall.
like movement.
Wait, what is?
Some movement.
Oh, they've got it activated, and it's all a ruse. They will be going back to Art.
EGU's an ult here. Doesn't tag anyone. They're using 2 ults here. Against mostly Sheriffs.
You're so smart, Mimi. How did you count to 2?
I just feel like that might be a lot. To be fair, they think Loud Force here doesn't matter though. That's 1 with the Sheriff already.
Pancata is just, even in the ecos, adding up kills.
Oh, good flash from
Just
Digizin.
in. That's 2.
He's
Game's even,
ulting?
and
He's
he's
handling
sending it.
this.
Wants to win this round. Spots out 1 player. Knows
Spots
the
out
second
2.
is in main. Will he pop out on the right timing? He's out of the ultimate and TPing back into sight. Low time.
Wait, you can
Dewey
full
can
stick back
defuse
there.
around the corner, but the missiles should win this round because time is already so far gone. And he can't get on the spike. The kills not coming through either, and it got dangerous, it got dicey, but nature Saves the day with a 4K.
EG have been doing a really good job at
in the half.
staying alive and spamming the spike with utility late
the
and
EG
stopping
classic.
Loud from defusing.
Unironically, like
They're
going
playing
back
to the win con.
to when they was a world champion team, Cutter was always like, what if we just spam these smokes on Pearl? And then we win the round.
Ah, Pearl. Just spam
Nice,
the...
Nick. Nicholas Garrison. Oh my. Let's do it.
Did we just have to censor a lot?
Yeah. That was like you listen to like a modern song on the radio and there's just 40% is cuts.
Did you guys know Nature's full name is actually Nicholas Acher?
No. That's not... I don't believe that's
No.
what Icy just said.
Oh, I thought that's what he was saying.
No, I think you might have misheard.
I think you're wrong.
Loud,
Okay.
they've got the full buy. They've got one opportunity to tie this up 6-6. And okay, Scrappy in the duels, but too easy, at least trades it back, and then Nature gets his.
That's a big ulti. Loud going for this mid fight. Looks just going to walk out into mid, but isn't quite there either. Still more bodies entering the fray. You think about it, Loud have never on a buy round fought into mid, so those extra angles unexpected. Jin walking down B long also finds, and it sort of blocks CG out of this round.
And Loud, remember their confidence this round. Map 1, it was all about the duels here. Just swing them in mid, swing them in main. Get yours. It's a 2v4 now for Evil Geniuses.
Stealth drone over from Loud being sent to clear out a ton of A main, so some valuable info gained for them as we're heading to the tail end of this round, and EG will begin to feel a bit of pressure from the clock, needing to get this spike down on the A site. Could get slowed down by these thorns being activated. Cross map from Luke Show as well.
Now it's seen. Nice shot. That should lock up this round. Yay. Oh, nice adjustment, but he doesn't find the kill. And it's 6-6 yet again. 2 maps in a row where we're tied even at half.
Loud just going for some of those open faces towards Art and finding success, getting the trades back, pressuring in towards mid after the fact. Great timing caught by Pancata.
Look, you can't tell me that this is not just the exact same map we just watched. It's 6-6 at the half. EG have like no individual player that's popping off. Meanwhile, Pancata is doing even better this time, 21-5.
It's deja vu on Pearl as we head to the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Half. Let's check in again with Pancata. He had a monstrous first half back on Lotus, and at the halftime here on Pearl, 21-5. I would say that's pretty good.
Yeah, this is basically an exact repeat of what happened on Lotus.
Really?
At half, Pancata going crazy and tied up 6-6. The difference this time, though, is that Luke Show has had a very slow start, sitting at 5-8. As of right now, I think this is probably his worst performance of the maps that he's played, and has set an unbelievably high standard for himself. He is consistently top fragging, dropped 27 on map 1, top ranked 5 out of 6 of the maps you played prior to that. I mean, it's just been on another level.
Yeah, if this guy doesn't get 24 kills in a map, that's an underperformance for him.
Oh, he's dropped min 20, I think, on every map. I could be wrong, and I could be lying. I think there was one he had 18, and he's still top ranked for that because Loud rolled, but every other map, 20 minimum, I think. Or I'm lying. We'll check in on that. Source, trust me.
All missiles away.
No one's really here on B to hold.
I mean, they're going to be getting here pretty quickly, right? EG trying to get past the one-way to Jazindo. Early trades. And Loud are divided up around the wall for a moment, but with all these smokes down, it should be easy enough to get into a comfy post.
The smokes are falling now, and EG has pretty much all arrived. Derek just a little later than the rest of the team.
And Lucho trying to find timing, but forced back by Util.
Yeah, into the side already. A lot of utility for backhaul, but Loud are holding their nerve. And Luxo, is this his round to turn it back into his favor? Absolutely. Easy 3 for Luxo. He's up to 8.
There's something about him on the pistol rounds with the Ghost that results in consistent multi-kills. He is so sharp.
And he also ends up being the guy that's usually saving the next round a lot of times too, just carrying up a pistol, still finding value in those as well. So this will actually be Loud winning both pistols on this map, right? I guess that would be the big difference compared to the last map where EG won the first pistol and it started snowballing away from them. EG came into this half with momentum, but Loud have stolen that away for just a moment at least.
That could be a much-needed moment of confidence gain for Luxo to get right back into this game. I also, in the second half on Lotus, that's when he surged up the scoreboard and tied with Pankata, so perhaps we will just get the exact repeat of history.
At that point, I'd want to see a third map to see if we could just do it again.
Loud are taking their time now in the mid-round, getting some control over towards that A extremity. Luxo getting that space. Going to try and allow an opportunity for Loud to pivot back to A if necessary. Wow, actually trying to catch the Simon to walk into the site. Isn't spotted. Creeping through the smoke. This is the makings of a crazy timing for him to get a free kill.
It's the anti-eco, like, hero lurk, because you only have the pistol, so you kind of have some freedom later in a round like this to go crazy.
Guys,
and
he
here
might
come
be
the rotates.
catching the timing.
Yeah, Derek's only got a classic, so even him sticking around on site isn't too big of a problem.
30 seconds left.
And there it is.
And yeah.
That is super free. The rest of the team are getting to the site now for a very easy plant.
Look where Pankata is as well. He's ready to support. Just peek his head.
Oh,
Oh my god. Through the wall.
That was actually Mike Ehrman trapped in Breaking Bad through the wall.
2 for 2 with the references today.
Really going in with the Breaking Bad cinematic universe references. And I'm not mad at it. All right. Pretty clinical for Loud. This is legitimately starting, just like how the second half did.
No.
Luxo gets a bunch of kills on the pistol, and then he cleans up a couple on round 2 with a pistol.
In 2 rounds, he has doubled his kills.
He is right back in the game.
Let's go, boy. I like that shit.
Oh, that's awesome. Thank you for not censoring that.
Always a gift.
Where are you?
All right. On over the top, instant break from EG with Defice Nature playing back street.
Yeah, again, heavy buy round 3, Loud carrying over from the FPX. And breaking apart mid very early on. I mean, Luxo's going on a bit of a mission down towards street, setting up for a split 4-1, just leaving him islanded here with the clone to buy some distraction into connector.
Yeah, going to say, in juxtaposition to EG when they were on attack, they did not prioritize getting into mid early on.
Icy ran out of time on his Steepy. Now he'll swing in, has a second to escape, and does get out as Nature picks up a kill. The lurk from Luxo. Activated into the site. Good timing found onto Nature, who's got blindsided, and Icy on the swing as well. Barely finds a shot.
Oh my god!
Luxo, this rookie man, he is so good.
I mean, just 3 different fights in different locations. The first one handed to him, right? Not looking there. But then to win the next 2, felt like EG kind of rushed their way into the fight. Whether it was Ye swinging back hall when you've got the double flank coming down into street.
And again, because they do the FPX buy on their anti-EQ after winning pistol, they get a really solid one here. Tons of rifles to play with. That is clinical on the third.
And the thing is, when you go for a 4-1 split like this, you're usually like, the one player is usually the last to activate, or it's a throwaway 1-for-1 going to the site to pull heads. You're not getting 3 kills like that.
And if you guys remember Potter's interview after map 1, her gripe she gave to Riv was that they never had any money in the second half. That every anti-eco round was getting out of control, that they couldn't win against their opponent's bonus, and look where we are now.
She's on the phone with EG corporate. Give us money, please.
Wouldn't be the first time. Okay, Luxo shut down by the Marshal. What a headshot from Ye.
That's certainly a way to get a little stimulus package there. Little eco kill. Now baiting out the wall from Loud. This is pulling 4 rotators in, but Pankata, once more, the solo street lurk.
Don't let him do it again, please.
Oh, this might be a brutal timing. Yes, Superman going to get that free as it comes.
Out from heaven, flash and icy damage. EG, they're firing back. It's a flawless, thrifty win.
Potter back on the phone with EG corporate. Cancel that, don't give us money.
That was so well done. Luxo getting shut down initially towards A, and then Loud feel like, okay, we got to force ourselves into B, and EG rotated, stacked it up.
Oh.
Yeah, that was a nasty shot. I mean, to the, yeah, and then Ye is able to rotate from there into back halls.
Right.
Nature happy about it. And Ye has an off. This is always a key when you're playing these Yoru Jet compositions.
Yeah. Brings me back to the good old days.
You want to say it for me?
No.
Okay.
I'll let you get that line off if something happens with Ye, but
I'm holding. I'm on the edge of my seat.
At the moment, there is a ton of initiator. Util
Prime Ye!
You used to force him back, and it just doesn't even matter.
He swung in and got 1 kill.
Yeah, but that's 1 more kill than he was getting with bleed most games.
That is pretty prime.
Oh my god.
That's messed up. That was uncalled for.
Strays on strays.
That was.
I'm Ye's biggest fan. Don't even start with me.
Don't get it twisted.
Don't get it mistaken.
He's getting it twisted. Okay, that's actually prime. Ye. That is so sick.
He's so back. He's so back.
I mean, the knives during the Steel Garden is so insane.
He's got the op back.
We've waited years for this.
Here.
Gonna wait a little
Not
longer.
That. 5v2. I want the highlight reel. Come on, Ye. Through the smoke. Icy takes the first. Ye whiffs.
Pankata looking sharp right now, but double face from EG to clean him up. Was worried that.
Well, we got some prime Ye, then we got some DSG Ye at the end there.
So they're able to convert that round. EG are suddenly right back in the game, huh? Looked like Loud would be going to be up 10-6, and they have come to life. This was so sick. The immediate swap to the knives off of the Steel Garden was crazy. What a play. And I'm looking at Pankata on the scoreboard at a chill 25-7, and honestly, I'm starting to... It's a lot of kills, but I feel like they haven't been super high impact in these last few rounds. Not to take away from that obscene stat line, but yeah, he really got Loud to, off to a surging start, but EG are getting right back into this game.
We can't get too complacent with these eco rounds. EG has been losing a hell of a lot of them this game.
Oh, good dodge on the flash there. Breaking all the utility. Oh, wait, we're not breaking the utility.
Bro, you gotta hit those. He almost dies for it. Thankfully, Ye has got his back in the TP. Back into it with the ultimate. That should sure it up. Superman. Where did he get those from? Cowanzine as well. Wanted to put on a highlight reel, but he'll be shut down as EG tie us back up at 9.
Scary when Icy had to teleport out, but I like that instant dimensional drift. Gives
How did he use the dimensional drift on the eco round, though?
I think it's fine. You take it. When it offers you up a clean round like this.
They all lined up so perfectly for Supa there.
I mean, I suppose it's unfortunate they lost 2 at the end, but realistically, it doesn't matter. Their cash is really solid at the moment.
Yeah, it'd be winning that eco and stringing a couple together, they're going to be set for a long, long time. But this round for Loud is the swing, I feel. They're buying down low. They've got 3 monster ultimates. You've got to be winning a round like this if you're spending it all.
All right, so early on, pretty standard. You have that stealth drone from your attacking Taeho clear out everything towards B main, while the rest of the team are attempting to make their way slowly into Arc. Some noise being made now. Prowler coming through. Just going to give the information on Superman's angle, force him back.
Wow, Tuz was considering the early ult there. Now going to pop that into the site. Not going to find anything. They're probably going to think there will be players up inside of A main at the moment.
I mean, that is some thorough util. Everything cleared out. This should be a pretty safe plant, and then they can rip that Cosmic Divide after the spike is down. They have the Armageddon for delay later. Cowanzian is, of course, going to get the missiles cycled up as well.
Icy's working on a flank. He falls off.
Oh my God.
It's a near kill off the missiles. Superman, right before the wall goes up, finds DGZ. So it's a 5v4 retake. Loud has forces still left alive on this site, and they have to be stalwart in their defense with the swings from EG. Util good. Luke Show! He was stunned! But still the round's not done. Loud walled off. Pancata holding, and there's no trade for Ye. Missiles, a pull. The spike is stalled. But the wall is still up for another moment. Now it'll fall down, a stun, ready to go. Spam needs to come in as Pancata. He comes alive, and Loud win out the rounds. They take their lead back.
And that's how a post plant will go when you have your Astra and Taeho able to survive to the very end. That miscue timing, though, through the Cosmic Divide, where it obviously Ye had intentions of swinging through, and either someone didn't listen to his call to go through, and he ended up going alone, or there was some kind of communication mishap that occurred, which allowed Pancata to get that free kill, get it into the 2 versus 2.
Are you serious? I got.
How frustrating is that for EG?
Feels like a few times he's been on a different page compared to other players on his team.
Look at the EG economy right now going into this round, by the way. 3 players are bought down to effective nothing.
And they don't have a great loss bonus either. This now turns from the swing round for Loud to one for EG.
I mean, this is just a pivotal round period. Loud don't have great money either. Super late in the game, a round that could certainly be worth 2, excuse me.
The thing is, all the big ults were used in the last round. Maybe Derek gets an ult online at some point in this round, but on defense, playing passively towards A, very unlikely. That explosive retake potential EG are hoping for, not going to be able to tap into that. Jin finding the opening towards B. Makes so much rely on the other carries of EG.
Ye was just swinging through that.
Here's
Max
Nature
confidence
on the site, repositioning into the close corner. This could be deadly. There's a duel in mid as well, but Nature, he's gone. And now it's on Supa, who does find his mark. Still, it's a big disadvantage here. 4v2. Does Derek take this time? And he wants to, but the coverage is thorough from Loud.
At this point, they can just gather back up, play passively. Astra alive, Taeho alive, 2 versus 4. Nightmare situation for EG.
Dudgeson is in back hall, but he still has the teleport to escape to long after he takes this first fight. Or even if EG wait too long to get back into the site.
I don't know if they can even win this round. Time's low, the player's long. This is going to be so difficult, but that's a solid start. Still, the util is a definite problem for Evil Geniuses. They're going to try and get on the spike, but there's a player there ready to spam, a player there ready to push, and Derek, he's going to die for it. EG, the money is bad, and Loud is up now 11-9 in this game.
A pivotal round for them to close out this game, and aside from just winning the round itself, crushing the EG economy, it's gotten Dijazine to that dimensional drift, and that can be used on the final buy that EG will have, of course, unless they thrifty here, and that could be enough to close this game out.
Looks like EG are going to be calling a tech coming out of this. Just to look at sort of the state of their buy, whether or not they can do anything, because for my eyes, it's like, yeah, you could maybe get 1 or 2 hero rifles, but that means you won't be able to buy the op for Ye in the next round. So what I'm sort of expecting Potter to come in with here is instead to say, no, we need to save to get that off, because I think it's been so effective for Ye.
It's so obscene also that Pankata is 28-8. In all of these post plants, he's just finding a kill or two. He slowed down a little bit, you know, late in that first half into this one, and now has just been consistent value every single round.
And I think we have Riv here again to get a check-in on how our teams are doing. Oh, and Riv, funny thing, you were muted that entire time. Try it again. Oh, let's give him that headset, Chris. It seems like the mic's not working. We want this insight.
I'm not sure.
Riv, quickly.
Riv, run.
Riv's giving up on it. It's fine. No, it's fine. It's fine, Riv.
This is so sad.
Look, we're just a little disappointed.
Yeah,
we're a little
hate to see that.
NT Riv. He was given some good stuff.
Well, hey, we could do a tech pause and figure that out, and then, no? Okay.
Maybe we just let the game play out.
Fine by me. It looks like there was a hero rifle purchased for Icy, but Supa is saving for an op for Ye.
The aforementioned Ye, picking up the Marshal again, has been favoring that weapon on a ton of eco rounds, both maps. Stealth drone destroyed, and Derek is caught by those salvos, needs to at least temporarily retreat as Loud put emphasis on getting A main early.
Kind of wild that EG are pushed out in mid. Although Luxo has a flash there, so it's possible for him to tap that flash and see if anyone's pushed in. He's kind of missed the window on that now, and with Icy where he is, he could here rotates out of A if that ever comes down to it. Or just go for the fast flank.
Our Dimensional Drift is going to be used on this anti-eco to get Loud to match point. Dejazine running through the A site, getting all the info, realizes for his team that it is completely empty. Luxo goes down on the flank.
Okay.
That's a gun for Ye.
Oh, and that's the wall taken down as well. So all of a sudden, Icy is going to be on this flank so much faster than Loud would ever expect.
They're going to need to be heightened in the awareness to be able to pick off Icy.
I don't think anyone's going to be looking, at least not yet. When does that internal clock start to tick? When do they realize not fast enough? It doesn't matter! Icy misses the mark!
With the hero rifle too. That was EG's chance to get back in. Now the Tejo ultimate going down. They might just be able to get on the spike.
They're gonna try to. Nature holding things down. The missile's coming in.
Haft
gets it halfway. Dies for the efforts, but Supa with the bucket. He's gone through the smoke, and now Derek has to defend. He's trying to stick in the 2v2, the defuse. It's coming through, and EG on their thrifty round, despite the bumbles, despite the mistakes, win it out regardless.
That was huge. I think the Armageddon from Derek is really the big difference maker there.
That
because there were tail missiles on the other side, but they came in late because that tail was trying to run out of the other one's ulti.
My God, what a shot from Ye. But that's the risk of being the lurk on an anti-eco and getting proactive to the extent that you push all the way down B long alone while your team is 4 over at A. You know players are going to be in ratty positions with worse by guns, and you can get punished for overextending.
And now the situation is flipped. Loud with a couple of Guardians, some light armors. Ye has the operator that was donated over to him because of the save on the previous round.
This is everything on the line for Loud. Look at the state of their cash. It is brutally low. I mean, same for EG. It has been neck and neck, back and forth this entire map.
It is interesting to me how passively EG are playing some of these lines deep towards Art. Sort of the passive op line into A main instead of pushing forward to the box. Even back on B, Icy's on that site, but he's not holding anything. He's waiting for a wall to be triggered.
Flash, haunt combination so Loud can try and get some presence in street, and the stealth drone will clear out everything for them.
Good util from EG in reply.
Down to 40 seconds, they still haven't broken the wall on this site. This is a hard one to exec into.
Icy has a great position. Ye still has his flash.
Nightfall will sell his position quickly though, so if Loud can scale off that.
No clone for DGZ. They have to just send it through
Huge
this
stall.
wall. But the stall, you're right, they're completely canceled out here. 25 seconds. And now, finally, the go button getting pressed, but Icy in the corner. The wall up, Icy, he whiffs again! And that might just do it. Nature now in a tougher position than he ever could have fathomed. Loud How are they doing
10
this?
seconds
Well,
left.
now it's a 3v4 retake for EG. Ye still has an operator in his hand. The spike is going to be planted, and Tui's falls. Still, it's traded out by Kalenzien on the other side. EG are flooding into the site, but it's about to be a 1v3. It's just not going to happen. It's all
And
loud.
it's Icy in 2 rounds, whiffing out on the critical kill.
How does he get that? He's being bounced by the wall forward with just the classic. That is
Man.
insane.
That might just lose this series for EG.
And that's a round where EG, they slammed the
He only had
Visor.
a classic.
I cannot believe he's able to find that. So obscene. And the Nature playing forward, sadly can't even find one in that moment. Pancata, by the way, 1 kill in that round gets him to the 30 bomb. 30 for 9 on the map.
Over 3.0 KD.
Dude, why is Pancata showing up like this in a
no
match
miss?
that has no stakes?
Because he wants to win a
That's
damn
awesome.
game, Kristen.
No, but this is just like a generational performance out of Pancata. Like, oh my word.
He's out here like, hey, Loud, y'all better keep me for next stage. I was not the problem.
We never lose 5 times in a row.
12-10.
Yeah, don't forget, this is also EG coming off of a win against what we thought was the best team in the group in Crew.
Yeah, who did,
Right.
they won their last game.
Yeah, but that
against
was
100 Thieves.
unbelievable. And now, on the borderline of losing against a winless team.
This Loud team has so much potential going into stage 2, man. They have such unbelievably talented players. Luxio has been an incredible rookie acquisition. When you have your world champ IGLing and dropping 30, you can't be going 1-4 if they win this game.
This round is rough too. EG series point on a low
I've
by
seen this
force.
round in EMEA. I'm a little scared about the Bucky.
I mean, they've won 2 Thrifties already in this game, or this half even.
Oh, don't let him get away with this. Don't let him do
Whoa,
something with the
no.
Bucky. That's one already.
Oh my god, he's not aware. Icy gets the
He's
first
lacking
kill.
critical information.
That's a 30-kill player, not checking his corners. You can't go into this Bucky.
Yeah,
You can't swing this Bucky. Please don't
not?
swing the Bucky. Okay, it's fine. DG's team comes up and saves the day, and Loud, they fight back, bounce back into this round, but Icy! Redemption from the whiff! Just for 3, and EG have the gap to 1.
I think we have to talk about the absurdity of that round for EG. First of all, it's a full force Bucky, Sheriff, Singers nonsense, but also Loud had 3 players that were 1 orb away from having ults. The fact that they get these fights here, Icy's finding that and teleporting back to be involved in this.
Yeah, that was
bad work.
A great reposition, nice transfer. Ye swinging bottom of street as well at the exact same time. He's got the Outlaw at the moment.
3 light armors.
3 targets on Loud that are susceptible to the one-shot, and he's positioned on B where they're headed.
And importantly, it's Dudges in with light armor. The guy that's often taking the first fight. It doesn't matter for the Outlaw, but it might matter for the round.
Oh,
Big
yay.
damage.
Gets the tag down to 10 HP on Pancata.
Tui's going to grab that orb. It likely won't come into play unless he gets a bunch of kills and the spike down. More important is the fact that the other 3 Loud players have ultimates to play with. Use that Cosmic Divide to try to nullify some angles, force out. Yay, but he's able to capitalize regardless.
The spam is good for the trade, but it's still a 4v3. Ult for Luxio. Icy replying with the Dimensional Drift, pushing back towards Long. He's seen them all. The rotates will arrive, and look at Icy. The wall means no audio on him, and he's repositioned all the way back to Long.
EG going to take their time, wait for these walls to come down. 40 seconds left, and Loud aren't even on the site. They're stuck back in Hull. The missiles to force them out into the open.
But the wall is still up, and Icy doesn't have his shot. 30 seconds now. Derek worried about a push towards spawn, but the util to stall out.
And the wall's coming down now.
They're double swinging back into the site.
Oh, it looks like they know.
They're so ready for Icy, but he could still pick a good time and could find his moment. Flash up. Icy spots 1. Another flash, 15 seconds. Loud. They need to get the plant down, but EG is sending in all the troops. And Pancata, the IGL, the star, It should be just too much. 4 seconds, he's out of time. EG, OT, they're not out yet.
Yo, why is this series a gigabanger? It's a 13-11 map 1, OT map 2. What is going on?
It comes down to Loud's inability to deal with EG when they're on eco rounds. 3 times in that half, I believe.
Literally, it was EG without money had a higher round win rate, I think, than when they had guns.
Or equivalent, I guess.
Sure.
Yeah, they go 3 for 3. That's crazy. Loud have to be so frustrated, feeling that they threw that game away. At 12-10, EG on an eco. They win it out. Loud carrying 3 ults into the final round. Not enough to get them over the finish line. Cowan's dead before he can use the Armageddon. Articious in glass cannon off, peeking through doors early.
He's had a rough series, but in OT, it's not gonna change. Dead to Icy. And EG up 5v4. Luxo, he's not finding the mark either. And EG now a clean advantage and a golden pathway to B.
Yeah, nobody on that B site. No Vi's utility to worry about any longer.
And those are the kind of shots that Digicine just never misses, frankly. Such a rare whiff from him. EG are in prime position to get to this match point.
And they've still got a couple flashes on Icy. They've got the stun from Derek. They've got so many fighting tools. Loud really need to find a pick out from Heaven, but those angles aren't being offered up to them just yet.
EG have both their post-plant players stuck in towards long. Loud have to go quickly if they even want a chance of winning this. They see Icy, that's a free opener, so maybe a chance now. They swing towards backside, no one's looking at Pancata, no one's looking, and now it's all about the post-plant.
Oh, but there's still 2 stars down right now.
Missiles already got used. The pull will come in next. No, the stun to start. Tui's pushed away, but it's a 2v1.
The other star's gone.
There's no pull. He's got to run. He has to stop Tui's. Tui's sticking, holding the shorty. It's enough from Derek. And EG, they have their own shot at map point.
Even that round is coming down to the wire. After getting a huge opening advantage from EG, the work Pancata did backside a little bit silly, and it's Derek with the Red Bull clutch.
Just has no business getting that close. The 3 players who were stacked up back halls got completely warped. First, there was the barrel spotted on the player who's tucked into the corner. Then Pancata wraps around rather with that nebula just obscuring the view from the players in B long. That was so well played. Derek clutches it up at the last moment.
All right, let's take a breather. Timeout.
All right, I'll
Keep it chill. Keep it chill.
This game was just supposed to be the waiting room for the last one that mattered of the season.
This is a long, long waiting room.
It's been an entertaining one, though. Pancata, 1 kill away from tying Stage 1 America's kill record in a single map. That's at 33. He's tying it now, actually. 1 away from setting that record at 33.
Madness. On the Astra. Makes sense.
And he might just do it on a map loss.
Yeah, we're 26 rounds in now. Pancata's died 12 of them. Less than half.
That's insane.
Minor spelling mistake.
Yeah. Are we going to keep calling out the spelling mistakes?
I think at this point in the game.
I just can't help myself.
Yeah, the Cluth.
Derek Luth.
The 2 people fell into the Cluth trap.
Just brutal.
Let's lock in.
All right. Can Loud hang around on Pearl, the map pick of EG, or is this going to come down to the wire on Split, the decider?
Those are the 2 options.
Stealth drone just going to get all of that info towards B early on. Standard opening when you've got the Tejo.
But this time it's not a slow round. Loud is just full group for a 5 hit on B.
I see. Don't let us down back there.
Yeah, he needs to do it this time. Fakes his TP out. Now he's hot committed.
Yeah, he chose to go back to a deeper angle. He's played that backside a few times around.
Resets onto the TP. Nature dodges out onto the haunt and the flash to fight back in. Sheer baited. It's just going to be a re-exec though. Loud is sending it. Here they come, Loud into the site. Icy swings out, finds 1, 2 from Icy. That's what you need to see, but Pancata breaking records and maybe winning this round. Needs a little more though. 2 already. But Yay on this late flank could be the knife in the back. Yay. When does he arrive? Just at the perfect time. One more kill. It's Tui's off the bench in the roster, trying to end a game on a clutch. But this time he can't do it. EG in overtime push us all the way to split.
Kill record broken for the stage, and you can't win the map. 2 of them, Lotus, Pearl, both coming down to the wire. 34 and 13 for your Astra, and you can't get over the finish line. That is so brutal.
That's ridiculous. But you know what? It couldn't have happened any other way. Of course we're going to a map 3. Of course it's a nail biter. Going the absolute distance.
Yeah, we got a banger series for no good reason.
I'm loving it.
For no reason.
I'm loving it, Wyatt. It's just so good. I mean, this was so long ago, right?
And this was Loud winning both pistol rounds on the map, too.
Uh-huh. Pancata started the first half off with 20 kills to his name in 12 rounds of Valorant. Yet EG fought back huge in the second half. Remember, it was down to the wire, right? Loud about to go up to map point. On the eco, it's EG winning a few of those in a row. Off some nice shots from Ye, some moments here and there. But in the end where it matters, EG stood up.
That they did, Pancata. It's outrageous that you do that well and don't come home with the map win. Gonna have to buckle down though, split. All good series seem to end there, and somehow this has become one of them, from a match with no stakes to one where clearly both teams are putting their all into it here.
That excitement from the IGL Nature, who had a solid individual map as well.
Chris, you seem to
impressive.
question why we're not on a break, right?
Yeah, wait, what are you
Why are we
doing?
tossing to a break?
We're not tossing to a break yet.
What are we
Are we
tossing
doing
to?
a
Guess
thing?
why?
Oh, we're doing a thing.
It's not my bidding, but a thing
what
is
are we
being
ta-
done. Bring in the bunny. Wait,
Or
it's not. It's
wingman.
wings. It's wingman.
It's a wingman.
Dude, I am telling you, look, I'm over 6 feet tall. Gecko must be massive. That's
Oh,
a birthday
we're
cake.
doing a whole
Christy.
birthday thing.
Oh,
Oh,
that's so cute.
I don't. Happy
that a real
birthday.
request?
Vincent's trying to say, we're the only one with mics on. Lock
Happy
it.
birthday, dear Chris. Oh my God, he's going feral.
Why are you eating it like that?
To you, that is
sick.
feral.
That is sick. 26 and you're eating a cake like that, buddy. All right, send it to a break. I don't want to watch this.
Get me out of
Get
here.
me out.
Forwards and out, up and over with a dash and around, but Superman, here he is, just absolutely dominating. Vai vir uma paranoia pra combar! Que isso?
With so much grit, EG is keeping themselves alive in this series after it looked like Loud is about to run away with it. As we just heard from the casters, we're treated to an absolute banger of a series for no reason whatsoever. And why not? Why not? It's the last day of stage 1. They gotta end on a high note and with a banger. But get comfy. How are you feeling
it's
about this?
It's my turn, actually.
Okay, let's talk about it. That's
yeah, it's 1-1 now in this series.
I was about to really dive deep into the feelings here.
My feelings are good. My feelings are good. My feelings are great.
I'm a little heartbroken. This is like the Loud curse. We get we get one map and then third map. I'm just praying that they do something different.
Okay, you can gloat. Go, do it.
EG played amazing. No, actually, it took a bit,
though.
It took a bit for real, because Loud actually, you were mentioning it, Zoe, they were doing such a good job running away with this game. There was like, what, a 5-2 scoreline. It had to start with this. Derek was 0-7 in this round, and somehow start things off with the right-click classic for the first kill, and gets an important kill right here before Icy goes into a 1v1. If it wasn't for Derek with that third kill, Icy would have been stuck on 2 players pushing against him while he's planting, and that started the comeback of EG. And this also was after a timeout that Potter called, actually, and then it ended the half at 6-6, and that's what they needed. Then you had Yoi switch over to Ye on the defensive side with the op, and everything started quite well for EG to take a turn and keep things close. It was definitely a battle back and forth. It wasn't like the cleanest of VALORANT for both teams, but that's been the story of this game so far here, Emily, because if you're looking at the first map on Lotus, it really finished off with like the 2-East clutch with that aftershock you mentioned before with the Guardian, but this time it was a comeback from EG and not a fake comeback to win this in OT.
It was not at all. It was honestly really hard to watch as a Loud fan.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, I am heartbroken. Like, this is our curse, but I still have faith. Loud is my team. I root for them. But no, I mean, even just looking at like Pancata here, like 34-13. Meanwhile, no one else on his team has dropped as like 20.
The no help kind of.
There's no help, and that's the thing. Like like he said in the coach interview, like normally there's like at least a duo popping off to try and get them those wins in close maps, and here it was just Pancata on an island.
At some point though, I did see Luxo doing pretty decent though on the defensive side, starting with the pistol round, but then after that, it was definitely still just Pancata alone.
Yeah, it was really hard to watch. Meanwhile, if you look at EG, I mean, they played a good map. I will admit they did play a good map. Everyone on that team was kind of did their thing, and
it had a fire being lit underneath them. I mean, imagine just the storylines, the headlines. First they take out Crew, one of the teams, right? And then they get taken out by Loud. Not the team. So that would have been a little awkward, let's be real. So yeah.
I love how there's just Prius in this shot with that. Like when we have the single shot of you, that's amazing.
We made a mess of this also.
Yeah,
what was happening?
My bad,
well,
guys.
it is just one of those, that's just you.
Well, I feel bad, yeah, because we're going to have to clean this up after.
You are personally cleaning this up.
I will have to. I would feel bad just leaving it the way it is.
That's fair. That's nice.
Yeah.
I love
Very
to see
admirable.
that. Yeah, that's admirable. Let's see if he actually does that. Yeah, admirable performance from Pancata, as you already mentioned as well. He was trying, all right? He was dragging them. He was stacking them on his back and tried to walk, but he just couldn't get it done.
This is like, what, LZ over at 2G, but times like exponential 5 in the way that he's IGLing and just fragging out of his mind, just like the lower third just says right here. Man, he's finding all the good spots. There's a lot of moments where he's able to just find, with great patience, good individual duels, especially when he comes down to like 2 or 3 trying to chase after him. So this, for me, shows that Pancata is going to have a great third map on Split. That overall Loud, this is a third map that went into overtime as well during kickoff, that Loud was able to win against EG. So with the way that things have been going this series, a 13-11, an OT, there might be another OT here.
Right, it went all the way 14-12. Can they repeat this performance? We'll find out very soon. First, we're heading into a quick break, and afterwards, we are back with our decider match, Split.
Welcome back. We're here for map number 3 of the series that should have been a waiting room. And now,
And
somehow,
it really is a waiting room
it has become a banger. 2 close maps, 13-11, going the way of Loud into EG, taking it in OT. Now we're headed to map 3. It's split. I'm Mimi, back with Wyatt and the person who doesn't know how to eat cake like a humane person.
I eat cake very... okay, the reason I took my headset off, I was considering stuffing my face into it, and I chose not to do that.
And that was wise. Let's talk about the comp here. EG.
Production told me to crush your face in it. I was like, you serious?
Coach just said he didn't tell you that.
I can't believe
that was
they
just
would
the
condone
internal
that.
monologue of your own.
The voices.
Okay. Okay, you know what? I'm going to be the one to bring us in. I'm going to do it.
Compose us.
So, genuinely, Loud play a freaky split. No one, and I mean no one's playing Jet solo duelist on this map anymore.
Can EG match their freak on split right now?
And that's
Or are they
really
not
the narrative
freaky
I'm
enough?
looking at.
I don't think EG are matching
My big
anyone's
tail
freak.
for the game.
They're kind of just very vanilla comp here.
Has EG played this map thus far this stage?
Yeah, but they used to play the chamber on this map.
Right?
Hold on.
I feel like this is new.
Hold on,
was a
let me
Yay
do
chamber.
some quick research.
Sorry, we were
'Cause
all
I can't
taken
remember anything.
aback by the cake incident and this even being a 3-mapper that
Why is this a 3-mapper?
And
We're still
Chips and-
because
asking.
it's a good series,
Chips and
legitimate.
Guac
Yeah,
also
all the
appeared in
catering,
the
that's kinda
studio.
crazy.
All right,
so
here
that
we
was
go.
distracting.
Here we go. We have not seen EG play
Since Kickoff
anything
with
other.
Chamber.
Yeah.
So I was right. Let's go.
Cool. They were also playing the Omen back then. They were playing a Sky. Like, it was a very different vibe.
So they used to be freaks. Now they're kind of normal.
And we love that for them.
Superman
Okay,
I see
Pancata.
right into the stun. That is
He's
so
back.
well lined up.
Literally, this guy every single series is just a monster.
Maybe
was
Digizin's
also-
going to join them too. I mean, getting that shot onto Yay.
A great fault line for Tui's. You got to give him credit for that. That line you can take from male with the fault line all the way into A ramp is just super strong.
Spike down B.
All right, so go next.
Yeah, tucking EG into bed this pistol round.
That was brutal.
Kind of clinical. EG just walking into a simple trap play. Pancata continues to not miss, so he just collects on the 2 stunned players in a moment where the stun was not cosmetic. They actually couldn't shoot him.
Yeah.
One enemy remaining.
Damn, that was a hell of a shot too from Dujazine. Loud continue their streak of winning all of the pistol rounds. That's 3 in a row.
Yeah, I think they
believe-
lost the very first of the series,
So
and
maybe
that was
4
it.
in a row.
Yeah.
Yeah, literally. Despite,
sick.
remember, they won double pistol, and Pancata broke the kill record, and they lost
Right.
map 2.
It wasn't their pick. that was EG's pick.
This is where we're getting the real bias casting, that it wasn't their pick narrative.
Right. I do love that Riot nerfed the Omen one-ways.
Spike down
okay.
B.
Little stun nade.
I'm gonna request a replay on that one.
I think that was stun missiles, and the aftershock was in the gap behind the missiles,
Yeah.
and they walked back into it.
That would do it.
I'm pretty sure. We'll see it again, hopefully.
Pretty insane. And,
I was about to say, like, I love how Riot, like, nerfed the Omen one-ways, but you can still do it in B main just by throwing it on the little ledge outside of Garage.
Not quite as good. It's
Right.
still there. GG, only 1 bullet, and he's going to have to run for the hills.
It's a little bit of damage on through. He has been uncharacteristically missing some of these scoped weapon shots in the last 2 maps, which again is just incredibly rare. He's been fantastic with the AWP in 2025.
I mean, I'm pretty sure DG has been bottom fragging this series. When we looked at Kickoff, when there was like
30
really high
seconds
hopes
left.
were loud, the reason was Dujazin opping on defense. Remember, that was
Right.
like the narrative. And he's had a much quieter stage 1, especially in this series. But that's been made up for by Lucho's addition, by Pancata finding his form. Like, this team has stepped up as a whole and hasn't had to rely on just DG.
Yeah, his best games have really been with the Neon for me.
For sure. I was just going to say they're stealing his kills.
Here's your replay. Yeah, missiles one
Way to look
side,
at it.
and they're in the util. Oh, they were running through the one-way, so they couldn't see it until they were in it.
That's good.
Okay, flawless round and an opportunity for Loud
Stop
to
clicking that gun.
win another bonus.
Stop. Thank you. Sorry, I just had to have a word really quick.
They've
I don't
converted
think
a
he
couple
hears you.
bonuses, but EG, they have just been able to eco Loud immediately after.
Yeah, Loud were set up for a quick B main trap there, stun from heaven. But quickly turning back into playing for a stun line on Luxio's contact in mid. Keep your eyes on Tui's throughout this half. How he's going to be setting up his
NRG.
team. Yeah, well, he's just dying. Don't worry about him.
It's gone for so many aggressive push-ups on defense. Earl now into split, and I mean, Lucho is just absolutely cooked. He's not getting out of that.
That's the rare satchel kill.
I don't think I've seen that icon since 2020
Genuinely.
in the kill feed. Remember when they used to do, what was it, like 60 damage and you could just throw them insta-activate?
I think it was 75.
More
I
than
think
that.
it was one-shotting. Like, if you doubled them up, it was kills.
That's ridiculous.
I think it was even more than that. Like right when Ray's gone at
She
it?
used to have
I want to
2
say it was
nades, too.
100, but I could be lying.
I think
and
that's
there were
cap.
2 nades. I could be lying.
75 sounds right.
We'll get the experts on that.
Experts, open parentheses, Chrissy's phone.
Hey, Dan the Penguin in chat, let us know. How much damage did the blast pack used to do?
EG's keeping it pretty clean this round. They've just picked off Loud one by one. Now Pancata alone on the site. And he doesn't tend to miss a shot, but I think there's going to be too many here for him, surely. There's one, Spam's coming in, and yeah, trades will be good from EG.
I've got a big update.
Okay.
Penguin Valorant is my GOAT. It was 75.
That's wild.
So I
max.
officially win.
What do you win?
I don't know.
The admiration of the fans.
Yeah,
for
the
having-
admiration of the fans.
For
Thank you.
remembering an old fact.
Christy saw, oh, hey, we're doing TriCast, and was like, that's an opportunity to read Twitch chat. Kind of base.
It is kind of base.
Yes, I can finally just read chat.
I get paid to do the thing I would normally do on my own anyway.
That was a very stoic coach on that cam. He did not flinch.
SDK, no reactions.
Yeah.
Marcus Aurelius of VCT Americas.
The old 1-3-1 open.
By the way, again, I wish I could draw right now because look at A site. Like, Tui's is just in different positions. Again, don't look at those kills to spam. That's silly. Tui's just setting up for
Make your point.
Tui's on A, ready to go forward stun line. And originally it was a trap on ramps was the opening setup. He's moved out of that, choosing not to use that after getting the forward posting. But I really like the way he moves around the map to constantly pivot around aggro pieces, trap setups, and find plays for his team.
Luke Show dips out of heaven, and now they push back in a little bit with the drone.
Here comes another potential fall line if he wants.
Breach not really set up for it this time. Tui's is more concerned about vents.
I think there was some noise made on that drop as well from Nature. Zine is just struggling in these fights at the moment where he's pushed up forward, taking 1v1s.
EG have a split onto Tui's. He's very alone in this corner. That's one, though. Two from Tui's. Let's see if he can get another. Yes, he can.
Right movement. That little strafe to the right, forcing Superman to take some awkward adjustments with the aim.
I do appreciate I talk about his stun for about 45 seconds that round, then he's just 3K'ing with his gun. Yep. No problem.
I mean, talk of people who have to prove themselves alongside Pancata. You know, Tui's was benched, now he's back. And he's screaming as well.
I feel him on that one.
Oh.
He might have stepped on a Lego. It's hard to tell what exactly happened.
Gotta watch the floors back in the studio.
There'll be some crazy strats. The other team, when you walk on stage, just throw Legos under their chairs. A lot of the pros are taking their shoes off when they play. They're prime victims.
Zine is so committed to the wave of pushing up solo.
I mean, Icy's doing kind of the same thing over in Vents. Either one of these guys wanting to jump down into it, that's kind of a death sentence.
Loud have really stacked up heavily towards B.
Yeah.
On account of Digizin's position, Luke Show catching the first. Breach is ill off the field. Superman done for as well.
Never gonna dance again.
This game has been so interesting. It feels like, in large part, it has just been EG contacting around the map and losing every round by attrition. Just a player gets spammed through smoke here, someone finds a aggro timing towards A main there, and they're playing like 3v5s every round.
Luke Show fearing the deadly aspects of the blast pack.
Not another eco.
Oh,
Don't eco them again.
They're not going to do that hitting into B with 2 backside anchors from Loud with rifles. They would never win another eco.
They wouldn't do that. It's
Oh,
not
I love the TP into Paranoia. Only Ye unblinded, and it's good enough for 1-for-1.
But they still lose Tui's. Pancata's alone. DGZ only has an outlaw. And look how far away he is. This is essentially a 1v2 clutch round for Pancata.
15 seconds, though, is tough.
Had to pop the blades. High-low setup.
Spike planted.
Icy falls away. Derek
my
can't
God.
find it with the Sheriff. And now Icy in the 1v2 spins around. And in the 1v1 against DGZ, the duelist diving down and dead to DG.
Yeah, it was just susceptible to one knife from the Blade Storm. Easy cleanup for DGZ, but EG had him sweating again on an eco round. None of them have been clean for Loud. That has been the aspect of the game that is keeping EG in it. It's the aspect of the game that got them the win on Pearl.
3v5 that they win there, by the way. Or nearly win, I should say.
Right. Just felt like they kept finding these fights, players running into them. Potter knows they almost had it. That's all good. EG are coming into this next round with a couple of big ultimates, the showstopper for Icy. Although not setting up for an instant take of a site. Instead got a couple of players hanging out into the B side.
And again, Sui's with that early fault line combo with the salvos. Did you see shoot forward?
Nice.
Oh, fantastic shot. He's starting to heat up. Free peek. That's some sick confidence.
That is unbelievable. And we're fighting into mid. I mean, Loud are just fearless right now. And it comes when EG had the ability to like go for a fast hit, maybe counter out what they were doing, but Nature played into B early, threw a stun line immediately to try and feint that it was pressure on B, but because Loud are playing so actively, they realize exactly what's going on, which is, oh, that's just fake pressure. We can keep on walking, poke for these gaps, do a little bit more of that in mid. They maintain just playing this round with near perfect info.
Nature is slowly just contacting, trying to get some space up towards ramp, something for this EG team to work around. I like this position from Kawazine, entrenched at Flower, and then has 2Es to be able to take contact for him, back screen, cause some distraction, so if EG go into A, they won't be focused on that position.
And just so hard to play out of. Luxo's somehow finding a way. 1 kill for him already. Just barely hit by the stun, and that's going to cost him.
Kawa running through. He has his knife out. There's someone right in front of him. Derek, you're gonna. What is this? Chaos both ways.
The double stun.
Shake hands. We all whiff. We all use util.
We're Valoranting. There's only 10 seconds left, and there's no way Nature's getting that spike.
Oh my god. That's a tax write-off donation on the spike there.
I mean, we might see that in the next lore cinematic. When there's the Taeho against the other world Taeho, however that, lore works. It's
Omega,
so confusing
Alpha, like the groups?
Yeah, something like that.
It's
or
actually
like the
fairly
wolves.
simple.
All right, that's going to take away the last gun from EG, put them in a tough economic position, but has that ever mattered? No.
I like to imagine that these situations where it's like they're studying each other. It's like the Keanu Reeves, you're breathing, you're stunning, you're stunned, you're stunned, you're stunned, just back and forth. Silliness.
Next time one of those rounds
I don't blame Derek for that reaction.
We're not cue up the Benny Hill music.
All right, this time, B-side, walk forward, but smoked off at the perfect
And we're
timing.
also walking down mid. Loud, I think, are just calling that EG are playing in their spawn effectively and giving up all this control of the map. Remember, EG don't have a dedicated sentinel in this comp, so extremity control and sometimes mid control can be lacking.
Not again, man.
I mean, you could see on Ye's reaction, he's like, there's 3 down mid! But that'll at least get EG into the site on A. Oh, what a catch from 2Es.
That was crazy.
He's looking good this game.
Gonna make this retake that much easier.
Don't lose the op to the Stinger in the corner.
I think it might be hard to beat the Stinger in the corner.
I don't.
Little sound bait.
You don't move very quickly.
Oh.
He sees it. Free kill for Icy. He's popping the rocket. They think they can win this, but 2Es dismantles the ultimate and Loud.
He's
straight up win it.
On one right now. Respect to 2Es. He's going crazy individually. That little catch onto Nature while he was running into sight. Jiggle peeks, finds that headshot, and beats Icy on the reaction of being able to just click mouse 1 for the showstopper, headshots him jumping around the corner. Come on, that is some sick work.
Comes after this shot too, just 2 bullets. Ooh.
Look at he's even got the crosshair place for the jump in that moment. Just read the situation perfectly.
Okay. Well, EG gonna be the ones to call a timeout here. No, they're gonna be feeling the hurt after not having having the showstopper stuffed there, not using it the round before. This will be a big swing round for them. Every other map has ended 6-6 at the half. Right now, EG trailing big time. This has been the biggest difference I think we've seen at the start of one of these maps.
I want to see if out of this timeout, Loud opt to continue to disrespect them on all extremities and mid, all areas of the map where they're just happily pushing down, taking control. Dijazine has gotten forward solo on one extremity every single round. They're pushing down mid. Luxo's just facing in mid. Or if they're going to change the approach in this timeout, maybe off all the ultimates they have, focus harder on going for a retake situation.
I just wonder at what point do EG start just running full execs?
Yeah.
Because they've been so like quiet at the start.
They literally switched to an exec comp with the breach stay-out.
And they're waiting for the overextensions. They're waiting for the things that Loud are doing. It just seems that whether it's Dijazine with an op or, you know, stun fights from Loud, that EG's just opening protocols are getting disrupted and they're not finding the kills they need. Ye's going to be opping on the Astra. That's going to be an answer coming out of the timeout, I suppose.
Yeah, that is I hope they walk into us, but this is going to be the Vipers hit on A, and then that classic fault line into the salvos to take that B main control for Loud.
Yeah, now EG will have heard that there was the push-up in B main. They'll have heard the orb taken. At least noted that on scoreboard.
By the way, yeah, Pankata has swapped over to the op to keep his eyes on mid, but shut down by Icy.
And I like Ye has rotated back over to B main, so now he's playing the B main control. This is a good reaction to the state of how this round played out from the opening, which looked pretty dire from EG. Running into that Viper's pit. Now geared up for a split onto the B side and just leaving Supa over towards A to play for a late lurker audio on the rotators.
Luis has been really good, and he's got full util here. Even an ultimate if he thinks he needs to use it, but he'll just fall back. Groups up with DGZ.
And the thing is, if EG try to split into B, it could get awkward for Ye having the op trying to get into B main. It's definitely going to offer an opportunity for Dijazine to...
I mean, there's a Rolling Thunder here. We're down to 30 seconds. EG have ults too, but Tui's is just waiting to stall out this hit.
Both Rolling Thunders go in, they nullify. Ye wins the fight in main, so Tui's the last stand for Loud to try and stall out this spike plant. He might just get overwhelmed though, that's one. Tui's 15 seconds to stop this, and he cannot. But the team has made it. There's missiles, there's an Armageddon, but it's not used in time, and EG get the plant. Luxo, he's getting sneaky.
How is he here?
He snuck all the way through the pit, but Derek can spawn. It's a kill onto his teammate, and now Luxo, he's all alone. A kill here would give away the game, and now EG, they know, they're ready, but Supa's dead. Tap on the spike, amid the pull, Nature. He wraps it up, and EG finally double their round count.
It looked like he was about to get that last flick as well. That was crazy.
Unreal. But I think, honestly, the biggest kill that round is what Ye gets in B main, taking them to Zen, right? Because if the Jet is allowed to survive, after the Rolling Thunders are countered out, there's now an extra angle you have to clear to get back into the site. I don't care if you have the Viper's Pit. That round is so hard to play out with fast rotates coming in from Loud too.
By any means necessary.
That operator paying off for EG out of the timeout so far. Ye's now posted up over towards A, trying to absorb any potential aggression that may come on that side of the map.
Look again over at A though, because again, you've got Tui's bunkered on site with the fault line ready to go off of Digizine's contact. Later into the round, you'll see Dijazine walk up, kind of like he is now. Fault line still held out just to counter the contact. And once he's up here, Tui's is going to rotate off of the site.
Does he try to take the line off the drone? No, he doesn't. This does get broken by Superman over there towards Seward. So Dijazine is just going to hold. I mean, close, but further back than he might have been able to.
Up through mid, 2 players from EG.
Hold on.
Ooh, Luxo, does he want to go for this now?
Thought about it.
Yeah, he knows that players could have potentially crossed in that moment. Going to be calling that out to the team.
He knows for sure now. Icy just made noise vent, so that primes EG to walk up onto the line. Ye fell off the angle and nearly gets away with his life. But here's the push coming back towards Heaven. Luxo only gets 1, and EG trade on A.
Yeah, Ye is able to pick off Dijazine's second round in a row. Teleport from Pancata could get him in position to try and make a hero play over towards A, where Ye is embedded in the
20
site.
seconds
They're
again.
trying to rotate the spike in.
Oh, but that was the key player. That was the missiles, the Armageddon. That was the last chance for Loud slipping away.
Snappy shot from Derek at the end there to shut down Pancata, who needed to be a hero in that moment, but left on his lonesome, really had no chance.
I really like the way EG played in the mid-round there, because they were, again, in a situation where it could have gotten awkward without finding the opening picks, but I think the re-clear of the A main space, even though the operator was there, sort of using, I'm pretty sure Supa has his orb placed in A main as well, to help out with the cross a little bit there too. Sort of abuse that to get up into ramp, then sort of every single 1v1 they take works out because they've gotten all of these forward lurks and really caught Loud off guard.
Loud timeout here.
Gotta give credit to Ye in that round too. That was an insane shot on Digizine. Over towards A. When we get back into this, EG looking at they've got a Cosmic Divide and an Armageddon at their disposal. And the momentum, the dominance that Loud had is slipping away early on in this game.
Loud onto an eco on this round. Just a hero rifle onto Pancata. He's had such outstanding maps thus far this series that seeing him at 7-5 feels underwhelming, even though it's a good scoreline for an
Only
Omen.
+2.
Honestly,
consider being +14 right now.
Look, what I want to see here, I want to see a big fight over one of the mains on the. I would do a throwaway like A main B main fight on a round like this, and the next round I want to see Loud do that triple walk down mid again. I thought that was really good the round they ran it. I think there's still opportunities with EG continuing to play like the op on the extremities, for them to find some punishing angles.
Pancata the past couple runs has just been throwing down that one-way smoke. Last time did press up into B main, but at the moment just double stacked in heaven with Luxo.
And again on A, it is Supa throwing an orb on top of his wall there too, which opens up some heavy lurk opportunities against the op because it also blocks off the ramp. It sort of forces Loud to leave 2 players on the A side minimum.
All right, Superman is working his way up off that cell phone. Tui's previously had a fault line set up for mid that Luxo could play off of, but that's not the case anymore. He's crept into the smoke rifle out. This is a little awkward. Oh, but he does find that first kill. Instant trade from Pancata. Nicely done.
You want to send someone to try and recover that gun. It's actually the ultimate use there too for EG. They really need to win this round. Guns picked up. Loud have a real shot at it, and Pancata on the reposition. He could be potent here, but the shot's not found in time, and EG claim control of B.
That is disastrous. He had an opportunity for minimum 1. Could have gotten 2, and now it's falling apart. Tui's is left with just the ghost in this scenario. Digizine is going to have to step up for the team.
Tui's needs to drop into hell to find a rifle down there.
He's got it.
But with Derek repositioning to main, doubled up backside, this crossfire is brutal.
Yay, misses out on the shot. And this gives inroads. Stun for both breaches. Nature primes his. DG dodges it. And Derek, 30 health. The missiles to work with. DG holding this one. He's gonna get it halfway. An updraft to get out does not need it. And Derek getting held wide by Tui's. Not ready. Loud. Bounce back. Claim their 7th.
I love that micro play in the 2v2. With Tui's getting that stun into the back corner, and then Digizine throws down the Cloudburst, which not only allows him to get a swing out of it, but it obscures the sightline for Derek, who is playing back in B main, so has a bit of double value there to isolate that first kill. This was pretty disastrous for Pancata, who has been killing everybody up until that point with ease. But it does get recovered at the very least. Loud finally giving EG a taste of their own medicine and winning a Thrifty of their own.
Loud switching the operator back over to the B side of the map. Tui is there for the contact again.
Luxo playing around the smoke in mid. Shouldn't overstay his welcome here. Has his orb to cycle. Up it goes. And there's util used. Icy wanted to follow it up, but the Viper Orb keeps him away.
Pretty typical for Digizine, as compared to what we've seen in this half, it's him. Going up into extremities alone with a scoped weapon. Luxo, that is awkward for Icy. Good opening.
And EG's not going to have their refreshables back until 20 seconds on the clock.
One suppressed.
This Loud team has really strong map control at the moment. Is Pantana going to be able to deal with another yet? Nature shut down, no breach util now for the Execute, aware that someone is probably going to be coming from A main off that timing. Reads the situation correctly. That Superman kept at bay.
But still 30 seconds left.
30
and
seconds
this time,
left.
there's still B main presence from Digizen. Spotting from 2E's is there. Fault line in 7 seconds. EG need to act quickly.
20 seconds. Their refreshables are back on Derek. Missiles used on the site. 2E's still with this crossfire. And it could be disastrous for EG if they just swing into it. Yay, spotted. That's one. Plant trying to be committed, but DG's arrived. And with the time ticking down, this round is done. Loud reaffirm their control again. Now 8-3 up.
Just dominating this first half against EG. EG brought out a new comp coming in. Big, major changes. Pulling Ye off of the chamber from their kickoff play. So far, Loud have had their number.
And at times it's been an EG that are playing just a bit too slow. On that one, the game plan really fell to pieces, particularly when Nature goes down. Superman is isolated entirely on A, and you have 2 players trying to get into a B site where they've got really no information whatsoever. It's such a tough position to be in.
It feels like the rounds they've tried to work into Mail have been tough. The rounds they've gotten up ramp have been very successful. As a counterpoint, right now quickly up into that mid. Luxo's in front of it, but panged out, and he's going to be taken down easy.
Icy insta-reacts to pop his ultimate. I don't know if he's going to have a target for this one. An ult coming in from his teammate, I think, there. No, that is going to be the defender one coming through, and gets a little weird, but Icy still gets it with the Guardian finding that kill.
Yeah, you blink and EG are up 5v2.
All good. A little fast around, that's all they needed this time.
Standing.
The Nature takes down one. This means DGZ in a 1v5, and I mean, you asked for a little more pace. They've given it to you.
Yeah, they upped it, and particularly they get the kill on Luxo, and why slow down there? Icy's going to pop the showstopper, force any other players to retreat, take all that space together. That's pretty ridiculous, but incredibly irrelevant. But a cool shot nonetheless. I like that last run from EG. All in all, you know, that was...
Can't wait to see
nice
more of their attacking side.
Yep.
Well, on the other side of the break, it's going to be defense, unfortunately.
That it will be. Yay, the one to close this one out, EG. Trying to get that win heading into playoffs. We'll have to see if they can pull it off when we come back. Out of the break here, EG are trailing Loud 8-4. Loud seeking their first win of Stage 1 here against an EG team that are bound for playoffs, but still, I think it would be a big statement for them to lose to the winless team ahead of it. You can't let this match slip.
Yeah, and again, I was able to catch up with Potter before the series, and she said they were taking this very seriously. They felt they needed the momentum moving in. They needed just wins on stage, more so than just beating the previously undefeated crew last week.
And it looks like the confidence has been tough thus far. Every player on EG negative in the KD regard. on this map thus far, whereas Loud has just been swinging everything. 2E's DG taking over. They are just so confident in the server.
That's the second time in this series that we've entered a second half where no one on EG is positive, and Loud have several positive players on the scoreboard. That was on Lotus. On Pearl, I don't believe that was the exact case, but again, it was players on Loud, Pancon in particular, who were just surging above every other player on EG in terms of the kills. They've been pretty dominant in the mechanical game.
And the pistols have been so effective from Loud. This time, just 5 players ready to dash into the B site, just in already back site, and EG, no one's home.
And if they win this, it would be 5 pistol rounds, 1 in a row for Loud.
Yeah, ZG, you just do not want to have to deal with anchoring in a site, getting bombarded by all of that utility.
But Nature has full utility. EG are ready to flood out into the site quickly. Already 1 kill, but Look Show has been fantastic so far. As the trades come in and missiles find something, Pancata and 2E's are forced onto other sides of the site.
There's a stun for Nature. Aftershock into the corner as well. 2E's flushed out, and EG do well to deal with him, but the Sheriff from Pancata, not this time.
Damn, it looked like he was about to stabilize the aim there for that second kill, but it only got the body shot onto Derek.
Yeah. EG, I guess they're just going to bookend the pistol rounds. They win the opening pistol, they win the last pistol
one
of the series.
Luke Show also just gets 2 more with the Ghost. He is a pistol phenom in this series. I mean, it's one of the big reasons that they've won so many of them.
Oh, yeah. Look at that there. Adjusting to that fight down in hell. Tough time to be.
Oh my God!
Look
at that.
I think he moved it the last second. It looked like his crosshair was on.
Barely too low.
Oh my God, I just get 1 dick. You know what I'm saying, Derek?
I know what he's
Derek's
saying.
like, yeah, I know what you're saying. Same thing happened to me.
Fast ramp split. Just like the first time we've had any pace in this map thus far. EG was playing such a slow attack side.
They are going to pivot out to vents. They have that Viper wall up to block off any players that are coming from defenders. Spawn.
Yeah, it looks like they want to let Luxo do like a reverse lurk into B instead of going through mid, go through vents to get in there. And he wins the fight!
With a Ghost!
That should not be winnable. How does he even find that? I just do not understand, but okay.
Well, he shot him.
I understand that part.
Okay.
It's the how he shot him, how he didn't take damage, how he not dead.
These are the questions EG will be asking themselves if they lose the anti-eco.
Not another eco, EG. Derek seems to be there. Luxo's dropped in behind
This guy's a secret agent!
You're not missing WWE after all, Wyatt.
How did he get through the wall?
It's James Bond at the Olympics just rolling in like that.
I don't understand how he appeared in that location on the map after what we previously
There
saw.
was a smoke in heaven and he found a weird timing. 2v3, Luxo.
Ooh, nice missiles
with
from
that.
Derek.
Derek is single-handedly winning the anti-eco with only a Ghost.
You've got to respect it.
2E's 1v3. Just a classic. Okay. That's 1. He has an aftershock, but they shouldn't let him win this.
Just a classic, she says.
They shouldn't let him win this.
Just a classic.
And, well, he only has a fault line now.
Only a fault line,
Only
he
3
says.
bullets on the classic. Okay.
But honestly, when he gets that 3rd, now we're talking about a pretty respectable round 2.
I just want to watch the Luxo kills. Can we just let's cue those up?
Yeah, I'd like to see
happen.
what happened from his point of view.
Yeah.
Over.
So he gets this kill over in heaven. So
This is
he
the
gets
other
the kill
part.
heaven and then comes back down to earth
Wait,
again.
he
That is
walked
crazy.
out and then didn't clear the corner while he was blind and then turns around and says,
How
oh,
did
hey.
he do that?
It is pretty mental on the repositioning.
I gotta learn that trick.
Collected, common spam lines.
All right. How much are EG going to commit to this? Well, they've got Nature bought down to nothing, but everybody else has a decent bank behind them.
I think Nature gave one of these rifles away. Likely the one that Ye has.
So kind.
That or just how expensive Breach is. Didn't quite see.
All right, Loud this time they are going to take their time in this 4-1 setup. They're trying to just get some space at mid when this Nebula fades. Dark cover as well. Do they try to just double face mail here?
Pretty passive lines from EG. But doing a lot of bait work for Icy on the pixel line. Ooh, the spam isn't connecting him. Slightly off on that lineup.
In they go. Icy. He gets one. How much more? He's already wounded. Players dive down into his name. And Icy still trying desperately to live. Not for long. Now it's up to Ye. The second rifle in the hands of an EG player. And he's ready for the player towards main. But Penkata, a lovely crouch. The movement's too good from Loud.
Luxo's movement is crazy. He is just sprinting around the map. Getting kills underneath you, wrapping around pillar to put down pressure. 20 seconds left. He needs to get this cross nature try to take the timing.
He's walking through the molly, but he's getting
Wow.
held. Luxo.
God, he got the guy behind him and he brought him down.
Luxo is.
Wait.
Yes, 5 HP on Luxo.
Show me the Luxo kills, please.
That was so crazy. Oh yeah, up to 19, 4K on the round.
No, honestly, this is like kind of an awesome map to watch just from Luxo's perspective. Because I feel like
Look at this guy.
a lot of the time, like he's ending up being like
Oh my
the entry
God.
for the team. Like if his duelist is ever dying, he's the one immediately seizing on space and not waiting around for anything.
So insane.
Coming into this third map, Penkata was close to breaking the Americas kill record for a BO3, but it's Luxo instead, the guy who is top fragging this map and taking control on attack. I think coming up on 20 kills for him now.
Very pivotal round now in the game. Both teams' economy completely gone. Nothing in the reserves.
Gonna be a lot on Icy if they keep going into vents. An ultimate into mid just to reclaim some of the space. Big damage onto Digizen.
Nearly gets the kill there.
It could be frustrating now, though, if they end up in a retake situation where Luxo has that Viper's Pit and Armageddon to force them out of that would be real nice.
And Loud not having any mid space this late in the round is kind of upsetting. They're leaving Digizen there because he's so low HP. And
Look at the timing he just found. Past the Roomba, flanking through. Icy, he's about to get flanked. Walks back towards the jet, doesn't even matter.
Great flash.
Because Luke shows the executioner on ramp.
And remember, Nature so low, back on site, droned out by the opposing Tejo.
And just has the stinger as well. He's cooked.
Luxo, another kill for the highlight reel. This guy is outrageous.
Making montages in VCT.
I wish I had like a time machine and I could just like go forward to the first stage 2 match for Loud. Watch Luxo there.
We have to now, listen, we're still a bit of ways away, but let's see if Luxo can now break the single map kill record that Vanguard has set on Pearl.
It's funny that you went like, you want to go to the future with the time machine. If I had a time machine, I go to the past, become a GM for a team, and I sign Luxo. Then I'm making bank too.
22-9, pretty good.
Toxins going up.
EG, though, they are never out of it on an eco round. That is what we have discovered in this series.
Some would say they're actually more in it on the eco rounds.
I've heard that.
In fact, well, on defense side of Pearl, they were 50-50 on eco round wins to gun round wins. So that's a fairly decent and unorthodox record. I see close up with the Bucky. He's going to get the first into the showstopper.
It's too. Oh, he
my
hits
word,
it.
he's alive!
He's alive.
Look at the moves! Icy is out just like that.
They can't keep getting away with it.
On the third map, he's
Oh my God,
with
they
another
can't
eco.
keep getting away with it.
Jesse Pinkman on his knees.
This shouldn't be happening.
It's Penkata. Penkata's still alive.
It doesn't matter. They're 2 versus 5. It's the most cooked.
No way, Icy gets. If Icy gets another Bucky kill,
It's the most cooked.
I will put my face in the cake.
Where's the cake?
30 seconds.
Can we get the cake back up here? Because it's happening. It's a
It's not
flawless.
happening.
Hold
He's
on.
not getting another kill.
It might not be
So
a
he's just gonna
flawless.
die and spawn.
The suspense is pounding.
Any
Don't
second
go towards
now.
that Bucky, buddy.
There will be action.
10 seconds left.
Just stay right here.
Get
It's
your,
nice and
get
safe
your
and
eco
warm.
frags, Tuies. Come on.
Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh
It's
no.
fine.
Oh no.
Almost.
Rifle
There
recovered.
could have been a paint shell kill.
It wouldn't have counted.
Okay. Gonna be like that, huh?
So of course, EG win a flawless eco
Naturally.
round.
Okay,
Of
but
course.
look at this. First of all,
Naturally.
full blind gets the kill, and then
like, go straight up into the air to dodge like that.
I've been an icy doubter in the past, but you got to be honest when he's popping. That was a sick round from him.
Potter's face was too funny.
Right
She was really saying, damn, we won that? we got another one?
You can read lips
How
like
did
that?
he do that?
She really said capital O colon.
I'm trying to do that in my... Wait, you do O first?
Yeah.
I'm a colon capital O.
It's kind of a crazy maneuver, I'm not going to lie, Mimi. All right, stealth drone. It's getting the space for Pankata to play off, get some A-ramp control. Where Loud have been putting some emphasis on this half for sure. Taking it pretty quickly most rounds.
It's got to hurt. Right through the wall there. Hold on, look show. Ooh. I feel like he's taking this timing.
He might be taking it. His team's putting a lot of pressure to let him out.
I mean, even just getting, what, 2-3 stars put over on the B side while his team's up in heaven, not bad.
Does he try to walk out now with that Nebula dropping? Dijazine's so far forward.
He wants to so bad.
Heaven. Oh my god, brought Derek down to 11 HP with the Bulldog.
They're coming back for the split into B. It's an Omenalton backside. Tui's gets that kill in mid, and now just sprinting back up into Mail.
This is an awesome pivot, and they've got the Vipers pit down for the post plant into this 4-on-4 with a Rolling Thunder. Things get scrappy.
Missiles aftershock keep EG from actually playing the Flood retake.
This round might just be completely cooked from Evil Geniuses. A stun is all they've got.
Missiles for Derek, though. Icy still a nade. I mean, there's something to try and win this with. But they would almost need to get lucky in some way. Missiles, stun in the corner, but Luke Show, the nade's coming towards him. Can he live through it? No! Luke Show down to the paint shells. And it's a 4v3, but time is still a critical problem, and Cow and Zine is still fighting. He'll swing forward. Icy on the defuse. Missiles going in. Is it enough? Will it stop the defuse? No! Just in the nick of time, Icy pulls off the defuse. And Loud may have the kills, but EG have the round.
That is wild. Icy getting the paint shell kill with all the utility they threw into the site.
It seemed like that Rolling Thunder I thought would be enough delay that they would not be able to stick this. It looked like Derek. Yeah, it looked like Derek was ready to sprint in if the timing was off, but he didn't realize he was dipping his toes into the, the missiles that were exploding. And now the timeout is going to be called at a pretty crucial moment in the game, some would say.
How are EG supposed to beat this Loud team with Digizin riding the bull like that? He's all energized.
Riding the bull?
Riding the bull.
I did not know what you, but I understand now.
That's a thing. That's a thing.
I've never heard anyone say that about Red
naming
Bull.
a bull after the hit town in Pennsylvania.
This is rough. This is rough. My casters don't know what's going on.
Well, in such cases.
I mean, look, Loud, they got no money. They got absolutely nothing. Just Cowanzine saving the rifle.
Do they have that
Coming
kind
on
of
over.
motion that EG does with the thrifty ones?
I don't really think they've got the thrifty motion. Not really about that life,
Is
but...
this going to be another 24-round game? Is this going to be the longest possible
Why would we
series?
stop at 24 rounds?
Maybe we get another tech pause.
Let's get a couple techs. Let's get a few more kill records. Throw those into the mix.
Hey, the
have a good
longer
time.
we go, the more chance people have to get off work, you know, get all the way home by the time the series for qualification starts.
Yeah, true.
West
true.
Coast traffic,
By the
everyone's
time
in a
it
car.
clears up. Yep. You're not wrong.
Oh, Icy's a bit of a bully this round, going for the outlaw against the light armors. Peek me.
Oh my god.
Hold on, they might have that motion.
Poison's off.
All right, waiting for that cloud to drop. Nebula now cycled into mid. Loud pressing forward. They can, well, recover an outlaw.
Unfortunately,
Can't grab
EG
that.
all have heavy, so less exciting. Although I do like EG stepping up into B main now, giving up full control over mid.
It's going to be a 2v4, though, in this space. Here comes the swing from Loud. Supa, it's 1 for 2.
Motion, inertia, momentum. They've
It's
got it
happening.
on the eco round.
Oh no, look show with the timing up into heaven as well.
Derek naded away, can't push the planter like he wanted.
And scan, they're aware, Luke Show shuts down Nature, wrapping these stairs. Oh my god. That is some disappointment for Evil Geniuses, possibly the crushing blow for this game. I did like that idea to get 2 players back into B main from them when you called that out. But Loud pivoting the entire team into the B hit. Oh, what is that?
It's a match with no stakes, but I feel like I'm watching the Bangkok final with the amount of thrifty rounds happening.
I'm telling you. Champs 2023.
Literally.
Lower finals. We've actually got 5 maps to be played today. It's a best of 5. I'm losing
They
it.
tricked us. There is actually 2 more.
The irony is, like, when we had the Turtle cast, right, the Sentinels G2 game that didn't mean anything, at Kickoff last year, it was like the muddiest, sloppiest games of all time. I feel like these teams are like try-harding for their lives, no?
They are. But the amount of eco rounds...
I'm not saying it's clean. I feel like the teams are to max try-harding.
Definitely. We've seen, and we've seen plenty of eco rounds in games of immense weight.
Yeah.
So...
Pankata is 1 kill away from that series kill record we mentioned. By the way, he's going to do it in a map where he's negative.
It goes to show that when you get 27 kills on map 1 and over 30 on map 2, you're usually setting records.
Yeah.
Or he'll just stay at 13 and in Broncata fashion do the same thing that LeBron did earlier in the season, where he was going to break 50K points and needed 1 bucket and couldn't get one, and then just had to get the first kill. And then
we gotta give him a free throw versus an EG Thrifty.
LeBron killed someone?
He is not. He's not playing Valorant. He's not
the legend.
That's a crazy allegation.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Well, I sure hope Luxo does not go for the B-Lurk this time, because Ye got an assist from a satchel and just boosted up in the corner. Completely cringing it.
Luxo? Luxo? Not this round, please. Oh, he's dead.
Boink. Well, that's one way for EG to swing back after throwing against the eco.
Viper Spit is being used in mid, but it looks like Loud just wants to accelerate after losing Luxo towards B, get through Heaven, get into this A site. Digizine wrapping back elbow. Ooh. Fantastic rolling thunder from Nature.
Digizine went to the moon!
He's back down to earth now and ready to fight against Nature. He's still just waiting in the smoke. Spike is not on site. Is Loud gonna try and leave? No, flash into the smoke. DG gets the kill, but EG is closing the gate in main.
Tui's and Digizine, they know that they have to double face this right now. Is Derek actually going to give them anything? Aftershock, it forces them out, and that's the first. Derek shut down.
Yay now, up in Heaven, not able to connect on Tui's. Tui's has been lights out, but 61 HP between these 2 players. Digizine would have to come up big.
5 health in hell. Icy swings at the perfect time and puts Tui's in a clutch position, but he cannot stand for it. EG, gap is back down to 2.
There's just that adjustment over on the B site, getting Ye boosted up onto the box, and it was Luxo this time trying to go for a way quicker timing, getting through the site. Which is caught.
He's been going for these very slow lurks and hasn't run into anyone before. So he's thinking, maybe there's a chance to find this big opening, call my team back into me. Fortunately, it just doesn't pay off for him.
And from there,
nice. Good job.
that EG team and the man advantage just able to collapse onto Loud, trade things out nicely.
You guys want a fun fact?
Okay.
Hit me.
This is the longest series in terms of rounds played that we've had in Stage 1 thus far.
Imagine being a LEV or NRG fan. You don't know if your team's in playoffs, and you've just been waiting. You're like,
we're letting it
how
simmer.
dare you in map 2? How dare you?
All that game is going to be like just the fastest game of the stage. We go from the longest into the quickest game of the stage.
The most rounds, the least stakes.
All right, dash through from Digizine. Oh my god. Great kill from Ye, but insta-trade from Loud to keep us even at the 4-on-4. Armageddon going to force anybody from EG back if they were playing towards Raptors. Heaven.
Cowan gets a big one there. Cowan Zine actually finds 2 in the... Tarek!
Excuse me?
Where did those kills come from? Pankata 1v2. Trying to close this one out. Get Loud to series point. A walk forward. Step made. EG on the double swing. They stay in it.
EG on double digits now. Unbelievable. Just one off.
I like that timing window that EG picked to actually fight into Loud when they were trying to get that spike down. This swing from Derek was really nice. To stopping them just as they're getting onto the site that usual wave came in.
That was nice from Derek.
And you can see how much it means to them to get this win right now.
He's locked in. Now Loud, they've got, it's an FPX buy on round 22. I've never seen that one before.
Little weird.
But yeah, look, Digizen's got knives. They're still trying to play this one out. Have enough for the next. So
Oh, rocket for Icy. Doesn't find a connection. Super with the shorty.
Whoa, go back to B Heaven though, because Ye's stepped up on this. Drone will see him. Now in a 1-on-2. And Loud don't look to be slowing down anytime soon. That is a gorgeous shot out of Ye. He's gonna fall back, group with his team. Or maybe get back involved.
They lost the B side in all of the chaos here.
But EG are looking for a mid-pinch too, with 2 players moving to vents.
Get the spike to Pancata, teleport to A. Whoa, do it. No, or just plant.
Way too
or just plant on B.
Still gonna be a tough post plant to navigate here.
Oh, the pinch is about to punish Luxio though.
He's
Can't
not
be
looking
sticking
for
around
it.
for this. No, sir, he's down.
In hell though, Pancata still yet to find his record. Here's his chance to do it. With a round win to boot. 1 player above him, he's crossed up, trying to find a shot, and he just is unable to. So 2E's now in a 1v3, and that task is too difficult as well.
Oh, we have cursed him for talking.
Oh dear.
Getting fed this information about the kill record, we have cursed.
The same thing happened in map 1 once we said 27. And now it's 11-11. All of a sudden, we're looking at, okay, yeah, Loud, they went for the half buy this time around, so they're gonna have it again. But it's just back over and over.
All right, that was just the half buy from Loud. They
But
just
it was
used the knives.
3
and they get
rifles and the knives, that's a real round.
I'm just saying, but they get the spike down. Now they're going to have the big buy. They've got the Rolling Thunder. They have the tools.
Now the 73rd round of this series with no stakes.
Say that again for me.
The 73rd round of EG
With
Loud.
no stakes. It's a vegan series of Valor who got no stakes.
That's strike 3.
No.
You're out of here.
You're out. Where's Riv? Bring Riv in here.
Oh my word.
All right, lock in. Big round here.
All right, it's a big round. Loud. They're on attack. They have 11 rounds. They're using the Rolling Thunder. They're getting into the B site for free. All of the util is down. Can they get the spike down? EG have rotated quickly.
It's going to be a 5v5 retake in EG. They've already flooded in. Icy spots one on New Box, and it's all traded out. EG up by 1. But a flank coming in.
Supa's working on that lurk. And let Needy get the spike down. EG will be able to hear this. And Supa's gonna make his move.
Spike planted.
Astral falling. Superman. That's 1. Cuts it down to Pancata. Still yet to find his record. He's got it. Now he wants the round, but Derek again. The man to deny. EG. Match point.
Just look at how regimented these retakes are on B from Evil Geniuses. They're so good. All right, Loud, enjoy. You can get into the site for free. You can waste all of your utility. You can go get the spike down, and then we are going to drop a bomb onto you with everything we've got with this comp. Clear out every single position.
EG have won 4 retakes in a row.
Crazy. 6 of the last 7. And now with 1 round to bank it all on for Loud. Sure, we're setting records, but at what cost?
I mean, also just poetic that he's broken the record of Osphos, a duo that won a world championship together, has taken the crown.
Loud's going back to B.
And Ye's in his favorite spot. He loves this corner.
Used to be on the chamber with the free out. He doesn't think he needs it anymore. Dodging the flash, but he is seen. Louder moving into him quickly, and he's in the midst of it all. 1 kill, traded back quickly, but Supa is still in the back of sight. Trades back and forth, it's a 3-on-3 in the post.
Drone coming in for the retake. Cowanzine going up towards heaven. Icy's here. Icy gets the kill. Now Luke Show, the rookie, and Tui's to try and take this game to overtime. Extend already our longest series of the stage. Tap on the spike. Missiles flash for EG, the double swing in heaven. EG! It took the longest game, but they get their win heading into playoffs. They send Loud out with a 0-5 record on the stage.
They rally back with 5 excellent retakes in a row to close out Split. At one point on Pearl, they were down 12-10, bring it back, and then win an OT. They showed some serious resilience today and some major desire to win. The passion from Nature at the end there was palpable. Derek showing out and their IGL just hyping them up.
We're going to see more of Evil Geniuses, but it is worth saying that this is the end of the road for Loud, always was at the beginning. But between the pickups of Pancada in this series today, setting the kill record
and losing that
in
map.
Stage 1 and losing the map, on top of Luke Show's continued immaculate performance, I think for the individual firepower of the squad, there's a lot to be happy about.
He was 6 shy of a 30 bomb this game. Still can't come through. 2 13-11 maps, 1 map of OT. It was insane.
Hey, NRG LEV fans, it's time to wake up. It's time to wake up. You've got a game coming up after this.
Lock in. That game's next. Our last spot in America's playoffs ready to be doled out. Before that, an interview with our players when we return.
I'm standing by here with Ye after EG's victory over Loud and a bit of a nail-biter back and forth. Kind of walk me through that. It had to be a fun series, though. Close ones are always fun, but stressful.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, we started attack side like on all the single maps, and you know, obviously, as like many people know, Split is a notoriously defense-sided map. So even though we were down, we were like never out in our minds. So
awesome. And hearing Potter earlier, she said coming in, you know, you and her have had a tough couple years, or coming off tough runs. What's it mean for you to now kind of be back on a team, seeing these results, and now back into playoffs after quite a while? What's that mean?
I would say more than anything, I'm just enjoying myself, having fun again, and you know, I play so much Valorant and stuff like that, and I feel like it's hard to replicate like some of the feelings of like matches and stuff like that. So for me, it means a lot. I'm happy, you know. So.
Heck yeah, that's awesome. I want to talk about that happiness, though. We actually, you kind of provided for the fans today. We got to see the Ye operator come back out again. What's it like to be able to delve back into those kind of things that we know El Diablo for?
It's pretty fun. Coach just told me bust out the op. I'm like, all right, say less.
Hell yeah.
I just get a little loose with it, you know?
Very cool. How's the team feeling headed into playoffs here? Obviously, things you can work on through this, but what's it like? You're going in at 4th, so it's going to be some work.
I think the most important thing is I feel like we're improving like every single match. We start off like a little slow, I think, in like some areas. So I'm happy because like we're progressing, I think, with every series that goes by.
And final question for you, your progression. Where are you feeling? Is there a corner for you to turn on playoffs, or is El Diablo just waiting for the right time?
I mean, I guess we'll see, you know?
All right.
Don't know what
like
the future holds, but like I'll get a little loose again if I have to, you know?
Awesome. Yeah, thank you so much for the interview. Congratulations on the win and playoffs as well for Evil Geniuses. We are going to be taking a quick break. I actually think head into the desk. We have LEV versus NRG coming up next, so don't go anywhere either way.
Wow.
LEV started to pick up a lot of momentum recently. They're looking pretty good. It's a do or die game for us for playoffs, so we just gotta show up and give it our all.
Obviously, I want to beat my old team, you know, see that they made the wrong decision and show them why.
You should have seen what I did to Heaven, bro.
Demon 1 is obviously very talented and just has like some of the best aim in the league probably, as far as raw mechanics go. You can never underestimate him, you can't really solo peek him, but as long as our fundamentals are intact, that game, we can shut him down pretty easily.
We put me back on duelist, so yeah, I feel super confident, you know, I've been trying on Omen, smokes, whatever. We're just better than NRG. There's nothing really to like compare.
Welcome back to VCT Americas, and our final match of stage 1. It has genuine, legitimate stakes. I'm Zoe here with Emily. Let's breathe. with a disappointed Emily and extremely happy Vansili. Well deserved though. What a comeback from the team of Evil Genius. I forgot the name, but that's okay. It's been like 3 days at this point.
I mean, it's understandable that you kind of forget the name because it was a forgettable match. I mean, it was a banger series, but for a match that didn't matter.
Yeah.
And then you had a record coming out here from Bakana. But for what? They still lost the series.
For what? But for
very
what?
Very loudly.
That series. But honestly, again, Loud will remain the most successful 0-5 team now. So, hey, at least they're consistent in that. If we take a look at our standings now, you'll see that the Omega group actually still has 1 spot open for playoffs. That's right, Leviathan and NRG. They have to duke it out to find out who will make it through and who has a little bit more time to just sit back and not relax, but go back to the drawing board and figure out why they didn't make it into the playoffs. So this should be a very, very exciting match. There were a lot of questions for both of these teams heading into this season already. Just quickly reviewing both of these teams, do you feel like there was a more clear upward trajectory for either in the last few weeks?
Yes, definitely for Leviathan. And when you're mentioning like a lot of questions going in for these rosters at the beginning of the year, I don't think there were any questionable doubts around these two rosters. There are both two rosters that were probably going to dominate the split and probably win Kickoff, for example, or win Split 1. And then unfortunately for both of the teams, not the best results. But I do believe that Leviathan in the last few weeks, I mean, they had a close loss against G2. They got a win, although it's against Furia, it's still a confident win. NRG's only win is also against Furia, but I mean, that's a different story.
Yeah. No, and looking at LEV, for example, like they just kind of came in and brought up, what did they do? Like they changed roles around.
Yes.
Meanwhile, when I look at like NRG, they've kind of stayed the same.
Change players.
Oh, they changed players. That is true. But I think
same, a little different.
but didn't they get beat by the player that they swapped them out for? Like
yeah.
That's why the drama. That's just the script writers like tossing us one there. So yeah, thanks for that. It never gets boring here in VCT.
It never
Ain't that
does.
right? Yeah, no, and I do love that we have so many personalities obviously on display, such as someone who's definitely having a lot to say. As we learned just the last week, it never couldn't be him. It's Leviathan's IGL, Rossi. Let's hear what he had to say ahead of today's game.
Oh, Derek. Joy. Oh, yeah.
I'm here with Rossi before their match versus NRG today. A do-or-die match. How's the team feeling coming in? And do you feel like you have a read on FNS's calling?
I feel like the team really feels very calm and like prepared for today. And when it comes to like FNS's calling, he's still FNS and he's a good IGL and a great IGL rather. So it's gonna be a tough match regardless, but we feel very calm and prepared and looking to win hopefully.
All right, thanks for the info. Good luck.
wow, Rossi was very humble there, but I love to see that from him because you know he can still be like feisty. Like if you look at his past, like he used to be like I don't even know what the word would be. Rude?
Arrogant.
Not arrogant.
Too confident.
Maybe too confident, maybe too confident, but it's nice to see him humble.
Yeah, that's an age thing as well, obviously, right? But I think him bringing that energy and bringing those new ideas, that's something that revitalized that roster. He came in and they shifted things around. We saw those role swaps again, role swaps that we wanted to see very early on in the season already.
And IGL swaps as well. There's been some weeks, sometimes it's King try things out, or then Rossi, or then somebody else. But then thankfully here, after the weeks of trial and tribulations and talking it through with Idopata, the coach, then it seems as though they finally found like a winning solution. Put Demon 1 on maps where he could play duelist, sometimes play the controller, but everybody comfortable in their roles depending on the map. And then you have Rossi, very confident, and he's willing to just take the sword, like drop for the team to say, if we don't succeed, it's going to be my fault. It's going to be because of my calls. So it's nice to have that type of leadership as well, to know that the team could trust you.
Yeah, no, he's taking accountability for it, and it got them quite far because they nearly took down G2.
Yeah, no, it's really like they're starting to find their footing after all these changes, you know, going out throughout this stage. So I'm really excited to see like this kind of new and hopefully touched up version of LEV.
Yeah, I mean the sliding from in openings from the Neon played by Demon 1 in the last week was really nice to see. They really made it very difficult for G2 to win that series, and they really did a good job shutting down Jogimo as well. So when you're looking at the game plan of role swapping or being comfortable in new positions, new roles, and trying to just iron out fundamentals and communication, they also are able to build game plans to shut down star players from other teams. So to really negate the value that Jogimo could bring to G2, it tells a lot of the amount of preparation that comes into these games. So now you're thinking about the preparation going in against NRG. It's going to be a tough game for this team.
Okay, all you have to do is lay out the candles into the summoning circle, and Demon 1 will appear again, because he certainly showed up in their last match.
That's true.
And what a sight that was, seeing him back on that duelist as well.
Yeah, I mean, you just mentioned it before, not being afraid to play duelist or being able to play any smokes, to play any role that he needs to. I don't know at this point if today is just going to be random, like play an initiator. I don't think he will, but
you never know.
He seems to be really ready to just provide whatever he needs to provide for our team, and he seems as though he really found his groove. He's very talkative, very vocal. You see also from the player profiles, he seems very comfortable in this jersey of Leviathan now, and yeah, it's going to be probably a great showing from Demon 1 today.
Yeah, I mean, even just watching the highlight reel and looking at that little comment there, like it was like sorry, a few of his clips were, oh my gosh, it was like I was watching.
It was a long series. I meant nothing. We're just remembering it back.
No, it was like watching those grand finals in Champs back in 2023 live again. It really was.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm very excited to just see what they're cooking up, because I think you kind of have to dig a little deeper into the strap book, or like, you're not digging into books. What do you do with books? You
flipping the page?
Flipping page, yeah. Words, so many words. We're doing
notes.
Really good. We're checking the notes, that's right. You know, you kind of skip the prologue and everything else. Like, I feel like you got to start at the end of the book and want to bring something that maybe the opposition hasn't seen yet. Now, no one can not see is Mada, because he's giant, and that's my transition into our player interview. That's the best I got right now. I'm sorry. Let's see what
he had to say. Why am I snorting so much today?
I'm here with NRG's Mada before their match today. Been a bit of a tough season so far, but still have a chance to clinch playoffs. What's been the prep going into today to make sure that happens?
I think we just had to have a lot of like honest conversations with each other, like the hard conversations in esports, like being completely transparent and kind of just proving the point that no more mistakes are allowed. We have to be pretty perfect to win here at Make Toronto. So yeah, just like making sure we're all on point and yeah, just like sticking together as a team.
All right, hope to see it in game. Thank you so much.
I kind of like that comment from Mata because it almost rather makes me think about Sentinels when Zekin was saying, guys, I have to let something off my chest. We didn't play too well at Bangkok. We need to fix things inside and outside of the server. So let's really lay out all our dirty laundry and make sure that we can clean things up. All these metaphors, that was pretty good. but then hopefully the conversations are really good as a camp here for NRG, and that the practice within the last week for the match that matters the most has been like fixed up, and they're ready to bring out the energy that we are expecting to see on paper since this roster was announced.
Here's the thing though, both of these teams are coming off of a loss. Now if we're looking at NRG's loss, they had to go up against former teammate Verno, and they got quite a bit of a beating down. That's not the best optics.
No, it's really not, but I mean it must have felt good for Verno, just on the NRG side. Had to have stung.
I mean, he definitely mentioned it, right? Like he was very happy and adamant that MIBR won this matchup against NRG. He came with a vengeance. I think it's almost very similar to what Demon One was saying before. I want to come in with a vengeance to show to NRG they made a bad decision to drop me. Verno did the exact same thing. So if this storyline continues now on the side of Demon One with Leviathan, it is going to be a tough game for NRG, but I still believe that this will be not a one-sided affair. I think NRG will be able to put up a good fight against them.
Do you smell that? Is that cope?
I'm sorry. Is that me?
Hopefully.
Sorry, Emily. I don't know.
Got him. Works 10 out of 10 times.
That was really
Coping
good.
does help as well, though. I feel like sometimes we just manage to cope it into existence, like some sort of weird manifestation.
I tried with loud. I tried with loud.
Can we do it with energy? Let's cope.
I think so.
Let's bring it.
Yeah. I do want to bring something up actually to talk about this cope about energy and how they could actually play things well, because I think just as Rossi was mentioned before in terms of finesse IGLing, he's a great IGL, and I think when it comes down to what they could cut for these games, what they could have done here, for example, to prep for these matches, even though they lost last week, there was still some good things to see. And I want to pull up this round for Icebox here. You see the setup that they have on a 4-1. It almost seems that there's such a huge gap on middle, especially when the alarm bot is not watching Boiler there. But Finesse's position just behind those boxes is perfect, because now when you hear the drop, pay attention to that Killjoy on that minimap. As soon as you see Shenum drop here, he turns the triangle over so he hears that sound. And look at the adaptation coming out for Energy. They're able to come back, fight for middle, get perfect trades, still get a 4-on-4, still take good control of the A site. The only sucky part about this setup is that it was a missed position from an alarm bot that allowed here Cortezia to get around without sounding alarm bot and get into backstab kill onto FNS. So when it comes down to, again, the preparation for this team, for Energy, they have a good game plan and they have perfect ways to really take control of the round. If they clean up those little things, those slight mistakes that could, snowball into, unfortunately, a loss in the series here for Energy, then it could look really good against Leviathan.
I mean, those little mistakes happen. They happen to the best of us, such as actual us. We got a little stat wrong earlier today, so of course we want to be accountable and correct that for you. So I have to read this one off because I can't memorize things. So dramatic. All right, Pancata did not break the kill record, so we didn't even get that, Emily. We didn't get that. We did not.
That's perfect.
But he did
Follows
have an incredible performance, but was 8 short of Aspas. So Aspas, sorry, didn't want to take that away.
Stays the GOAT.
Sorry about that.
Stays the GOAT of Americas.
Pancata definitely won the eye test there. Let's go with that one. That's my narrative for this one.
But those numbers as what, an IGL controller versus Aspas, who is also just owning as a duelist, that's still great numbers to put up here for somebody like Pancata.
That is very impressive.
Absolutely, it was impressive. There we go.
Are we coping again?
No, I mean maybe. I don't know. That depends on what you want to ask. All right, you can have all your copious questions. I don't know what a copy question would be. I should just really stop saying copy. I think I'm dying on a weird sword here or a hill or whatever. We have a wheel here and we have questions and they're unanswered currently. So we decided to spin the wheel. This is fail-safe, right?
It's fail-safe, I think.
Yeah.
Like, if our predictions are terrible, we just focus on this wheel.
Okay, shall I do a test run?
Do it.
Are you spinning
Go
for
first.
me or do I
I've never
have
done
to
it
spin?
before. I'll do it for you.
Okay, you're the spinny guy. All right. I'm seeing a question. Will Rossi let his teammates speak in a post-match interview?
This is my moment. I always wanted to do a spin the wheel.
This is a
like
big moment.
Wheel of Fortune, or
don't mess it up. That was okay. Without a doubt.
Interesting.
Honestly, that interview with Riff already, he was kind of scaling it back a little bit. I feel the wheel might be onto something. What do you have? What kind of burning questions?
Okay, I'm not. So now you gave me a chance to like try to think about a question, and I think I have something now. I feel less shy to ask my question. So I'm going to think more about the future. So I'm even going to predict over this one as well for this game. Will Leviathan actually qualify to Masters Toronto?
Ooh, okay.
So I'm already thinking they're going to beat NRG today.
That was a good spin, dang.
I'm sorry, we only have like 1 minute left. Please stop spinning.
Oh, I don't feel like.
My bad, Lev. My bad, Lev fans. I need to hide.
There's literally nowhere to hide. We have cameras everywhere. That's so unlucky. Emily, you want to make a super quick one?
Yes. Will Demon 1 drop 30 and get his revenge?
Okay, that's my go. That's gonna help.
That will help. They work together.
Did I break the wheel?
The
score is 1-1.
Wait, so is he dropping one?
Let's
I guess we're going to the third map.
That's unlucky. That's unlucky.
Drop 30.
We'll finish drop 30.
In case the wheel gets it wrong, maybe we get it right. Let's take a look at our predictions for this one to see where we're going with
Probably
it.
shouldn't say.
Okay. I'm zero surprised. Baby Bay.
Jay, what are you gonna say about this?
Come on over here.
Because it just said prefer not to say.
We tried to cope. Maybe you can share some of that. Come on, more of that.
So you can crack some eggs over my head, because I know I'm a little crazy with this pick.
Yeah, why energy?
Listen. Finesse Masterclass, not an IGLing this time around. 30 bombs every single map. We're gonna go map 3. He's beating the new world record. He's gonna beat Pancata's record.
The wheel just said probably shouldn't say.
No, re-roll it. Go, do it again. This is the legit one.
2 times the charm, as they say.
And we have?
Damn. All right, go ahead. Crack the eggs on my head. Crack the eggs on my head. Third time's the charm.
For sure.
Oh my God. We got to crack an egg on that one. Yes. Crack him an egg.
Crack an egg on my head. I deserve it.
Dodge that one. It's dodgeball.
No question has been answered today, but the proof is in the pudding. Of course, the teams will have the final say in this one. Doc and Baby Bay will be calling the action for this last match of stage 1. You don't want to miss it. All of that is going to go down after this.
I jinxed Leviathan.
You did.
Yeah, you did.
Nadie se espera cuidado porque no la apertura por parte de Demon One. Triple parte de Demon One, la salida se cargan en las compras. Leviathan allí con Demon One.
that? Oh my god, all right.
You even used the lock. Oh, what? Through the wall, that is hard.
Som cleans him up very nicely.
Yo, what's up guys? It's Tex from LEV, and today we're going to be looking at a bunch of my old tweets. Yeah. It's actually funny, when I tweeted this, I wasn't even the Cypher player yet. This is back when I was a duelist on guard in Tier 2. But I don't know where we got this random Cypher hat from. But I think it was like, I think I took this picture at like 4 AM in the facility with me and Valen. And yeah, got demoted to Cypher. Unlucky. Good pick though, I ain't gonna lie, it's a fire pick. I love this picture. If you really love me, you'll always spell my name Tex and never capitalize Tex. Okay, I ain't gonna lie, I hate my name with a capital T. I'm big on like aesthetic, like things looking aesthetic. And capital T Tex might be the ugliest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. So if you really do love me, don't capitalize the T. If you capitalize the T, I'm not saying you're a fake fan, but you know what I'm saying? This is a good one. This is a picture of us flying to Brazil for Ascension Land. We were wanting to upgrade to first class like so bad on this flight, but it was like $10,000 or something. We had to make do, you know what I mean? Bust out the Uno. Because us three, me, Val, and Trent, were very competitive on the Uno. Like we have like Uno nights at the crib, like hella into it, like locked in. But yeah, honestly, it was pretty fun playing on the plane. Like it killed a hell of time. Like I feel like we instantly got there, so it was cool. Aspos is the best player in the world. It's also funny because obviously I wasn't on a team with him yet. And when I tweeted this, like I never even thought it'd be a possibility I'd be on a team with him because like, you know, he's Brazilian. So I never thought it was possible, but I forget what he did when I tweeted this. It was like some match where he just went absolutely crazy. Yeah, I actually showed him this tweet when I was on a team with him. I'm like, yo, bro, I'm not a fake one, bro. I'm a real one. I be repping you for a while. And I showed him, and he's like, oh, very good, mano. Obrigado, mano. So yeah, good tweets.
Welcome back to VCT Americas. I love this match because as the Des was talking about it, the stakes really write themselves. The story writes itself. Dre, you win, you're in. You lose, your stage is done. You're sitting at home watching on the sidelines.
Yeah, it couldn't be more pressure in a moment like this. And there's a lot on the line right now, specifically for NRG. I mean, everything that's been going on behind the scenes, right? I mean, this team has gone through iteration and iteration and iteration, and we finally thought that NRG fans had a squad that they could rely on, and then it gets blown up, right? And I think it's been a really coming to Jesus moment for them at this time.
Well, yeah, I think you heard in the interview with Riv, they needed to have that conversation, and it sounds like that conversation took place, and you know, kind of who knows what demons they were able to exercise through that. But I do think a lot of it needed to take place.
Yeah, and speaking of demons, I mean, Demon 1 has looked phenomenal. He's in form right now. It's going to be very, very worrisome for NRG. How are they going to deal with this man's flexibility on Duelist now? I mean, he was running the Neon. He debuted it in VCT, and he looked great against G2. Yeah, it didn't convert into a map win against G2, but that series, that Lotus map, it was so close, and he's looking more and more comfortable. He's looking like he is in that championship form that we saw him in on EG.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see how he performs for sure. I think you mentioned it a little bit earlier. The pressure and the stakes for both of these teams are at a fever pitch, right? They're at a breaking point where, again, you win, you're in playoffs, you lose, you're out. I think for both of these teams, the conversation was this team, both of these programs, both of these projects were built to win championships, to compete for hardware. Yeah. So to find them, both of them in a situation where you're both 1-3, you're both on the outside looking in, even if you get into playoffs, you've got a hell of a run that you're going to have to get through if you want to qualify for Toronto. Like, this is just a complete subversion of expectations for both of these teams.
Yeah, but I think if we're going off of recent form, I think many people out there are leaning towards this squad of Leviathan. And I mean, how could you not with the experience that they have on this squad? I mean, you got to keep in mind, Mata's still a rookie, right? This is his first year in VCT. Brock, this is his first year in VCT, comes in late, right? So as experienced as Finesse and Ethan and Som are, I don't know if it necessarily makes up for the lack of experience in those other two roles. Whereas, like I said, Leviathan, from top to bottom, I mean, Rossi even having international experience, he has LAN experience as well. You got 2 world champs, you got 2 people that got third. I mean, it's stacked.
Yeah, and I mean, I think if you go into the crypts of history, you see that there's a lot of history. There's a lot of pedigree. There's a lot of championship-winning DNA on the other side of it as well. It's just been a stumble out of the gates for both of these teams. And, you know, oddly enough, just very quickly inform you all, there is a slight delay on the stage. I'm being told it's an audio issue. We'll get it rectified and get back into the action as soon as possible. Oddly enough, for both of these teams, for as much as expectations were so high, for as much as they're both sitting at 1 and 3, I swear it's like they're each looking into a mirror.
Yeah.
You think about just the, well, let's not even talk about the journey yet. Let's just talk about where they're sitting right now. I talked about it earlier. Both 1 and 3. Both, the only team they beat is Furia. This stage. Both of them have only won 3 maps. Both of them are almost the exact same on round wins. It's 82 for LEV and then I think 81 for NRG. Both of them have almost the exact same number of maps played. 9 for LEV and then 10 for NRG. Like, it's just fascinating to find ourselves in a position where we're in the very last match of the regular season. The stakes could not be any higher, and they're mirror images of one another.
It's really a clash of the same person. Both teams had similar struggles too. I mean, having to replace players in the middle of the season. I mean, Leviathan had role issues at some point. It looks like they got that stuff fixed. And NRG have just, maybe, right?
Yeah, maybe.
NRG just haven't really gotten their footing at all. I mean, let's just say it how it is, right? NRG haven't looked good in any facet other than beating Furia, which was like, okay, we thought, oh, a glimmer of hope. Maybe they got their stuff back together, and then it just gets ripped to shreds by G2, absolutely decimating them. And then MIBR following through with that as well. It has been a rough journey for both squads. I will say that FNS is definitely one of the most decorated IGLs in VALORANT. We all know that. He hasn't made an event since Champs 2023. Obviously, he didn't participate in most of the season in 2024. But still, this is still very important, and it's good reps. Let's say, okay, let's not even look to making actual Toronto itself. You want to make a deep run as far as you can to keep getting experience. Try to be better for Stage 2. I mean, that's the short-term goal, right, for both these squads. Just make it into the playoff.
I think you're absolutely right. Get into playoffs, that is key. I do want to go back to something you were talking about earlier about the addition of Rossi and some of the roster changes that Leviathan have had to deal with. I mean, the man on your screen right now is another one who's been a byproduct of this rotating musical chairs type, like what's the right piece that we need to fit together to make this thing work? And Brock being the most recent addition, he's had some pretty strong performances on the stage for NRG, but this is, again, this is easily going to be the biggest match that he's had to play in so far. I mean, this is enormous.
I will say, when it comes down to Brock, he is a very, very clutch player. Look at Calm having some fun with it, having some fun with the tech delay. Can he make it? Can he make it? A bunch of wingmans coming out. But Brock is a very clutch player. I mean, you think of the Tier 2 experience he's had, the Brocktagon. I mean, there's a reason why he was called that. He had so many clutch moments, winning 1vx situations, and as much as we want to see he is a rookie, he does have a lot of reps on his role. Now, I will say, NRG have clearly been lacking firepower with Verno being gone. It's no question asked. Everybody has seen it in the server. Brock isn't really a player that, when you looked at him joining this roster, be like, okay, he's going to be the guy that steps up and he's going to be at the top of the scoreboard.
Yeah, sure.
But he can bring other things with phenomenal utility. And this is something that NRG were talking about, was they're going to start playing a little bit more loose. Maybe Sam's going to be willing to take a little bit more risk, not be so readable, not play by the book. But the problem is, Rossi, his addition to this Leviathan squad has been so impressive to me with the fact that his IGLing is actually like really in depth. Like, he's got layers on layers. I mean, if you watch their Icebox games, if you watch the way that they use their utility, he chains it together to set up either King or Demon 1, whoever's on the duelist role, and really make their lives easier.
Yeah, I think Rossi has been an exceptional addition to the recipe for Leviathan, if you will. I think something that you were talking about earlier that I want to quickly go back to is the addition of Brock to the roster, and is there enough firepower, right? Like that was a big part of the conversation. I think the man that you see on your screen right now covers a lot of those sins, right? Like having and lacking firepower. I think Mata has been exceptional for this team. And, you know, speaking of which, we spoke to Mata earlier about his firepower and having to face off against one of, at his prime, the most feared players in the entire game in Demon 1. Take a listen.
Honestly, Demon 1 just has like some of the best aim in the league probably as far as raw mechanics go. So you can never like underestimate him. You can't really solo peek him, but yeah, it's good to still try and play confident and play together to shut him down.
I mean, confidence is often a part of the conversation in a game like Valorant, and you know, something that you were talking about earlier, Dre, is confidence and getting into deep playoff runs, right? You go through the history of Valorant, and obviously Crew is one of the big ones that comes to mind, but you have these teams that catch fire, and it's just at the right moment, and you're willing to look past some of the issues and some of the problems and some of the hiccups that you deal throughout the stage, because once you make it to playoffs, doesn't matter. It's a different game. It's a fresh start.
Yeah, and both these teams need that. Let's just say it how it is. Both these teams need it. I think specifically NRG need it because they haven't shown as good of play as Leviathan have as of recent. And you were asking me earlier, how much of this is mental? Because when you look at the actual gameplay, I feel like NRG set up some really nice rounds, and it's the execution that's lacking. I mean, Vans was pointing out a missed alarm bot from FNS, and how does that compound into your brain when you're in the moment? I mean, it feels like, okay, like how am I making a mistake that small, you know, but it pays out for the other team so massively. And
I think the mental part of the conversation is probably, in a lot of ways, I would imagine, is probably some of the biggest fight that's taking place. I mean, I think in a lot of ways, you aren't necessarily playing against the guys across the stage. In a lot of ways, you're playing against what's going on up here. Because you were mentioning the alarm bot miss from Finesse, right? An alarm bot miss, seemingly insignificant, costs them the round, you know, mistake. But when you compound that with everything else, you compound that with the fact that at the beginning of the year, he said this is likely his last year, right? You compound that with the fact that they're sitting at 1-3. Relatively unlikely that they don't make playoffs, that they don't make Toronto. Like, all of that stacks in a unbearable way.
Especially Toronto. I mean, I was talking to him, and it was so important for him to try to make a run for it so his family can see him play on stage. His family's never been able to go and watch a game of his. So Toronto meant a lot, and you can't help but imagine that feeling of it just being stripped away from you with how your season has gone. I mean, match by match, you've played Furia, okay, we finally made some improvements, and then you just get another reality check from G2. MIBR comes around, just makes it even worse than the previous, and yeah, it's rough for the veteran IGL for sure. Rossi, how you doing, buddy?
We have a couple of there are a couple of LEV members walking behind us right now, which tells me that we're not any closer to getting this tech pause figured out than we were a few moments ago. Again, once we know what's going on and once we get it fixed, we will keep you all informed and get you into it. And just consider this a way to build a little suspense, right? get you all hot and bothered for, again, what is the most meaningful match for both of these teams of the entire stage, the most meaningful match of the day and really of the weekend. Two teams enter the stage. One walks away with a ticket to playoffs. The other's sitting at home watching.
And you know it's going to be just so bitter for whoever loses this match. That feeling, can you even recover from that? Is there something more that happens? Do you make another roster change? We've seen teams hit the panic button for less, right? And you just can't help but feel like this is a make it or break it moment for either of these teams. I think moving forward, this match means a lot.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think the implications of it, not just in the short term, but in the long term too, as you take stock of what the rest of the stage looks like, what the rest of the year looks like. It all really does kind of come down to this. This is a tipping point, a breaking point, depending on how you want to describe it, how you want to call it. It doesn't get much bigger than this in this point of the year that we're in right now. I am being told that we're still working on the tech pause. I believe it is still an audio issue, and we've got the outrageously good-looking Com, who still doesn't even have his in-ears on the screen right now. So we're going to throw it to a very quick break, and when we return, we should have a little bit more info on what's going on. Stick with us. We will be right back. Welcome back to VCT Americas. Thank you so much for sticking with us. As you heard by probably the most infectious laugh in all of the Americas talent team, Vansili is on the desk with us right now.
Emily, she left too. I thought you were talking about her.
No,
that was gonna
your
be
laugh
rude,
is
dude.
iconic.
Brother,
You're gonna do that to our guest analyst?
You take the cake on that. But we have been joined here on the desk again. There is an audio issue on the stage, is what I'm being told, and the fact that all the players are at least sitting in front of their computers now tells me that we're at least that much closer to getting things situated. I know you guys talked about it on the desk a little bit. There was a lot of breakdown around kind of some of the history for these teams and kind of the stakes as we're leading into this pivotal point of the season. I think, Vans, I would love to get your initial thoughts here. Excuse me. What's something that has to look different for NRG if they're for them to walk away with this one?
For NRG, it's definitely going to have to be, as I've mentioned on the couch before, was just cleaning up the little things. Like I said, I think the setup, everything that Mike's HD has been doing ever since he joined this team has been doing quite well in terms of preparation on the defensive side. We always talked about very slow starts in the very beginning for NRG at the beginning of the season during kickoff, but things have been looking pretty decent in his first showing for this team as a head coach. Now, overall, I think they've been looking pretty good in terms of what Mata mentioned before. Conversation around, making sure that we figure out what's wrong in the execution. How come we're not winning rounds? How come we're not able to turn things over? Is there lack of communication? Is there one player that's not vocal enough? Is it what's going on? And I like that they talked that through.
Yeah, I mean, to add on to your point, like the whole setup situation, you can have the perfect setup, but it really comes down to those micro decisions that you make within the round, which I feel like NRG have been struggling with.
Yeah, completely. And Mata is one player that's getting punished because of it, and he's not the one that you want to not be online in these games. He kind of is your win condition with firepower being out of the mix, I feel like if NRG want to succeed, they have to enable this man on the screen. They have to put him in good spots, get trades for him if he is going to entry in first.
100%. And at least from what I've been watching from NRG's game on how they execute, at least on Pearl, for example, is that he still has great initiator util that allows for him to get that dash. Let's talk, for example, a map like Pearl. When Ethan's playing the Yoru and you're trying to find space for Mata to dash in, even if his dash is not going to be as long as it was before because the jet got nerfed or the smokes are less longer, there's still good util coming through from the Sova and also from the Yoru with the shock darts and the flashes for him to be able to get some space without getting fully punished. I think it really comes down to once you get into these spots, how do you fight through with that?
Yeah, I think you guys very eloquently went through a lot of the more technical aspects of the game. Emily, as someone who was very recently competing, I think one of the things I would love to get your thoughts on, they talked about it on the interview, there was a come to Jesus moment. There was a conversation that took place around like, hey, there's a lot wrong. How do we fix some of this stuff? How important is that as a competitor when it feels like there's a whole lot going on well?
Well, I mean, when I'm looking at NRG, it's like one big problem, but they have to start picking those apart and really seeing what they can fix in such a short amount of time. Like throughout this whole stage, NRG, I feel like have been having new problems come up each week, and I haven't really been seeing them kind of like focus on them and fix them. And so I'm hoping possibly going into this week, they fix like those micro things and hopefully have like more success.
Exactly. Better success, better communication, something like that after the talk that they had, the coming to Jesus, as you mentioned before. But those are the internal factors that they have to fix. Actually, the things that are in external factors that are helping them out, and I got to give a shout out to The Chosen and the content around NRG to be able to have fans talk and be able to see and help NRG like bring back the momentum. And it looks like we have the maps coming through here in this series.
How do you guys feel about this map pool? Because when I'm looking at this, I'm kind of leaning towards Leviathan. I mean, Leviathan's Fracture, they beat G2. The Icebox looked really good against MIBR, and I mean, NRG, they looked abysmal on the Icebox. I mean, I know you were pointing out like some really cool setups, but the execution wasn't there. NRG's Fracture was, I mean, what, they beat Furia?
Yeah, I mean,
Leviathan's the same thing. They also just beat Furia.
But I will say
they
this.
beat G2.
Yeah, I will say this. So you take a look at Fracture and you go, okay, they were able to beat G2 13-11. Dope. But you take a look at Lotus, map 3. That's a map that they beat Cloud9 on. So there is a little strength on both.
But then then they lost the following match. So
I mean, both teams have lost a lot. Let's call it what it is.
13-1 to G2 right after that.
This does feel like it's a pretty,
trade-off.
Equivalent exchange in a way.
Yeah, and Vance, I actually had a question about this map because you were talking earlier about how Demon One was getting comfortable on like the duelist role. And how do you feel about these maps for him?
I think this is good. If it actually goes to that third map on Lotus, we saw the highlight reels before. He looks very comfortable on a Neon right now for Leviathan. And when it comes down to those moments where he has people to help him trade out, Leviathan looks actually really well composed on that map. And there's a possibility that we will see that third map because even though the loss on Icebox came on the side of NRG, again, it wasn't abysmal in terms of performances on that side. Great preparation came through for NRG in terms of that matchup on Icebox. And I don't think that their execution wasn't like the worst, you know? They still had great phase 1, phase 2 execution. You're looking at how you want to take control of A site on Icebox. You have to be very explosive at the very beginning because you don't want the opponents to get early aggression on A side. And they're doing a great job doing that on their attack side. And their defensive setups, they've had good reads. They just couldn't complete the fights in the trades.
I mean, somebody to worry about on this map, though, specifically for NRG, is how good Tex was on the Vise. And I see right now he was floating some deadlock, but I think he's going to lock that down. I mean, he was so good against G2, anchoring these sites, oftentimes alone on that defensive side, whether it is towards A, towards B, and the aggression on the other side of the map was very impressive as well. I mean, King was using an operator on the Neon, floating around, and what I like about Rossi's IGLing, I don't know if he's the one that does most of the defensive side calling, is the fact that he masks where the Neon operator is, and that's so important. It makes it so hard to contact in, which is so good to do for attackers on this map of Fracture.
I mean, you mentioned it, you addressed the elephant in the room. It does seem like the players have already gone through agent select, so we'll get confirmation on what that is here in just a moment. And then if all goes well, barring any sort of nonsense or shenanigans, we will be starting off this best of 3. Again, if you are just joining us, welcome. Thank you for sticking with us through the extended break. The stakes could not be any more simple. You win, you're in playoffs. You lose, you're done. You're sitting on the sideline watching through the rest of the playoffs, watching through Toronto as well, as we're finally getting agent select come through.
Yeah, I have nothing new from either side. So we're going to get some bread and butter comps right here. And I'm curious from your point of view, like who do you think has the advantage in terms of composition? I'm leaning more towards Leviathan right here because of that Vice. I think Tex is so good on that character.
Tex has been very good as a Vice as well as an anchor player on the defensive side, and that's where they start for Leviathan.
Yeah, and I'm very excited. I'm hoping to see King kind of pop off on this Neon. Demon One is not on that duelist role, but I've seen, like, we watched him play the same map and still frag out.
Yeah.
Well, we do have all of the stages set. We can finally get into it. We're going to bid adieu to both of our friends here and get into the action. Thank you so much for joining us.
Adieu.
You guys are good. Oh, did I say it wrong?
No, I was saying adieu to you too as well.
Nice, I hit it? Yeah, let's go.
Thank you.
Again, thank you guys for joining us. We are getting ready to load into Fracture. Again, Leviathan versus NRG. Map 1 is Fracture, Map 2 Icebox, and then Map 3, if needed. And I think this is the case for everyone who's invested in this. We hope it's needed. Will be Lotus, the decider of it all, to see who advances into playoffs and who goes home empty-handed. You take a look at it on your screen right there. Seems like Leviathan is going to be starting off on the defensive side, and it's going to be on NRG to set the pace. Dre, you imagine, given this Deho breach comp, given the fact that Mata has been so damn explosive on the Raze, there's going to be a lot of giddy up, there's going to be a lot of go.
Yeah, they are opting to just go for some dish control right here, though. Brock, he's feinting some of this arcade control, but he's coming back to his team, and it's very interesting to have a solo breach taking A main by himself, maybe trying to jiggle, catch out anybody here, but Tex was so good at anchoring, a bait out of a wall early on here, and I wonder if there's going to be a pivot now from NRG, understanding that maybe the rotations are coming through after that wall is going up.
Yeah, you mentioned how good Tex was as an anchor in the pre-show, so I mean, we're going to see the opportunity for that here in just a moment. You see the salvos go out, the satchels go through, Mata already behind enemy lines, and the defense is holding strong. Finesse overwhelming calm, Demon One on the counterpunch, and now keep a close eye on the minimap. King is rotating in, but it's going to be a little late. A lot to do for the duelist.
He still has a slide right now. If he could try to get a quick pop shot with that, maybe onto Sam. Ethan is stuck in a corner right now. There's the first.
It's going to fall down to a 1v1. The stun, the dash, and Sam holds the line. NRG with a pistol.
Yeah, NRG is a nice setup. Ethan had a free A main, and that kind of was the main difference maker in that. But it was kind of too close for comfort. 4 players of Leviathan were already there to flood out on that hit, so it was already pretty readable from the side of Leviathan. If they had better weaponry or maybe just a little bit better timings on those trades, maybe they win the pistol round, but you just never know in games like this. It does really come down to execution on both sides.
Execution becomes such an important part of the conversation, and when the pressure's so high, that gets harder to do.
Yes, and NRG, I feel like, lose sight of the plot on some of these anti-eco rounds. They tend to lose them a lot. And when that happens, it snowballs out of control when stuff like this is happening to you.
Boy, you could not have set the stage any better. Already looking a little messy now. No weapon upgraded from the defense. So not all is lost, but that's not how you want to start this off.
Oh, there's follow-up utility as well. This is that layered approach I was talking about.
And you wonder here if there's a little bit of fear of a crunch coming in from the other side, but they decide to dig their heels in. They decide to take the fight. It's expensive, but it works out for the attack.
Yeah, and crisis averted for NRG. G2, they got thriftied by Leviathan on their anti-eco. It was a flood towards the actual A bomb site. NRG, they didn't want to go plant the spike. They decided to just sit there, fight fire with fire. They knew they had the better weaponry. They wanted to take those shots, but again, I feel like so far the game plan from Rossi, the game plan from Leviathan has looked good. 5 players stacked on that anti-eco for that little walk-up of Mata. He's gotten punished twice in a row. When is he going to be enabled to take this game over?
Well, it's still early days. Still plenty of time for that to come to fruition. For now, round 3 NRG looking to convert a bonus. It's a formidable purchase. You got 2 stingers, 3 rifles. This is not a weak bonus.
Yeah, you also have all of tower control. Tex, he didn't have to use any of that utility, but it's aggression right now from Leviathan.
Spike down, attacker spawn.
What a monster.
Filthy out from King, and now Tex is going to find a window. Put a bullet in Ethan's ear. Tex tries to get away. The spike sitting on the southern side of the map with no one currently in possession.
Leviathan are in such a comfortable position right now. NRG, the best they can hope for is getting some of these orbs, as Tex is doing. Get a little bit closer to that showstopper. Maybe you can get the spike planted, get some of that spike money down, but Leviathan, what makes their fracture so strong, what made it so good against that G2 was the fact that they're so confident in their retakes on the defensive side. They're willing to play retake. They're okay with playing 4-1 setups, playing aggressive, flanking you.
They try to dictate the pace, and you mentioned it. It was very effective. It was very successful against the behemoth that is G2. We'll see how it fares against NRG, who currently is just sitting on finesse in a 1v5. Can't find any value, so Leviathan will get on the board. I believe a lot of members are going to be able to carry over heavy armor into the next round, too. This is a great setup for Lev.
It was a clean round. King, he's been looking better and better on this duelist role. I know there was a lot of criticism about, okay, why is King on this duelist role? Why isn't it Demon 1? Maybe Tex, right? But I think he just needed a little bit more time to cook. He just looked uncomfortable. We know King can hit crazy shots. We've seen him basically play a pseudo... We've basically seen him play a pseudo duelist style on Omen all of last year. He's got that dog in him as well. To see him actually bear fruit on the Neon and get a slide double kill like that, instilling NRG's offense, it's a really good answer back.
Light armor on 4 members of NRG and the regen armor on 1, so a little bit of a flimsier defense. The members of the attack, a quiet start to the round. Very atypical on a map like Fracture.
Yeah, waiting for any type of aggression from the defensive side, but it looks like Leviathan are very comfortable playing a trap play. I think that's just a stylistic matchup thing. Mid-round reclear of the stealth bot into A main. It does get broken, but should give an inkling of an idea that there is a lean towards B. That's why you see already Demon 1 shifting over, trying to group up with Tex.
That's where all of that utility is, too. Texas utility, so you know they're comfortable playing retake on the site.
NRG should know that there's a Vice Wall here. It was here the last round.
Right. Also, quick note here, so going to round 4. Sam has his ult. Keep that in mind. Oh, no. That was not part of the plan.
Is that going to be the difference maker, Doug? Do you think that's what is going to set NRG off?
I mean,
or can they bring it back?
It's certainly not going to help. Spike still planted, still a shot at this. Brock, another domino falls. 5v3 for the defense as they start to close the walls in. Remember, Sam has his ult, but there's so much to do, so much riding on that bit of utility. First barrage on the way out. King on the swing. Ethan dead. A bullet between his eyes, and they still invested Sam's ult, but this feels well out of reach, Trey. It's going to take a miracle, and it's not coming through. The defuse for King. Leviathan tie us up.
I can't help but feel like this might be a moment where you need an early timeout if you're Mike's, because a team kill into a misused Brim ult in a 2v4 is less than ideal, and we've seen NRG in these moments get completely snowballed out of control. And Leviathan, I mean, you could see it on their coach's face. He knows that it's going to affect the minds of NRG. Execution just not there. We were talking about the little things. I mean, look at that reaction. King sitting at 5-2 with his ultimate online. Tex also at 5-2. Vice ultimate online. And another thrifty type buy from NRG. What can they make with these guns?
Aggro towards Arcade. Mata finally getting on the board. He needs to be on for NRG to have a shot at this. Off the second swing, Rossi trying to connect, will succeed. So it's like a great round for NRG so far.
You need a round like this if you're NRG after what just happened to you. Your mental would have been shattered. It's not over yet, though. Spike has not even been planted.
Yeah, still 2 rifles, though, in the hands of Brock and Mata. Tex has his ult as Mata tries to creep forward, slip the net, and maybe catch something. They've all worked their way into spawn. And now it's going to be a Leviathan to try to clear out anything that's happening on the site, peek under the reg, find whatever it takes, but you're not going to find anyone there.
Yeah, you got to deal with salvos, Armageddon as well from Brock. As long as Brock doesn't drop here, he plays safe. It should be the win condition.
Yeah.
If you're Leviathan, just try to build your ult if you're Demon 1, I would say.
Tex the first to tap out, salvos will follow. And Demon 1 gets his one. But as the spike ticks away, you're absolutely right. It's going to be all on him to get a little bit closer, as close as he can to having that ult online, and mission accomplished.
Whew. Some nice shots too. Demon 1 warming up in the server. You didn't really have to fight anybody up to that moment. So once he gets online, we've seen the damage he can put on this Brimstone, and here's that little exchange around Arcade. Leviathan trying to take the fight to NRG right there. Unlucky, bro. But now, here's what I was talking about. This operator on the side of King, the way that Leviathan uses their utility to set him up with it is very nice and very hard to deal with. But if you look, Texas already has a nade out, maybe reading into this.
He's going to try to hold the line anyway. He's lost it, but Finesse, I guess, unaware, leaning into the confidence of the nade. And King punishes. The Rolling Thunder will pave the way, or at least attempt to, and NRG gladly fill in on what was previously vacated. It's now full control of the site.
Yeah, it hits all 5 members, but this is where Leviathan shine in the retakes.
They're gonna scale, they're gonna try to take the fight into them. Ethan finding the first, Tex now dead. We got the orbital strike that's also now in play. Tearing them asunder, forcing them to scatter. As King's ult pops out, they're gonna try to scale further and further up. Now the Armageddon that's once again dividing the personnel. The spike continues to tick away. Leviathan are gonna have to hit a little giddy up here if they want a shot at this. Calm, gonna get to half, forced to take a step back. As the flames lick around his feet, Mata waiting for the challenge, will connect onto Calm, looking for the second swing. It swings into the op, but Brock right behind it will secure the round for NRG.
NRG successfully winning a post plant. I like the aggression into spawn.
It's dangerous.
It's dangerous, it's risky, but when you're down 4v5, sometimes you need to slip in and slip out just like they did.
Sure.
They avoid Demon 1's ultimate in that moment. They get out unscathed. And then they play a post plant, something that was haunting them in a lot of their previous matchups. It was said, I think there was a stat, they barely won any post plants.
Let's go.
Confidence brewing right now for the side of NRG. Leviathan, they're still very healthy in terms of their economy. King still has an operator. He got a first blood. Not going to get matched by anybody here. And you see the adjustment already from Finesse, putting a cam there, not wanting to get picked off early.
I imagine part of the game plan moving forward will be to sniff out where that big weapon is and then decide to play around it.
What a timing right there.
Or you just accelerate towards B. Op be damned.
I mean, he takes so much damage.
But he gets so much space. The problem is here, you're right, Leviathan are going to be in full force on this retake attempt. Rossi still has his stun, Tex has his ult, and Demon 1 still has 2 smokes.
I wonder if King is going to try to swap weapons right here with Calm.
Another 5v5 attempt at a retake. This is going to be explosive, as has been the case in the series so far. Finesse once again taking the knee to the op, taking the knee to King. Dash away as he tries to stay alive. You heard the Visalt use the flash out from Ethan as Mata not able to connect with the Ghost. Rossi's gotten the defuse all the way through, right under their noses.
A beautiful retake from Leviathan. It looks like the recipe for success for them is just sticking the spike, getting it even halved, right? That utility this time around doesn't come through, so they have nothing to worry about. That Vice ultimate hit all 5 members. And that operator is proving to put difficulties for Finesse. This is the bread and butter of Leviathan's defensive side. Willing to play 4-1s, have a trap set up somewhere. If you walk into the op, cool. If not, we're willing to play retake on A or B. It looks like Leviathan are putting techs mainly towards that B side of the map, though.
A drone out towards Dish. We'll confirm empty space on the northern side of the map. Calm will grab the orb. Ult now online. Rossi's 2. That smells like trouble.
Yeah, all signs showing towards an A hit right now for NRG. When was the last time they even touched A? I think it was pistol round, so I think your spidey senses have to start tingling now if you're Rossi.
Yeah,
start calling people over.
And I mean, even if they don't, they have these 2 massive ults. Rossi a full set of utility in his lap. The Rolling Thunder out first, and there it is. Armageddon will join. Yes, Rossi falls, but it destroys the rest of NRG. Ethan and Brock claimed.
I know exactly.
They're gonna flood out behind the site, sure, and they may be able to get the spike down, but there's still so much behind the punch for Lev.
Yeah, it's gonna be a double approach through this door right now in sand. NRG are gonna try to take a timing here on audio cues.
Juggling the weapons. King will be the tip of the spear, already finding one. The stun to secure the second.
What?
And Sam. Clean shot, still more work to be done though, as he is left alone. Being hunted down, he's got it down to a 1v1. It's all on to Tex. And he will hold the line for Lev.
Down to the wire. Proactivity in the post plant again for NRG. Every single time they're down numbers, they try to group up, make a play. I don't know how the hell Sam hits that shot. Fake neon stun. But Tex, he comes in clutch and saves that operator into this next round. Another wonderful retake from Leviathan. And look at this trap play. It was beautiful, just completely crunched. Mata, he slipped the net, but it's just not enough.
No, what a mess.
Sick play. Breach ult in Armageddon, just complete chaos for any of the members caught in between.
Still in this fight as we're tied for a piece. And an early timeout called by NRG. Mike's getting involved in the conversation. Let's see what they can do, what sort of adjustments they have on the other side of this. I think, Dre, all things considered, this has been a really
very close.
Yeah, very evenly matched up map so far.
Yeah, I think this time out, I don't know how much exact strategy is going into this, more so just, hey, from the side of Mike's, hey, these rounds are coming down to the wire. Let's try to clean things up a little bit, maybe bait out when Leviathan have some of these traps. And on the side of Leviathan, it's how can we get King to get this first pick and secure us another 4v5? I feel like they've gotten the first blood a lot on this defensive side.
Should carry it into the next round, so you know, yeah, that's going to be part of the conversation. Yeah, maybe for NRG, a lot of it is baiting out some of that early utility, finding where that trap is, which is so formidable when you're playing against a Breach Deho comp, as we just saw in the previous round. But we'll see.
The cool thing about Leviathan on just the way that they play is the change of pace. You know, they throw in aggressive rounds, then they're doing trap plays, then they're playing full retake on a site. It's a good medley for success. And it's going to be op again in the hands of King. Finesse at the other end. He dodges the cam. Did he get seen? Maybe just some toes right there.
A rare miss, but Demon 1 doesn't. King feeling some of the pressure, but finds a brief moment of respite. And now the orbital strike in play. Rossi, you're gonna get challenged, finding 2 with the shorty.
Flawless round from Leviathan. And I'm not sure what NRG were trying to cook up right there. I don't know if it was Satchel's missed, but that shot onto Mata is just too easy. Yeah, King, he gets a leg shot there, but it slows him down enough for Demon 1 to hit that shot any day of the week. Oh, destroyed. I don't know if there was supposed to be some follow-up utility there, but it wasn't.
What are they doing? Yo, running through a drill. Yo, wake up. You're running through a drill.
He's right, though. I mean, he's completely right. Right after the timeout, NRG just run into a brick wall. And King again with an entry. This man's on fire today, Doug.
11 and 6 for him so far. And I do not see that slowing down anytime soon. Yeah, it's an eco for NRG.
King hasn't really had a moment this year where he's truly taken over a game, whether that's on Duelist or when they were mixing up the roles. And I feel like today is the day.
I mean, it has been so far.
When his team needs him the most, too, right? Elimination match. Doug, Leviathan are 2-0 against NRG across all of VCT. Every single year they have beaten them. And King has been a part of every single one of those rosters.
Mod is having to be so careful to clear out the northern side of the map. But once that's cleared out, you imagine they're going to rejoin and hit B, which would be the right site.
He has so much utility to delay this push, though. And the rotations are already coming in.
Rossi's going to try to exchange a stun with the stun. The missile's out, but Finesse ahead of it, finding the right timing. Gets his one, but those numbers do not add up when you're down like that. Demon 1 with 4, and Leviathan gets to 6.
Just teeing off on NRG. That's what happens when your smokes player drops early like that, all thanks to that first blood from King. It allows for your players to play all the way back, make them commit into sight. NRG aren't running the Neon like Leviathan are. There's nothing to scale in with. I mean, yeah, you have some flashes, but it was way too late. Demon 1 just isolates all these fights individually, and he's able to connect on every single head. And he has his second Brim ultimate online. And look at this, the cycle of the operator, something that Leviathan liked to do. Tex, he was so good on that chamber. He can op on whatever character he wants.
Doesn't look like he's going to get challenged early on. Is there a little bit more behind this? Do Leviathan pull the trigger?
Oh, this Brim ult's going to cook NRG, man.
If they fully commit, if there's enough for them to decide to go.
As soon as they hear a single peep or they see a player, it's over for NRG.
What's the spark?
Look at this.
What's the catalyst? There it is.
Oh,
Brock's the only one who will fall, though. And now they rotate off of this. NRG might contact their way back in.
And now you can play in spots where you wouldn't be able to otherwise because that Teo is done. Those missiles are not going to have any effect on this round whatsoever. Thorns to the lay at B.
I'm not convinced that that's where they're ending, though.
No, they need to contact. They need to work the map, try to even the score. There's one for Sam.
That certainly will open things up a little bit.
The problem is NRG didn't bait out that Vice wall earlier. Yeah, they showed some pressure being made, but it's still there. So
you're right.
If you're going to go back here, you're going to get trapped, Calm.
And I thought they saw it. I thought they knew it was there.
Oh, they did. That's why they're going arcade. So
30 seconds left.
Smart play here.
Yeah, but King has taken all of this space A. So you know they're not going up B main. You know they're not A.
And look at sight. All of the Leviathan members are already in these unconventional spots. So much to clear right now for NRG.
Mada pops the ult. 85 HP, 13 seconds left. We'll connect on attacks. They still have to speed up. There's still a lot they have to get by. And Calm has not been cleared. The stun, the swing. And Demon 1 will help it out. Ethan's left alone. A 1v3. Time is not there. Health is not there. Leviathan get to 7.
Just a hard read again from Leviathan. Everybody slipping into that site. Playing in these weird off angles, Calm goes completely unchecked into heaven. That's a spot that would normally get cleared out by those Teo missiles, by those salvos. But there's that trap play, and yeah, NRG, unfortunate for Brock, but it could have been way worse, right?
Yeah, it could have been. You're absolutely right. For as much as was behind that, getting away with just losing 1.
Yo, Demon 1 making a statement, 14-4. Sam, he's trying to hang in there with him, man, but it's just too hard.
Now he's the one with the op, too. Again, no early challenges. It's going to be a mad dash back to B, where Tex is currently holding. Demon 1 has put the op down. It's just going to be a rifle now. But Tex will be the first to fall. Note, Ethan has his ult, too.
Topside aggression, though. Dish has been pushed again. Ethan, he kind of knows.
I mean, that's going to buy a little bit of time, but they're not really in a position to follow up behind it. Instead, deciding to scale up into spawn. Ethan close by, Finesse. Nicely done to get one onto Demon 1. A 5v3 for NRG. Will they let this one slip? Only 1 kill found. So much on the shoulders of King and Rossi to make this thing work. Rossi will fall. King a 1v4 to close out the half. And they're just playing with him. I don't know that he's going to get a window in on this.
Oh, time is running way too low. You still have Salvos online. Mata will just peek out and take him out. 7-5 half. Leviathan looked very strong on the defensive side, but the recovery, the thrifty round, honestly, win from NRG was what kept them in this thing, man. Had that not happened with those stingers pushing into B site, maybe Leviathan just run away with this. It really looked like it was going to go that way.
I mean, with how King was shooting, with how effective the op was, I absolutely agree. That was their lifeline. A 7-5 half for LEV. We'll see how things look on the other side of this break.
Oh.
Huh. Nature sure is full of wonders. Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
A tightly contested affair to kick off this first map of this best of 3. 7-5 for LEV. You mentioned it, Dre, the defensive side looked really good. It seemed like LEV were going to run away with it. King was not missing. The op was causing serious problems for NRG, but it was the thrifty round win. That was the lifeline for NRG to keep them in this thing.
And you can't rely on that, not against a team like LEV who has full momentum, full confidence, especially knowing the opponent that they're up against. They understand that NRG are beaten down. It's going to be B main. Aggression for the side of NRG. A deep smoke from Sam.
Texas might be in trouble.
Yeah, but he's so good in these spots. Yeah, he's going to get pinched, but he's always good for one.
If they fully clear him, which they might not. Now he's spotted, not able to get anything there. Meanwhile, the rest of the attack will speed up towards A. King is already in their spawn. It was a cool idea. Maybe just a little ahead of it, but they're doubling down. Rossi on the swing with the frenzy, looking for the second. And Brock keeping him back with 2. A gorgeous hold. And Calm's left in a 1v4.
Wow, the Broctagon back in action with his back against the wall. A very difficult spot he was put in with all that set utility from Leviathan. What a unique play. Pushing spawn like that. We had Salvo's fault lines coming out for him. It was the appropriate response from Leviathan considering all the utility that Tex had to deal with and the bodies. You want to speed up Dish, that was the game plan, but you can't account for Ethan hitting a shot like that.
Yeah, that shot from Ethan was insane.
My new hiding spot, let's go.
Yeah, barely sneaking right past. Kind of felt like it was a must-win round for NRG as well, but Leviathan setting a pace here in A main. Something that they like to do a lot on the attacking side is just play 5 towards one side, put a Vice Wall on the top.
Drone is down.
This time they don't have the funds to do so. Something to look out for though.
And Drone will spot them. Mod finding a little bit of value with Outlaw.
Almost the timing.
Yeah, this will be tough for LEV to work their way back into. Mata bookends the round as NRG are tied at 7. Carry over a Vandal, a Guardian, and a Bulldog.
Yeah, NRG were willing to give all of that bottom side of the map, but they still conditioned that B main smoke. And I wonder if that's just a game plan thing, understanding that Leviathan like to take that spot, set up Tex to go underpass and whatnot. Brock, he's getting close to that ultimate, man. Getting 3 in the first round, 2 in the anti-eco. And he brings forth that Vandal into this next round. Let's see if there's a change of pace here on the bonus for NRG. It's a full buy from the side of Leviathan. 5 towards the bottom as well. There's that ice wall on top that I was telling you about. And yeah, another B main smoke. So that is the game plan for NRG. Trying to deny that space, deny that underpass lurk that Tex was getting so much value with against G2.
Unaware of the fact that all of LEV are here. A little stutter step from the drone. Not going to tag anyone.
Util for util here. It looks like Leviathan don't like what they've seen. They're going to go fishing around towards that B side of the map. See what's working there, but are they aware of the deposits and underpass? You see some pings towards heaven.
I mean, you imagine, given the fact that they've been conditioning that smoke, this is a real possibility that they have to consider. And I think they're aware of it.
Oh, almost gets timinged.
Very nicely done by Finesse.
That was very quick. Tex usually gets the head-to-head on stuff like that.
They're speeding up into B, though. The wall goes up, and they're filling behind it. Some of that Cypher utility cleared. King stay. Ooh, you got to get out of there. And they get the spike down. NRG's gonna have to retake if they want a shot at this. And it does not look like it's coming through very well at all.
Yeah, a lot riding on Mata right now, going underpass. He's gonna try to make it up for NRG, but he peeks the one way. Just not ready for that. Now, if you're NRG, 2v4, you have a Vandal, you have a Bulldog. You're gonna have to save one of them, that's for sure.
Yeah, you look at Finesse's money. It's not great if you want to full buy into the next. So yeah, I think they're going to try to preserve whatever weapons they can. Meanwhile, for LEV, full armor on 2 members. They're not going to have to purchase that at all.
Brock has not slowed down. I know it's just exit kills right here, but very impressive stuff from him. I have to say, I really like the way that Leviathan approached the site, even being down 4v5, right? I like the way that they slowed down, and yeah, King hit a Cypher trip, but they were able to still get the spike planted, dodge those salvos, get out unscathed. Yeah, that was a nice shot. But here's where the tides were turned. The triple peak arcade. That was a beautiful job from Leviathan. The teamwork is really reigning supreme for them in that round. Oh, no, man. Surely not.
Quick tech pause. Again, once we know what the delay is, we will keep you good people at home informed. But if you are just recently joining us, or you've been tuned in from the beginning, I think you all at home knew what the situation was coming into this weekend. They knew what was at play, you knew what was for stakes, and so far this match has delivered to the hype.
Yeah, fighting for their lives. You know, I'm impressed that Brock is sitting at the top of the scoreboard for NRG. He struggled so much against MIBR. A performance that I didn't expect out of him, to be fair.
I mean, I think a lot of people struggle against MIBR, to be fair.
Yeah, that is very true.
But you're right. Him sitting at the top right now for NRG, given the dogfight that they're in. I mean, we talked about him at the beginning of the cast. We talked about him at the top of the match. He's held up very well so far.
This match has already been giving. I do want to point out that NRG, in past matches, bar Furia, their defensive side has not really been pretty. I mean, a lot of punishment towards that B side of the map when Cloud9 specifically identifies, okay, Finesse is playing here, we can go and bully him. But it looks like he has more support now, more backing around him. More ideas, you know, getting deposited into underpass. I think that's very unique, but that only works for a couple rounds. You can't do that all the time. I mean, he almost got timing. He goes on cam, happens to pop off at the very perfect moment. You can't rely on things like that, though.
A nice thing about your stage coming down to 1 match, though, is that, I mean, maybe on a long enough timeline it doesn't work out, but you just need to take the wins. You got to take the rounds however you can get them. Players are back into the game, so we're just a few moments away from kicking off the 16th round. You take a look at the ult situation. You mentioned it, Dre. Brock 2 points off of having his ult online. Only one really close by.
Look, this time, adaptation from Leviathan, just trying to abuse that B main smoke. They know it's fake now, but they are running into a bit of a stack. No trip here, though.
No, but there's a cam and
there's a judge.
Yeah, and there are a lot of guns close by. Finesse.
Perfect weapon.
Currently getting flushed out. That molly's gonna hurt, weaken him up a little bit, soften them, but he doesn't connect onto anything. Meanwhile, Rossi cracks the site wide open.
Just instinctual turn of events. It's a flood out, though, from NRG. Can they even the numbers? It's a 2v2.
Ethan doing well to get him to this point. What do they have? Ethan doesn't have a stun up yet. No smokes for Sam.
We've seen Calm in this position so many times before. He's so clutch for this Leviathan roster. Stavos will come back online soon.
Stun back up for Ethan. Just a tap. Oh, it might be more than just a tap. He's gotten it halfway. Can he stick through this?
No
yes,
way.
He can! I didn't think he'd be able to carry it the whole way.
Completely stolen from NRG. Rossi, he did God's work on the B site. That flick on to the judge of Finesse. He's gonna replay that right here. I mean, jumping. But it was the flood from Ethan and Brock. They understood exactly what they had to do. They understood that the position that they were in was so dire.
Come on, bro. Come on.
Gosh, that one doesn't get any closer than that.
Talk about hanging on by a thread.
And as has been the case, we're tied at 8, and it's all these tiny micro moments. Meanwhile, aggression towards Arcade. Both teams trying to fight their way through this. Meanwhile, Texas found a timing. He's gonna be able to do this on his own. He finds one, not able to connect on the second. But it's a slaughter again.
What a crazy play from Tex. No cares in the world, just knifes out into Arcade. Really good communication from the members of Leviathan that saw that fight. I don't know if it was King or who it was.
Hey, everyone was there.
If they don't give the confidence, though, to Tex that he can make a play like that, that timing never happens. This is a lot of success that Leviathan has on their attacking side, though, is Tex finding those timings.
Yeah, I also think, again, we've touched on it a lot, but I've got to set the stage for everyone. Like, when your backs are against the wall, when it's win or go home, you're more willing to make decisions like that. Yeah, maybe there's somebody holding you, and then if you do, maybe you get the 1v1, you die, you win, whatever. Or there's nobody there, you get a play like that, you secure the round.
Yeah, simply put, playing to win.
Yeah.
Playing to win. Like, you deserve to be here. What an answer back as well from a round that should have been yours previously, right? Now, NRG's economy, it's not looking too pretty, man. Yeah, you have the Teo Ultimate online. You have Showstopper coming up online if you can secure an orb. But your buy, it's scrappy, man.
Oh, he did get the second. What a play, man.
Yeah.
That takes...
Also, amongst all that chaos, you got to give a shout to Demon One who took out Brock, who was trying to pinch. I mean, that 1v1 doesn't go his way if he's not dialed in, ready for that. Maybe a different type of round.
Currently double positive for the controller. Great start to the series for him.
Yeah. It was a main aggression to get Mata Showstopper online, but wisely slow Leviathan. They take all that B main control. These trips are so far back, expecting a spawn push.
Which has been how Leviathan have tried to approach this. Think about the pistol. I think there have been a couple of times they've tried scaling into spawn.
Wow.
My ultimate is ready.
Cool bait out of utility here from the side of Leviathan, keeping NRG guessing, but with this top side info being gathered, there's only 2 spots that LEV can be.
It's interesting because now, because of what they saw the Cypher util, they saw the cage, didn't find any of the trips, but now we're going to have to wait for a little bit until Com gets his missiles back up before we go.
Yeah. Look at Ethan here. He's going hunting right now. He might find a timing.
But he's got so much utility, he can't die here.
Wow.
Instead, he gets to make that 3.
Talk about playing to win. Taking things into his own hands. No fear in this man.
I mean, I love the
30 seconds left.
The swagger that both of these teams have brought into this series.
Yeah.
They're playing with some confidence, some boldness, some recklessness, whatever you want to call it, but they're gambling in these right situations. And yeah, it's not a fully complete blind gamble. There is a little info, info that's informing it, but they're taking chances.
Yeah, it's something that NRG has failed to do in previous matches and previous even rosters, right? They're kind of a team that you expect to make the calculated play most of the time. They don't really go for these random timing peaks, but from what we've seen, it looks like there's a lot more freedom in this NRG roster. They're a lot more willing to take those risks, willing to be unpredictable. And in a meta that's so heavy with utility, you're kind of forced to do so, and they were behind on that.
We've had a couple of really explosive rounds, and you take a look at the ults that are up for both teams. I think we're in for another one. Ethan getting that 3K was, again, perfect.
Look at the ults on both sides. It's going to be a dish pop here. After a bit of info, use that arcade. No trips here on the A site. All trips for B site.
I don't think he's going to clear that. Yeah, gets into the smoke, doesn't get past it.
Oh, man, I think Finesse is going to get completely smothered on this site.
Unless Mata can help.
Look at the rotates, actually, from NRG right now.
And now Ethan here, too, yeah. They're all here. Brock is here, too.
Armageddon. Breach ult.
Stuns, missiles, and now we see the first bit of utility, too. Finesse, keeping things back. Yes, it was by the cover of all of the ults, but does exactly what his team needs him to do. A beautiful counterpunch from the defense.
No ultimates been able to use on that exec either from Leviathan. NRG were just too quick on the trigger for that. And now you have to save. Maybe Demon 1 could try to get his ult online. I'm seeing Kama have some money, but what a heads-up play from NRG, having a good read. I think it was that info that Brock used, that stealth bot towards arcade.
30 seconds
that made
left.
it kind of obvious. Okay, I think this is a lean towards A site. Let's have our protocols in check, and it's actually Finesse that gets set up, being the solo anchor there.
And he was good for it, yeah.
It's really unique that Finesse is throwing trips on B but playing on A site. I think it's something that was lacking in terms of their other fracture maps that I've seen.
How does that make Rossi's life more difficult?
Oh, I mean, you're going to think that Finesse is towards B when you see some of these trips. I mean, this time around, you weren't even able to, like, bait out any of them. But in future rounds, when he notices, yo, this guy's not always playing on his trips, we can't punish him as much. And when we think we can, all of a sudden, there's these ultimates in play. It makes your life tough as an IGL. And Rossi, he calls a very methodical style. He really thinks about the way that he uses utility, the way that he approaches the space that he tries to take. And I feel like that kind of plays into Finesse's hand. I mean, Finesse likes that slow game. He's okay playing those longer rounds. He's comfortable in that area. I feel like Leviathan need to really up the pace and put pressure on NRG. Show them disrespect. Every team that has done that to NRG has kind of just taken the game for themselves, and it hasn't even been close.
Etho calling a timeout for Leviathan here, getting involved in the conversation. Just one round between these two squads. On the other side of the timeout, we'll take a quick stock of what the ultimate situation looks like. We talked about how NRG had a couple. They managed to preserve Ethan's, and Sam is 1 point away from his. Meanwhile, again, you look across the stage.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot to work with.
4 out of 5. And yeah, Demon 1's just 1 off of the orbital strike.
NRG have to disrupt right now if they want any chance of winning this round. If you let Leviathan set up, there's no way you win.
They might try to disrespect the smoke again. And there's a lot behind this punch.
Ooh. Can't punish anything this time around. And now you're kind of stuck on site right now. There's going to be a lot of utility being thrown at you. You got to get out of here. You have to play a retake.
Lysol from a really good position, going to cover most of everything. Meanwhile, Armageddon clearing out heaven.
Salvo's used.
Not ready yet.
Not quick enough though. Spike does get planted, but he gets a punish.
Kills traded. The Rolling Thunder out as Ethan trying to pinch in. Oh, just barely gets away.
He's getting flanked now as well.
Com's timing is perfect. A 2v2 here. King trying to clean up Finesse and Will. A great round from Lev.
What a heads-up play from Calm, though. I mean, he started Arcade, he droned it, he takes the rope silently back and flanks that breach ult that Ethan got onto 2 members. If he doesn't make that play, if he's not that aware of what's going on his minimap, maybe the round goes the way of NRG.
And Projon, swing him! Let's go! Let's go! Good.
Oh boy.
Daggers.
Boy, that's going to be on Reddit.
Quick feed, quick.
10 apiece. Again, big ults for Lev.
Breach ult. Brimstone ultimate. Stealth bot again. That's back-to-back rounds that Arcade has been sniffed out and B-Main has been taken under control. NRG now. What is their response? They're left to try to re-clear something, but it's going to be a retake again. Top side push right now from NRG, but there's a Vice wall waiting for them.
Lots of questions around where Sam pops this ult and what he pops it for. Do they flood him behind this?
Oh,
It's not going to connect. Yeah. I mean, you're guessing on where that spike might be going down because you had no info on the site. Misses the mark, but Mata does not. 2 kills found, and now they can fill him behind this.
Ethan has so much utility. Mata just needs to hold for him here. Mata needs to have his back. Maybe scout out where these post-plant positions are.
King popping his ult and doesn't really find any value out of it at all. Meanwhile, Mata gets his third on the round. Demon,
the Molly missed. I think even if it does connect, maybe there still isn't enough time. That retake was very fast from NRG.
But
that topside push.
But you're stacking that Molly with his ult. And so all of a sudden, that time window to defuse gets real small.
Maybe there was a chance there, maybe. That's a rough one, though. Does he even know that the Molly missed? That's the question mark, right?
I am inclined to think he did because he didn't pop
that's
the
why he
ult
didn't go for
and
it,
he
huh?
stepped back, yeah.
Let's see how much that misses. Oof, that's a rough one. Small mistakes make the difference in matches like this, Doug, when you're on elimination.
And it's been those small mistakes that have kept us in such a tight fight.
Yeah, from both sides.
Yeah.
I'm out of here.
It's going to be a dish pop, or so it seems from Leviathan.
There certainly is a lot of presence here.
NRG willing to go util for util here, but I don't think they're aware of how close the opposition is.
And all they saw was techs, dueling drones, and now they're going to speed up behind it. NRG take a step back, wait for strength in numbers, and again, brother, we're in for another 5v5 retake.
Rossi almost gets taken out as well. It's going to be this bottom side fight. We saw it towards the top in the previous round. Mata was the forefront of that. He got 3 into the round. Will he get punished here?
Finesse is not far off. Calm stun at the ready. The swing behind it, the wall's going to push Finesse off, and it's all going to be onto Mata, and Mata stands strong in front of Lev. Ooh. Brock's going to have to do a little bit more, and so far, so good. But again, Demon 1 has his ult. King getting 2. Mata with 3, and now the ult's in play. There's no way in. That should secure the round.
Oh my goodness. Down to the wire again, this time not having to use the Molly whatsoever.
Yeah, much more secure.
Good delay. Good delay from Leviathan on that post plant. Maybe something that they really quickly talked about. Hey, like, buy me a little bit more time next time.
Yeah, we take a look at the Red Bull clutch one more time. I mean, Mata getting 2 back there is unreal.
Yeah, he's online right now. He was kind of quiet on that defense, on that attacking side, kind of getting punished on some of those entries early on. He kind of looked nervous, I would say, even.
He was a little quiet to start, for sure.
Oh, I mean, getting team killed because he's running through the Razor.
Right. And so now the second timeout called from NRG, the last of the map. As we're tied 11-11.
It's absurd. This game is absurd. This swinging back and forth. It's really been a brawl so far. They truly are fighting for their lives in the server right now. They're giving it everything they've got. Look at the way that the rounds have went. I mean, NRG, the most amount of rounds they've been able to string together has been 2. Leviathan keep clapping back. What are Leviathan going to cook up on this attacking side to deal with Showstopper?
Mada's used that a couple of times to bail out the anchors. Not really an aggressive play, but just using it as a cover when they feel a lot of the hit coming in from the attack. And so you wonder if that's going to be the same idea. Meanwhile, you've got a flash and a wall from Vice on the northern side of the map.
Sans control being a little bit toyed with from the side of Leviathan.
Yeah, the plan is for them to go underpass again, isn't it?
Yeah, they're going to deposit King right here. He's going to hear that stealth bot, though. He's going to have to re-walk into this space. He is the contingency plan for Leviathan. A lot of util being used, trying to identify where the defense is set up. They understand that there's a breach here, and now they're speeding up towards that A side of the map.
Yeah,
but there's some spam trips.
I mean, the spam trips, you mentioned it, but also the defense is speeding up here as well. They're all here. And so again, as has been the case this entire map, it's going to be strength against strength, fire against fire. Text perched up. There's the ult, and it's going to connect as Mada gets two. Calm putting him out, but there's already so much value found. King getting bested by Finesse.
Huh?
And now a confident call to arms from the captain as they flood in behind this. Calm and Rossi trying to keep them back. Calm's one off of his ult. Position's now given away. I mean, if they want a shot at this, Calm has to find a kill. Oh, make that two! Forget about the ult, it falls into 1v1. Finesse is 30 HP. Rossi's just trying to hold it back, and he will succeed. Leviathan get to map point.
The new beats the old in the 1v1. What a clutch, though, from Calm. That spray down was so sick for Lev. NRG had that one. They had that in the books, but the lineup, it wasn't good enough. Mada got so much value from that showstopper, and that's painful for NRG.
Nice, let's go! Oh my!
What a clutch.
Leviathan flirting with taking the first map in this ever pivotal best of three. Calm with his ult, and Brock will join him. And again, very quickly, Rossi's one off of his. There's so much on the board here. First one already invested. Tex is in a lot. Tex is in a dangerous spot here. He's getting crunched.
Still gets one?
Yeah, that's criminal.
Look at the reaction. Look at the call from Rossi. Okay, it was a crunch on the bottom side. A is free now.
And he would be right.
They're going to have a free site again, and the retakes for NRG.
Look at how careful they have to be about making sure Heaven, they didn't deposit someone Heaven. They're going to be so late on this rotate because of that. And that ult is going to buy time. That's going to buy time for the rotations to come through. They're going to try to rotate out, and Ethan's stun is going to keep them back. This tit for tat of utility has now finally calmed down. Rossi committing to getting the spike down. A settling of the tide for just a moment, and now NRG looking to push the pace. No ultimate to speak of. The flash out, Sam doing so well to get this far. It's a 3v2 now, and Rossi's on his own. Can he 1v3 here? Spikes have been taken for a little bit. Time is on his side, but he's so heavily outnumbered. Rossi's gonna have to be a hero, and it's Ethan who stands tall for NRG. We're going to OT.
Ethan was the distraction. He was the one that gathered all of those kills. Sam, yeah, he takes out King, but he didn't look confident enough to actually take that wide swing on the rest of the members there that were fully blind. But it's Ethan who takes things into his own hands on the retake and takes us to overtime. Like you said, he is currently sitting at the top of the scoreboard with Mada.
Oh my God!
He's feeling it, man.
And so it's fitting, as you take a look at the timeline with how back and forth this map has been, that we go into extra innings.
Who's gonna make the most risks here? We've seen them pay out. King, he has that operator online again. Is he gonna take an aggressive angle through this door?
Yeah.
21 and 17 for him.
Yeah.
We talked about how successful he was with that weapon, and they're going to get him into an aggro line. The missiles were used, but Rossi's stun was not. So there's a second layer to this. There's a little bit of cover. And they're going to test him. They're going to push him. A lot riding on this. Rossi's stun timing has to be good. The cage, the only thing keeping them apart for now. Off the flash, he drops the stun, takes a step back. Can't see a damn thing, but it's Rossi who delivers. And now the second set of utility as NRG are left in scattered spots with nothing to speak of. A flawless round as Leviathan take the first round of OT.
What a heads-up play from King in that moment, using that Neon stun. That is the difference maker. Neon versus Raze. You can get bailed out. And Rossi just got set up for the freest kills of his life. Look at this trap setup, double stun. Nobody able to react from the side of NRG. No trades to be found.
Nice, good shit. Nice, Rossi, let's go.
And it did look like King was gonna get punished in that moment. But NRG, they don't jump the gun.
Well, it was what we talked about at the beginning, right? They used the salvos to get King on that aggro line, but they held on to the stun from Rossi, and that was it. I mean, that was the difference maker there. Without the stun, he's, what, facing 2, 3?
Yeah.
Who knows what he gets?
And speaking of making play, like playing to win, right? That little microsecond of hesitation that we witnessed from, I believe it was Ethan and Finesse who walked all the way up. Whoever was close by that sand door, not taking that timing peek, not going for it, allowing King to actually get that stun off, allowing Rossi to connect with those shots as well. That is something that just cannot happen when you're trying to close out a map. And now Leviathan are sitting at match point.
An B hit in all of this Cypher utility here?
They've done a great job of navigating through it though, so I don't blame them. They're gonna disrespect this smoke B main again. And if NRG speed up, they're gonna get met by that Vice Wall on the bottom side of the map.
Gotta go.
Oh no. Vice Wall's top.
No smoke. Footsteps made, and now the drone out. Smoke a little bit further back. Spotted 2 there. Missiles will clear out a little bit.
Drone is down.
Brock identifies where the lurk is set. Here comes the actual hit though. Oh,
the trips, but he's got utility out. Brock does not. 3 kills found for the Tejo. And now Demon 1 and Tex left alone in a 2v5.
They couldn't be further apart as well.
And if that's not bad enough, Mata's gonna be on this late lurk. Tex dealing a little bit of damage, taking some in kind though. He gets his 1. The math doesn't add up though in a 2v5. It's just not enough. Mata will secure the round. We're tied again.
Sam almost getting time and being on that iPad. Thank God Brock was there to bail him out if you're an NRG fan. And we're going again. Leviathan, they did a great job in regulation of avoiding these Cypher trips.
What?
Yeah, that's...
Brother.
That's more than ideal. I mean, he's taking out players that weren't even hit by the trips. Bit of fortune on his side, huh? Here comes that operator again, though, this time in B main, but everybody from NRG besides Ethan towards that top side of the map. We saw the damage that Ethan was able to inflict here on the breach in A main. He's been jump spotting this too, and Leviathan haven't had a single player close to hear this.
Oh, but I mean, they may not have anyone hearing that, but they are at the right site.
They hear that Roomba. That might be the cue for Leviathan to start shifting over.
They're guessing the right place too. If they fight main, they're gonna find a very light part of the NRG attack.
Oh, a great stun. It hits all 3 members. The crunch is coming through. Look at the utility on site.
Rossi and Calm both fall. NRG looking to push the pace here. And they've got Demon 1 cornered. They've got him surrounded. And now he falls. Another explosive round.
Fire in the hole.
King never had a chance with the op.
1 enemy remaining.
Mata gets it with the showstopper. 5 members alive for NRG. It's as clean as it gets. Ethan, another 3K, being the solo A main player as a breach. That is so unconventional. But when you look at the way that he plays it, constantly jiggling with his stun out, setting up that entire crunch. He had success in regulation doing so. To run it back here in OT. That's gonna prompt a timeout from Leviathan. This back and forth battle. Is it ever gonna end?
NRG in a position to put them away again. As you mentioned, Leviathan calling a timeout. You wonder if an op comes into play for NRG. That hasn't really been a part of the recipe.
No, and with the way that they've been playing as well, they're not really taking too much of those deep lines. And even so, if you were to op on this defensive side, in OT it could work, right? Catch your opponent off guard.
Sure.
But I mean, you could get punished by Neon Stun, Breach Stun. You don't really have the mobility to get out of utility like that.
Right.
I do wonder here for NRG if you still try to commit to this retake approach that you've been doing. Yeah, a couple of those rounds have been pretty close, but I feel like Leviathan's post plans have really been shining through. A lot of trips towards this B side of the map once more. It looks like a run back from the previous round of Leviathan, the previous attack.
It's almost identical.
Right?
I mean, the same wall, the same flash.
Same thing. Maybe a pivot this time, though.
Yeah.
Back towards the A site?
I'm sure there's a decision tree in here somewhere.
Yeah, show some of the similar utility. Cypher Cam could pose some problems for what Rossi is cooking up here, though, if toggled on late.
Cage triggered. And it gets cleared out, gets no info.
Gotta go.
Yeah, I was a little too close on that wall.
They're joining up on this. They're going to hit B. I mean, they still have the trips. You mentioned it. Finesse is in a cheeky little head angle. Takes a step back.
Bait out of utility. Now clearing out underpass, but look at Mata at the top side of the map. He hasn't broken that wall. He's jumped over the Vice wall with the raised satchels.
And so they have no idea.
It's a gap.
How much damage can Mata do here? Oh, that flash will confirm it. What a shot on the King!
When it matters the most, the young gun steps it up against King. And with that Brim Smoke being used at B main, Leviathan have to set their sights on A. Calm, solo crept up here all the meanwhile. Tex is a late deposit. He's gonna be the person that tries to shoot everybody in the back. It's a lot of fake utility. Oh my goodness.
That's all a fake. Com's gonna make as much noise as he can, and they've spotted Tex. Is that gonna be enough to manipulate the rotations? Oftentimes, that's who you will see on the lurk. They're not biting on this. Hamali will buy some time, sure, but look at how far up Com is. Mata's waiting. Snaps his head back. As Finesse is there to hold it as well. 15-13 for NRG as they take map 1.
Extremely hard fought from both sides, but NRG, that A main attack with Ethan, that was everything, man. 24 and 18, Mata was cooking in overtime as well. That last round, heads up play, understanding what the defaults of Leviathan are, where that Vice wall is at, being able to satchel over the top, and look at Rossi on your screen. He looks beaten down.
You gotta have the memory of a goldfish in positions like this, man. You can't let that one stick with you.
I mean, it slipped right out of their hands. It felt like they were in control of this game.
The nice thing for us is that we can think about it and think about the implications of that as we think about the rest of the round, the rest of the map too. Up next is Icebox. So NRG have gotten through what in theory should be Leviathan's strongest position here. They bested G2 13-11, one of the arguably the best team in the world. They got through that, and now the road gets a little bit easier. You've got Icebox, a team that neither team has found success on, and then, if needed, Lotus, a map where they bested Cloud9. This is a huge win for NRG.
Massive start for them.
And to do so in OT fashion, to do so the way that they did, was exactly what they needed. Backs against the ropes for Leviathan. We'll see how they respond on Icebox. We'll be right back.
se la quedó porque la apertura por parte de Demon One es bastante. Triple parte de Demon One, les traigo teléfono, se cargan las compras. Leviathan allí con Demon One.
That, oh my god, all right.
You even used the walk. Oh, what? Through the wall, that is hard. Som cleans him up very nicely.
I'm here with Mike's HD before the next matchup, a nail biter and some overtimes to start the first one. What are you seeing that's kind of different from the guys that's allowing them to push forward more, and how much did kind of the talks between the weeks have to do with this success?
Yeah, I mean, all we really focused on was just keeping things as simple as possible. I feel like in our previous weeks, we had a lot of almost too many ideas going on in the round and not committing to any like one certain thing. So that was something that we put a lot of emphasis on going forward.
Awesome. Thanks for the insight. Good luck in Map 2.
Man, kills and heroics being traded by those two teams, taking it all the way to the distance. That's the match we wanted to see, with everything on the line. Like, we're playing here for a playoff spot, and both teams have showed up today. Every single player from both of these teams.
Yeah, great game so far.
Yeah, no, dude, NRG. I like what the coach actually said there was, you know, in the past weeks, they may have overcomplicated things, and this week, they're coming in, simplifying it down a bit, and going back to the fundamentals, which is, I saw it here, like, their execs, they were focused on trading, they were fighting together, and it was like, sometimes you have to go back to those basic fundamentals of Valorant.
Yeah, and simple things on how they approach the map for NRG on the attack side, too. There was a lot of these rounds where you didn't see too much crunching coming in from Leviathan or getting too much space. So Finesse had a lot of these moments where both trips were up on both the top and the bottom south side. The camera was never challenged, so they could just go for like 5-player sight hits every single time, and sometimes it's successful on post plan, sometimes it's not. I think there were 4 to 8 overall, but I think it's still good enough rounds that they've had here on their attack side. And then the defense was just amazing. It looked like really Leviathan had like these hero moments where they're winning 2 versus 4 that NRG was going to lose grasp of this game. But I think just so we mentioned here, Emily, it's a lot of hero plays that came through.
Yeah, no, for sure. And even like just watching their defense, or like a lot of times on their defensive rounds,
yeah,
they were having good reads. Like they were able to like fight Lev as they were trying to exec.
Exactly. Like, for example, Mata, when he comes out with a double rocket, has a perfect read on 2 players on Sands, kills them, but somehow they still lose, what, a 2 versus 4 when Common King goes, like, nuclear in the game. So, overall, I think you need these type of, like, hero plays to happen in these games that matters the most, because the macro could always be the best for both teams, which I believe that I saw that from both NRG and also from Leviathan. But you need those players to step up to the plate. And I like to highlight as well, Brock. So far, like Brock coming into this game, or coming into this season, late in the season, has done a good job here to bring back the Brocktagon in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's talk a little bit more about Brock. Obviously coming into such a superstar-studded lineup of energy. There was a lot of expectations, a lot of pressure, I presume, as well on the player. As a player yourself, how do you deal with a situation like that? Like, how do you make sure the pressure doesn't get to you?
Yeah, I mean, it's not even just specific pressure about being in this league now, you know, coming from Shop. Yeah. It's like transitioning to a whole new team, a whole new playstyle, and a team that's not even, they didn't really even have a set playstyle. Yeah. You know, they were swapping around IGL, swapping around roles. Like, that's a hard environment to come into anyways, but it really seemed like he kind of found his footing here.
For sure,
yeah, and he had to, like, that was from 0 to 100, right? Like, it's not like there was a honeymoon period of some sort where he can kind of get used to the new system that is set up there. No, he had to turn up, and that's what he did today. So did the opposition, though. So let's hear what LEV coach Itopata has to say ahead of Map 2.
I am here with Itopata before Map 2. First, I want to pick your brain on kind of what were you liking, what did you like that you saw there, and what would you like to see more from the team heading into Map 2?
I like some of the rounds, the proactiveness that we showed and the aggression that we showed. So I would like to see that from the team going into Map 2 and Map 3.
Awesome. And now knowing that it's such a close game, does the use of timeouts change, or are you just getting in there when you want to talk to the team?
No, it doesn't really change.
Okay.
We're still doing the same timeouts, the same ideas that we have. So.
All right. Thanks for the insight. Good luck in Map 2.
Okay, so he wants to see more proactiveness in this upcoming map. Something we have discussed whilst we watched this previous map was the teamwork we saw on display from Leviathan. Because quite frankly, just when the roster was announced, so many individuals, like high caliber players, but we couldn't quite see the vision of how they come together. Today, we got to see that.
Yeah, no, they really had a hard time early on in the stage finding their kind of identity as a team and how they wanted to play. But, I mean, this was a really good, close match of, I guess, what they're trying to go for.
Yeah, sorry, I just want to highlight that TK that happened there where Mata just died to the salvos of his own teammate. And that was also thanks to the util that's being put out by Tex. He's done a great job, done his role on the defensive side, as does Vice. But overall, it's definitely been like a team effort when King pulls out the op after the timeout of Itopata, understanding that you're playing this Breach Tejo on the side of NRG, and you could leverage a little bit more of some op aggression, and he did a great job at that. So both Tex and King, if this continues forward here onto the second map, I'm looking forward to potentially push this onto a third. But again, this is a tough one because going into Icebox is also a game or a matchup where they had 0 rounds on their attack side against MIBR. But MIBR was also playing a double controller. It was hard for them to find an answer out of that one, but something has to change for sure, and you got to know what it is. What are they cooking up here? Why did they choose Icebox to play against NRG?
It's very interesting. So it's going to be exciting to see what plans are coming up with. Both of these teams have been exposed by MIBR on this very map.
Exactly.
So there is tape on both of them. Can this one go the distance? Well, the scriptwriter certainly want it to be the case. Let's find out if it will be after a short break.
Welcome back to VCT Americas. Leviathan find themselves against the ropes, hanging on to last breath as they're staring down the hopes and dreams of a playoff run being dashed. I'm Doug, and with me on the call is Dre. We have Icebox up next, and we turn our attention over to what the compositions will be there. I think, Dre, given the situation, are you expecting something different? Well, all right, well, that answers that question. Mata on the Reyna, Brock on Gecko.
Yeah, and also Demon 1 on the Jet. Before it was King on Yoru. So both sides kind of mixing things up. And honestly, the last time that Mata played the Reyna on this map was with Brock on Moist X Shopify. And they beat TSM 13-6. Obviously, different caliber of opponent here. I mean, you're going up against Demon 1, right? But very comfortable on this on these characters, and I'm thinking right now this was a big change in just being more comfortable and being able to play a little bit more loose. I mean, you have Ethan on the KO. He's known for that. Everything else is staying the same. What I do like about Leviathan, though, is the way that they approach Icebox with the Tejo specifically. They have really good setups on the utility being used, and Rossi on that KO. He's got so many highlights on that character as well. NRG will be attacking here first, though. It's going to be all sights geared up towards A.
Meanwhile, aggression from LEV towards B. They've taken all of that space already. Passive info.
And it might be a different comp, but it's still the same approach in terms of strategy from NRG. They didn't really have many mid or B deposits whatsoever, so I think that's why Leviathan are just promptly pushing up this B main space, and now NRG, they're going to have to clear this out. If they don't, they're going to get crunched very quickly.
I think they knew. They just faked a bunch of sound up mid, and now they might turn back. Double.
Bomb grenade out.
A little pump fake Tex, having to take a step back as the spike attempts to go down and fails. A deep aggro wall. Sam is waiting for some of the push that's coming in around the flank. Meanwhile, that knife causing problems. Mata, lighter bit of HP, still swings out, still gets this one, tries to fight behind the flash. A little bit of help done as Demon 1 not able to stand up, not able to deliver. Calm's left in a 1v4.
There are some members low. If he can isolate this first pick, Spike is not planted.
Yep. That's going to buy you a little bit of time.
If you look at the positions from NRG right now, though, no one's here to help Mata either. This could easily turn into a 1v2.
Calm has to deliver here. Can he pull it off? He's gotten it down to a 1v2. Bullet between Mata's eyes. 22 HP, though. Still time to think this one through. Plays cards perfectly, and that's exactly what's required in this situation. Not afforded. A mistake. Missiles back up, too.
He's flanking all the way around, Doug?
And he's quiet about it. As the seconds tick away, by process of elimination, you have to understand where he might be. Brock and Sam playing together, waiting for the space to be taken.
Missiles away.
Missiles first out. That's going to buy a little bit of time, but they're trying to face out behind it, and Brock wide swings him and secures the pistol for NRG.
I thought for a second it was going to be done. I mean, NRG in their last match against MIBR had so many man-up situations that they just completely threw away in the post-plant scenarios, and we almost saw that happen here with Ethan dropping in a 1v1, Mata dropping in a 1v1. But the approach, honestly, like, I feel like that was a sigh of relief laugh from Finesse. I'm gonna be honest with you. He kind of felt that as well.
Outlaw for Mata. Couple of Vandals, too. Decently strong eco for NRG.
The cool thing about this NRG composition is the rechargeable utility. That dagger and that Dizzy being able to use back-to-back. But again, running into a stack on the anti-eco. Let's see.
Oh, they've got the guns, though. Mata gets his 2, dismisses away. That almost doesn't feel fair, but it hasn't been flawless. It hasn't been clean. Finesse providing suppressive fire as Mata hits the reload. Now Calm, once again, by himself on the flank. The alarm bot will betray his position. That's tough with the Stinger, I get it. I get it. 35 HP for Calm as he's once again going on a bit of a walkabouts.
I feel like Finesse is trying to find this kill. He has something to prove to himself and all the fans out there. He can't connect though, man.
All missiles away.
Rough. That's a Stinger you probably wish you would have had in the following round, but hey. A round win is a round win, and NRG survive the anti-eco. Again, something that has haunted them in the past. Mata does have that Reyna ultimate online in the following round. Not sure how much value he's going to get with that in an Outlaw, but...
Snappy out from Mata there.
Yeah.
Yo, Pujon is too funny.
How could you not laugh though? You know what I mean?
Bro,
like
Calm's going after him, man. That's crazy.
Gotta start backing that up though, huh? Look at all this default utility being used to take this B control, and a double lurk through mid right away on the bonus.
There's an alarm bot on the other side, and King waiting there too.
I'm getting flashbacks to MIBR of Cortesia just sitting there. Sam does get found out as well. Spike will get planted, though. Let's see if NRG decide to force the issue. Mata has a Vandal, has that Reyna ultimate online, that Empress. He can do some damage here, and he has to. He has to be the one that does the damage. But he can't connect.
That one feels tough. But they're still in a decent spot. Leviathan trying to figure out how they want to approach this retake attempt. Hear the Outlaw rattling off as Ethan's going to fall too. There's not enough firepower behind this. Brock takes a step back, a 1v4, swings into his death. Rossi gets the defuse. Leviathan are on the board.
Was a bonus round from NRG. You probably would have hoped that Mata would have connected on one of those shots. Once he falls, it's just kind of tough at that moment. I mean, you don't really have the weaponry. You don't have the utility. I mean, you had the Dizzy to go over, which is nice, but...
Controlling a Vandal Spray is difficult enough as it is. To do so when you're dealing with the increased fire rate from the Empress,
Yeah, he even knows, yeah.
Bro, and that's difficult to do. That might have looked like a bad whiff, but that ult changes things.
Especially when you're ADS'd in that moment. I feel like it's such an awkward thing that you don't really get to practice, you know? Having Empress popped and zooming in with a Vandal. Very, very awkward. Dagger does suppress Gecko and Reyna for Leviathan. There is that Thrash online and available for Brock. It can't hit Demon 1 up here on this high ground, though.
He has a full bed of utility as well. Rossi will be the first to take contact. See both flashes go up. The molly's not going to land.
That's delay, though.
Yeah, a little bit. Thrash connecting Demon 1 from up top, dashing back, clearing the Dizzy, connecting onto 1, but that's all it was. They're going to double down on this as Rossi, down to 6 HP, gets another flash on the other side of the wall. And it's Finesse who swings behind it. 3v2, it's still been so difficult for NRG to punch through. Psalm's left in a 1v2.
With the spike in hand.
So has a shot at this. Quietly pushing forward. Could be rotating away. There's enough time here. And he's quiet with it.
Toxins going up.
Not daring to make a peep.
30 seconds left.
Oh, they're going to high-low him. That's so difficult. Very well played from Lev. They're tie us up at 2.
Something that Lev really like to do on this Icebox defensive side is do up-downs towards that A side of the map. One heaven, one under. But this time, it was the aggressive forward fight. Demon 1 was so confident sitting on pipes. This is something that was haunting NRG in their last match against MIBR. The disruption when the hit actually comes through.
Hey, you see that shit? Let's go.
Full disrespect of utility.
Over the top. Let's
And that's what you have to do when you're playing Jet on this map. That's how you succeed. And just like that NRG, their economy not looking good. They're on a thrifty buy. Oh, it's done.
One down.
Yes, he is.
Easy for Demon 1 right there.
Meanwhile, a little bit of pace towards B on the opposite side of the map. King on an island. I mean, they know that no one's gone up because of the trip up mid, but long is not safe.
He's crept all the way back here. He's got a pop flash to set him up as well. There it is.
Not really finding it smart. They swing back yellow and they drop 2.
Spike down B.
Spike not down though. Now they're gonna have to wait for that Viper wall to come back up. And that allows time for Leviathan's defense to rotate in slowly.
Finesse dropping an alarm bot backside. Covering the flank. And now a turret too. But you're right, the impetus is on them. They're the ones who are gonna have to go. The wall goes up, the salvo's in exchange. They're gonna try to push their way up on this.
30 seconds.
Finesse will get the spike down.
No, he doesn't.
He was so close. Demon 1. Oh, 3v3 now. Again, the gun advantage for the defense. And Ethan's got 7 HP.
One enemy
They're
remaining.
keeping this competitive, but it's just not enough, man.
One enemy remaining.
Brock's got it down to 1v1, though. He's got a
10
classic in
seconds
hand.
left.
No time, man.
He's got to go take this fight. And I don't think he's going to get the shot to do it.
Yeah, Demon 1's just gonna slip on by. What a clutch play from Demon 1, though. Are you kidding me? The spike was like right about to be planted. I don't know what the time was on that. I'm pretty sure Finesse thought it was down.
We'll see if we can take a look at it again here in the replay, because you're right, it was close.
Finding the perfect window of opportunity. Denying that spike from being planted. Wow. Thought to be dropped.
One enemy remaining.
Woo!
Where
was that in the last map? Huh? I mean, I know Tex was still playing well, but geez, snappy with it. He's got that lockdown available. Same thing for Finesse. It's going to be a flurry of utility being used here at A, but Demon 1
They are, I mean, they're digging their heels in on this 4-10 fight, man.
It's like NRG knows too, but what can you do about it?
Yeah. So far, this exchange has gone the way of LEV.
This is insane that NRG are not punishing Demon One up here.
I mean, they're trying. It's not from lack of effort.
They just invested a KO ult and got nothing out of it.
And he's still up there. Finally, the swing as Modded drops 2. Does Tex pop his ult here?
Oh, you gotta even the score. Try to get an off-angle kill. Maybe another spray down like he did in the previous round. This KO Molly could do some damage here.
Is that gonna land? Yes, it will.
Wow, what a good counter from Rossi. Heads up play.
He's trying to swing in behind this, though. The Lear out his finesse on the rope. Drops Rossi. King's left alone. A 1v3 turns into a 1v2. Almost hits the 1v1, but Ethan saves the day for NRG.
Much like the last map, it's the back and forth, never-ending fight between these two. Just completely slugging it out. Trade upon trade, but the respect being shown from NRG, it almost doesn't go their way. Mata slips on down right there, but oh, it was too close for comfort, man.
Nice. Why would you, I mean, it's beautifully played from NRG. Why would you have 2 people standing back there, right? The fact that the third final swing comes up from the same spot you just killed somebody at was just very well done. I mean, it kept King guessing. It was beautiful.
Gotta pay attention, though, to Demon One with the knives in this round. Tex, yeah, he does have that Guardian. It's gonna have to be the Sentinel Duelist combo to try to carry Leviathan through to this round.
And we're gonna hit A again.
Yeah, here's the thing, again with NRG, they don't show any pressure towards mid or B on these A defaults. And it just makes it so obvious. Look at the minimap, 5 members are gonna be here for Leviathan. It could get scrappy.
They know they want to take these fights. They know they have the gun advantage, and so far it's working to their favor. Brock gets 3 as NRG take the lead back, and I mean, you're right. When you know that you're in a position of strength, don't worry about defaults and sending fakes
Yeah.
and whatnot. Just
send it, eh?
Yeah, just take the fight, and it works out for them.
Is that what the calling has evolved to now on Icebox?
I mean, it worked for him there.
Forget working the map, man. You know how I stated previously about how Leviathan, they like to take these up-down fights in the back of A when they're flooding out of heaven. This is something that was lacking in this round, and I think that's why you saw, besides weaponry not being in their favor, I think that's why you saw it not really get down to the wire like it has in previous rounds. I think Leviathan, if they end up losing this next round, are gonna resort back to that maybe after a timeout and, you know, kind of be like, hey, let's start swinging stuff together like we have been.
Again, the majority of the defense is in the right side. 3 here this time.
Pop flash play.
Flash, and it's going to hit 2. Oh, but the goop! The goop in his face keeps him back.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
And now the Thrash is going to flush him out even further.
But the KO knife gets him off, and Demon One sits Mata down. That's your Reyna out of the server.
Does not have a dash. But it is Demon One.
Tony's down.
Rash isn't done with you!
Is that nice tag?
Way again?
Yeah. I mean, insane value out of that.
Countering the Thrash 2 times in a row.
Toxins going up.
Surely NRG try to work the other side of the map at this moment. It looks like they just want to run into this brick wall, though. That's massive for NRG. Viper's Pit now down as well. Sam getting out of the way of spam as well. He's going to creep back in here right on time.
A lot of them are here. Finesse checking the flank. Ooh. He might even be hitting a reflank of his own. And then if that's the case, timing becomes a serious part of the equation. Lockdown instantly cleared. Brock will fall. Finesse having to speed up a little bit here because it's on Ethan and Tom to try to keep them back on their own. Psalm slips the net, he gets behind him, gets his 1, Psalm gets 2. Still so much to do, he's got it down to 1v1! And King spins out from the pit at just the right time. He's gonna get the defuse. Lever gonna tie us up.
Down to the wire again! How many times are they gonna put us through this? Pandemonium in the server. Can you imagine how fast Sam's heart is beating after this moment? He almost 1v4s. That late lurk from Finesse, getting no value. Leviathan shutting it down. He could have done so much damage from that position. Great awareness in the heat of the moment. Another B-side default, this time only Rossi here, but he tags 4 with the dagger. Look at Demon 1 on the minimap. He's knife out, rotating towards this B side of the map. Let's see if NRG decide to try to work some of that A space.
They're concerned about having lost the space too. You see 2 of them back in spawn. Crosshairs trained that way. They're gonna hit B again. Mata's up really far. Flash on the other side of the wall. Demon 1 not tagged. What? But still, a kill found for the duelist.
Jeez, Ethan.
Yeah, Ethan snappy with it as well, you're right. NRG in an advantageous position here.
Post plants is where they faltered in the past. This time, up numbers though.
Caution. They're calling us safe.
Yeah, it's so hard to retake into. Pretty much all Molly's on play still. Yeah, you have Molly from Sam, you have Ethan's KO Molly, you have Brock's Mosh Pit. Way too difficult, so it looked like Mata was gonna get punished in that moment. Demon 1 was ready for some type of push behind that wall. The fact that he finds that opening on Arasi is kind of a miracle, I have to say.
I wonder if we'll get a timeout on the other side of this. Given the extended save, an opportunity to have more of a longer conversation.
And I feel like NRG's game plan right now has just been show and go. They haven't really done any back and forth.
Yep.
I feel like that has to be something that is talked about. No timeout.
Yeah, they decide to press on. NRG winning 3 out of the last 4.
Placing swamp grenade. Bot coming back.
And even if it has been more of a brutish approach to taking the site, it's working for them. They're doing something well here.
Slowly racking up those rounds, coming back. Now they're in the lead. Another B-side default. I wonder now, with Finesse being all the way here, still towards this A side of the map, if it's going to be a call back.
Possibly. I do think they've also decided, NRG have, that they are not interested in this 4-10 fight anymore.
Yeah, they don't want to deal with Demon 1 on pipes, huh?
Again, the take of Yellow. There still is a little bit of KJ utility here. And Calm's ult, but there's nothing crunching behind it. They should be able to fight. Yeah, they have a couple cubbies they can tuck behind here. They're safe. That'll delay. That's all it'll do, though, for now.
Yeah, no punish, but King's walked all the way up. This dagger's going to get a lot of good info.
Now this is a play. The spit, and they're going to swing it behind it. The flash, a little friendly fire. What? Leviathan keeping it back for now, and they're still going to continue to apply this pressure from Yellow. There's no way for NRG to fight through this. A flawless round as we're tied at 5.
NRG finally punished for showing and going. This time, yeah, the Armageddon, the salvos, they don't get as much value as you would hope for, but it bought you space, and it allowed you to set up this type of play with the pop flash coming over the top for King and just smothering everyone that's staying towards B. NRG, if they want to close out this half, they have to read in to the fact that Leviathan have caught on to the way that they're approaching this attack side. 5 rounds is good on the attack, but is it going to be enough?
I love this early pit. You're forcing them into a fight that they have not wanted to take.
It looks like Mata wants to get in here, maybe in the mid-round.
Yeah, meanwhile, the rest of this fight is still towards A. A couple of flashes, Demon 1 down low, with Calm close by.
Fast trade from Brock. Surely you don't walk into this pit if you're Mata. This is so risky. I could see maybe if you flip through middle. This is that proactivity, though, from Leviathan that their coach was talking about. Let's clear out all of mid.
Wow. Just barely catching the timing on that swing. But now to speed up A.
Got the spike, Wings.
And look at Mata's position again. He knows that there's going to be a bit of pace from King as soon as the spike is committed. Oh, he's actually going to go hunt him down.
He hears him running away. But he's so far away. This is the problem.
Yeah. It's going to be a slow burn on that. Meanwhile, the rest of NRG are going to try to keep this retake attempt back.
You have 2 mollies to do so as well.
Mod is speeding up. And
King hears him, no?
King's gonna, oh, he does, and he lands a shot onto him anyway.
I don't know how King knew.
Pressure valve released. And now they can turn their attention back towards the site. Remember the numbers advantage that they have. The spam not connecting. Calm is tucked behind the little corner.
What?
Finally falls.
It's
He got it to half, though. Oh, he can't reach it. Just on the outside of it. Trying to take this fight. The wall goes up. He's going to stick it the whole way, and the spam will not land.
Heartbreak for Sam.
Last round before the switch.
Not opting to run through that Viper wall. Trying to connect the spam. That one slipped away from NRG, but we gotta give praise to King. The intuition, the fact that they understand that they haven't seen Mata the entire round. I mean, he was in mid last, right? When he got that trade.
One enemy remaining.
For King to react and hit that flick the way that he did, he deserved it, man. He deserved this round win.
You saw King try to defuse from the same place that Calm managed to get half. Forced further out. Again, pace from NRG. Last round of the half. Brock has his ult. You hear the Empress popped.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Both ults invested. Remember how good Rossi was at nullifying the Thrash. This time, Knife not hitting the mark. Demon 1 daring the swing on the other side of the wall.
Dash proc can't connect. Mata does though.
Right onto Calm. Converse on the cover, and they still swing behind it again. Reckless abandon from the duelist as he gets 3.
He wants more as well. He wants to close this half out.
He's gonna get a shot at it. The flash to set him up, but King keeps them back. Still a 1v4 with 13 HP. Much like the first map, we're tied at 6.
Back and forth, fighting fire with fire. We're seeing mechanics displayed, good use of strategy as well. But it was really brute force this time on the attacking side of NRG that netted them a lot of their success.
I mean, again, think about how many times we were tied on Fracture.
Yeah.
It felt like, I don't know that the gap ever really got very big at all.
Not at all.
And so it was a 7-5 half on Fracture. This time it's 6-6 half on Icebox.
Let me see that. What is that?
It seems like we're in for more of what we had on map 1. We're going to throw it to a break. We'll be right back. A brief moment to catch our breath, so back into the action we go. Tied at 6-6 on Icebox. Map 2 in this, ever important, ever pivotal as important as it gets. The stakes doesn't get any higher. Best of 3 to close out the stage. And both of these teams are pushing each other to the limit.
Yeah, both IGLs as well, sitting at the bottom of the scoreboard for their respected teams. It's so hard to be able to focus on your crosshair in a game like this. I can't imagine what it's like calling, and it's just this back and forth, no one really taking a lead. Every time you think you have a read, the opposing IGL steps it up a notch. Now Leviathan are left on the attacking side, the side where they really succeeded in the last time that they played, but it is a different composition this time around.
A little bit of aggro mid.
Whoa. Mata can't settle. But then a quick trade though from Ethan, huh?
Not a moment too soon. was going to talk about how Demon One had done his job, but it had been a pretty quiet first half, all things considered.
I think that's partly because of the trading and the spacing from NRG on their attacking side. This time as well, there was 4 members ready for that mid fight, but A-Site is for the free right now. How far do Leviathan push up here? Do they try to go aggro all the way into CT? Will Finesse get caught out?
I think they hear all of his utility, and they're just trying to play around it.
Yeah, trying to see if one of the defenders will try to walk into their crosshairs here. They're going to have a free site. They're going to be able to set up their post plant however they wish, bait out these mollies.
And an aggro knife to push them back. NRG, do you try to flood behind this? Ethan doesn't have a knife.
Double flash though, but that Viper wall kind of blocks that off.
They're still swinging behind it. Calm. Inserted up into heaven, traded right back to those Finesse. An aggro peek around the corner and 2 kills found. King's left alone and he will fall too. 2 from Finesse, 2 from Som. The pistol for NRG.
The duo that came back, the resurgence. Finesse and Som doing it all themselves in that retake. Yeah, there was a pop flash from Ethan. Yeah, there was a dizzy from Brock. But look at this jumping right click. Beautifully done. Really well rehearsed retake for the pistol round of NRG. Now we're sitting at the anti-eco. 4 members on light armor. Tex, he's the only sheriff on the attacking side right now. He's gonna have to do the heavy lifting for Leviathan if they want to upset NRG in this round.
He's been good for it in the past.
Here.
Knife tagging a couple. And a quick rotate back. Look at the different defensive setup from from Finesse, excuse me. Alarm bot a little bit further up. 2 mollies back.
Yeah, adjusting that second molly this time around. Understanding where Leviathan liked to plant in the previous. But he's sitting here backside alone. If NRG don't rotate here in time, he might get overwhelmed. He doesn't care, but he gets traded out quick.
Yeah, perhaps a little ill-advised, but he dealt his damage.
No way.
King is going to get a really nice timing up the middle of the map, but he's about to get swung from there as well. Oh, Som could not ever have arrived at a better time. As the Lyra goes down, Tex is able to land a shot. You mentioned he was the only sheriff. He and Demon One trying to will their way back into this, and they cannot contribute. NRG get to 8.
A little bit of deja vu from King there. Too much trigger discipline in that moment. He gets punished by Som, but he has found the mid gap. The problem here is that NRG know that he found it in the Thrifty round. You gotta remember the lurks that Shenum was able to get against NRG. Everything was towards mid, being able to get 3K, 4K in multiple rounds. It was a huge problem that NRG had to deal with in their defensive side. They weren't able to get anything going because of those timings in mid.
All of the defense is A. Looks like they're trying to min-max an orb. No, they just want to take the fight.
And they win it as well. Tex gets insta. That prompts the speed up from Leviathan. Are they going to try to take Snowman here?
Dumping a little bit of utility, but choosing not to scale up behind it. Pushing a little bit further, and yeah, I mean, you see it on the minimap. The defense is in a really nice spot to be able to flood behind as soon as there's a commit.
How do you deal with the crossfires from Snow and Main, though?
Yeah, that's... Looks like it's going to be impenetrable.
Are you kidding?
Mata getting the best of King. Finesse joining in as well. Forget about the crossfire. They have found an opening. Demon One with 2 on the round. Finally dropped. Comms left alone. A 1v3. I don't know that he's even going to get a shot at this. Yeah, he tries to swing out to stop the defuse, but you're facing into 3. A massive round for NRG.
Yeah, bonus the way of NRG. And Finesse was the forefront of it. He hit a little jiggle on King there and goes wide, and you're seeing the power of the Reyna. You're seeing the power of the Lear on this map. It flashes both Snowman and Yellow at the same time. No one breaks it. So Demon One, although he hit some really snappy shots here, he gets blinded right there. That split second allows Ethan to take him out. And now the pressure for Leviathan is insurmountable. They finally use a timeout. NRG still sitting at 2. Someone has to be designated leer shooter for the side of Leviathan. And I know it sounds goofy, it sounds ridiculous when you say it, but if you don't shoot those Reyna leers, they get so much value on this map. And honestly, when was the last time Leviathan had to play against a Reyna? Let alone a Gecko.
You wonder if Ito getting involved in the conversation can provide some of those answers. But they find themselves down 3 here in this second half. They find themselves just a couple of rounds away from potentially having hopes of a playoff dream dashed, hopes of a Toronto dream dashed at the hands of NRG as well.
Doug, Demon 1 is going to have to cook with this Vandal full armor. He has knives for the following round, but everything is riding on his shoulders right now. His team is going to set him up for success. Can he carry this round?
They're going to attempt to, that's for sure. Finesse grabs the orb, gets out. Demon 1 instantly put down. Mata coming to life.
That was the game plan off of the timeout, Doug. It was supposed to be him.
Tex managed to upgrade the weapon, though. So they still have a shot at this. Everybody here. And Mata's still alive. They're waltzing into their deaths. This has all the makings of a slaughter. And look at the HP of Rossi. Look at the HP of Com. Rossi's now dead. It's not getting any better.
NRG slowly chipping away at Leviathan. And it's adding up now. Yeah, it was a bit of a scrappy buy into that round. Now Demon 1, you will have knives in play, but what a shot from Mata to take out Demon 1 in such an impactful round.
I mean, the amount of trust they put on this kid's shoulders and the fact that he's carrying...
They're just slamming me.
The fact that he's just carrying all of it the way that he is just really impressive for a rookie.
17 and 13. The last time he played this map, he ended 23 and 11 with Moist Shopify. Same composition, but it's going to be a mid lurk here. Finesse, a very early lockdown.
King is taking a step back and look at the crunch in from A. They're so
all the way up, Doug.
Yeah, they're so far up, you're right. Flashing behind this, expecting the aggression.
What?
And they've been overwhelmed. Sam is going to have to deal with a lot here. Has he bit off more than he could chew? Takes a step back. And everything slows down. There were the blades that you were talking about in the previous round. The B is theirs.
Last player standing.
Sharp with it.
Spike planted.
You imagine if Demon 1 can hunt down Sam here, get that third.
Flawless.
Maybe he can be the difference maker for Leviathan in this comeback. When this man gets online on the jet, we've seen some of the most ridiculous plays of VCT. Sitting at 15 and 13. That jump shot just so clean with it, so precise. And what was a cool crunch play in mid and A for NRG was ever so punished. No Killjoy utility here in mid. I wonder if Tex is going to take a quick timing, instead decides to group up with the rest of his team on the A default.
Again, both teams slamming their heads into this wall A. Off the flash, Brock up top, Mata down low. And they're fully committing onto this. He's going to swing out behind it, tries to catch a timing, takes a step back, but gets what he was looking for. And brought us the trap. Brock was a trap, he was lying in wait. He gets 3 on the round. Make that 4, the clip runs dry, but the damage has been dealt. NRG get to 11.
Brock and Mata from Challengers bringing their composition to NRG on Icebox and doing it all in such an important round. Denying all momentum of Leviathan of a comeback. There still will be a bye. Leviathan are not out of it, but NRG are sitting nicely at 11 rounds. because of that 4K that Brock gets. He has the Thrash online. Ethan is creeping up towards his ultimate as well. And a change of a setup now. Mata towards the B side of the map.
Poison orb emitting.
3 there.
It's such a hard read right now.
If they commit, and lo and behold, it looks like that's where they're headed.
NRG do not care about any of this A pressure. Leviathan didn't push further enough to see if anyone was pipes. And now they're running into a trap.
Sam gets his 1, takes a step back, and again, all eyes on Mata. Gets his 2 and then dismisses away. He is the thorn in their side. Off of the Lear, he tries to swing back yellow. That's 3, make it 4. Mata calls game.
With a grin on his face. He can feel the win. What a bait setup, but what a read. They didn't move an inch on the defensive side, and that's all because Leviathan, when they did their A default, they didn't push up enough to see if there was any type of fight there. If they had, they would have identified that NRG were playing a retake on that side of the map and maybe been more aware of a potential trap play towards that B. And no ults were needed to be used for the side of NRG. Leviathan have their backs against the wall right now. Against an NRG that looks like they've gotten their stuff together. It looks like they're confident.
And confident enough to have amassed the lead that they have on defense. Confident enough to have put Leviathan on, again, back footing. And now this timeout, I mean, they're off kilter.
This was a Leviathan that had such an impressive showing against G2. Honestly felt like this series could have even gone their way. For NRG to put up this much of a fight, for NRG to put them to have their backs against the ropes. They were not expecting this today. King has the Viper's Pit available. Tex is one off of that lockdown. And NRG, Mata, he's going hunting again. He's had full freedom on this defensive side. Mid reclear, double flash setup, trying to punish if King was setting up a mid lurk.
They're all here. Dre, they're all here.
Yeah. And it's going to be proactivity.
They're going to fight into this. We've seen this one before. Look at how far up Mata is. Again, looking to be the dagger, but King punching back. Finesse and Sam left alone. Can they convert this 2v3? Finesse so far off, Sam by himself. Do you invest the pit here? Look at the space Finesse is taking. That map is getting real small for the attack. Slowly starting to suffocate them out. No room to breathe. No space given. Is this a last press for Leviathan? Sam gets his 1. Tries to pre-fire. It's all on Finesse. Often the source of criticism. He will fall. Not able to stand at the hands of Tex. We play on.
Leviathan staying alive. Understanding that Sam is stuck around yellow. Using their utility to flush him out. Too many targets for him to connect onto. King, the veteran on this squad, he steps up huge in the face of what was real proactivity of NRG. The double flash setup. Dodging a bullet.
3 ults up for the defense here. This would require a comeback of epic proportions. Herculean efforts.
It has to be clean as well, because look at the economy. If you win, oh, but one person survives, you don't really have a buy, a good buy.
Locating targets.
How do you bait some of these NRG ult? How do you bait these ults out? If NRG just stack everything and win one round, it's done. You have to find a way. You have to disrupt in the post plant if you can even get the spike planted in the first place.
The odds certainly seem stacked against them. No denying that.
Poison orb emitting.
Both KO daggers shuffled towards B.
And again, it's Sam that's getting tested. The flash over the top to make sure nobody peek packs the orb.
Ooh.
They speed back. They're going to rotate back, and it's going to be back into Mata, who's up so far. Surely they understand that they've lost this area.
Left.
They have to clear him out.
He's popped the Empress. Hearing the updraft. He's not going to get checked. He gets his one, he gets two, and now the Thrash. King, Common, Tex, what can they do to stay alive? Finally dealing with the Empress. 10 seconds left, they've got to hurry up. They don't even have the spike in hand.
It's done, Doug.
They can't get past it, they cannot accelerate. They might get the kills, but it's not going to be enough. Many believed NRG's story was over, but they silenced the haters. Their fairy tale run might just be getting started.
What a hard-fought battle from both of these teams, but NRG, they took that defensive side with this new composition and ran away with it, man. Icebox was theirs for the taking. Demon 1 on his defense looked like a force to be reckoned with. I mean, you saw the respect that NRG were showing him.
I want to talk about Mata, man.
But Mata was on a different level with this Reina pick today. Again, a composition that came from tier 2, Doug.
Yeah,
Shopify, Brock, like every character.
Sure. But I think the way that they set up Mata, and honestly, how many times does he get 2 and then dismiss away when it looks like he's not even going to get 1? It was just so consistent, so much value out of the dismisses. Mata is just unreal today for NRG.
The triple flash comp, it's how many reps do you even have against that?
Yeah.
At some point, you can't even blame Leviathan for getting caught out in these moments. They are also a new team. No one in NA is running a composition like this. It's more common in APAC, if anything.
Mata and Brock. I mean, we've talked about Mata a ton, but Brock, you saw it in the highlights there. Brock was insane for NRG, even going back to the Fracture map. I mean, both of them, both youngsters delivering for this squad. And I mean, I know that there have been a couple of dull moments for NRG, but if this is what is in store for the rest of this playoffs run, I mean, who freaking knows? We're going to throw it down to Riv, who's standing by for the Verizon post-match interview. Riv, take it away.
Thank you, gentlemen. I am in the NRG camp. They secure playoffs. I think I'll grab Brock here first. He's taking a sip of drink real fast. But Brock, come on over here. Looking at how things have been, you joined the team. Playoffs coming in now on your first VCT stage. Well, how's it feel?
Feels really good, honestly. I mean, it was getting closer. We needed this win, so it's glad that we pulled it off.
What was your focus today so Brock could come out and get the win?
I don't know. We just came in confident today, and it paid off.
All right, very good, very good. Sam, let me get Sam up here. Let's go. Let's go. I got to ask you, what was the key to securing victory today? The vibes seemed to be a lot better, just the hype between you guys, the smiles, the laughs. What was that?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for us is like how hard we drilled in coming up to this match.
Okay.
For practice, us, like sometimes we would take it too strict. So like this week, obviously we were strict, but we also like let loose.
Hell yeah.
So we did whatever to make everyone just happy. And I think it really does show, especially today.
Yeah.
Obviously the vibes are good. If you win any match, vibes are good. But even in like the first map overtime, throughout the whole time, we thought that we were in control the whole time. Even though we threw a couple rounds, but the vibes are always good, so it's good.
Badass. I like that. I like that. Come with me. Come with me. The finesse. Let me step in here. I know you guys are person. I apologize. Mata talked a little bit about the tough talks that the team had. I just want to know how important it is for a team to be able to kind of reset and have those discussions.
It's pretty important, obviously. I mean, it definitely helped us like stay together through like a pretty rough split, to be honest. And we're still not happy with our overall result in the split, but today was a good stepping stone to like go ahead. And we have to improve for playoffs for sure, but it does help that we're like so close as a team and we're able to talk to each other.
That's awesome. Thanks for the insight. Ethan, you've been around for a long time, man. Umada, Brock here. What has it been like with these guys, seeing them play kind of under the Ethan tutelage of the world champ? What's it been like for the season, or the stage?
I just try to do my best to make everyone play their best, and it's pretty easy with everybody, so they don't really need me. I just do what I gotta do, I do my job, and they make it easy. So.
Perfect, perfect. And Mata, you make it kind of look easy, man. The history you have, the plays you make. Come here, real quick, like, does that add any pressure? Does it hype you up to play better? Where's the power coming from?
Where's the power coming from?
Where's your aura come from?
It's just like all natural, I think. It's
Ooh,
just,
damn.
No, I'm just kidding. My team gives me a lot of confidence. Like, they let me do my own thing. They put a lot of trust in me, so it makes the game really easy.
Awesome, I love that. Mikes, before we head out for the day, I got one final question. Please, stay seated. This team has come a long way. It's been an uphill battle. How proud of you guys, of these guys for clinching playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty hard when you're like backs against the wall. I think there's a lot of pressure as well, but I think everyone took the last week pretty well, especially I think it's really easy for people to get like demotivated after the last 2 losses we had. So I think it speaks to everyone's character that we were able to actually like do something after and not just like give in.
Awesome. Congrats on the win. Can't wait to see the gents in playoffs. Congratulations, NRG, for making it and taking that final one. We are going to be taking a break. No break. Actually, we're going to the desk, and they're going to break down the day before we get out of here. Don't go anywhere.
That's right. Hello and welcome to Match Point. What did you do?
What did you do?
Absolute clown show. Absolute clown show. Also, I'm not surprised to see Baby Bear hanging around. Is this to gloat? Do you just want to gloat a little bit?
He was the only one that was right. The only one that was right. Well done, Chad. Well done.
Perfect. Perfection. Yeah. Well, Baby Bay was right. Stage 1 is officially done and dusted. And we have our standings locked in, our seedings locked in, our brackets locked in. So we have plenty to discuss as we're finishing off our day.
Yeah,
let's start with our standings here. The top 4 are locked in both Alpha and Omega.
After such a long weekend, it feels so good to just see this all finalized, and I just cannot wait for playoffs.
It's amazing. And actually the matches, and you're seeing who qualified and who went through, it's really the cream of the crop going in at the end of the regular season of Stage 1. And yeah, now that we have the brackets, what we have for the first games, Sentinel, C9, MIBR, 100 Thieves as openers. That is a great way to open up Americas.
Yeah, Emily, which one of these are you most excited about?
Honestly, I'm excited for Sen C9. C9 matches are always a blast, and against Sen?
Yeah, and especially C9 has a lot to prove. Everybody talks about them being such a good team throughout the regular season, but then choke during the playoffs. And who better than to play against Sentinels, a team who has been fairly consistent and able to get to these master stages. So the first obstacle, if they could topple down a team like Sentinels, I mean, this could be a C9 going to Toronto.
What have we learned this stage? What do you feel is the biggest takeaway for you personally, watching all these matches unfold and all these teams evolve?
Yeah, I think for me, it's adaptation for a lot of these teams, right? We've seen it a lot from Leviathan, even for NRG, from the game in itself today, but the turnaround that they had from 2 weeks ago till today to make it to this moment. And also for EG being able to qualify. So again, it's just learning from your mistakes, but adapting and trying to turn it right away. A lot of these teams were able to do it. Even for those that went 0-5, like Loud or like Furia.
Yeah. No, and I agree. Like, I think going throughout this stage, seeing it's just like seeing like a mini new team every week for a lot of these teams, and it's really cool that you can actually like pick out things that they improved on and things that they focus on over their pracs.
Yeah.
What did you learn, Baby Bay? What did you learn? You can express yourself in dance. Just grab a mic. What are you hanging out there like a creep? Like, just come on in.
He loves Mata. He says he loves
Mata.
Mata.
Okay, that's what we learned.
GG, Mata.
Love finds a way, and it is indeed everywhere, in fact. Water, I'm sure somewhere in the building. I do not know where, though. I'm sorry. I see a tap
stuff by Mata, and he's just coming by the
I feel like after this performance, we should have given him water. Like, one of us should have made the effort. Alas, we left him hanging. He found water. Have a seat. Get comfy. Grab a mic. Someone please. Someone please just like hook him. There we go. There we go. Perfect. He has a mic.
Hello.
Hello. First things first, how tall are you actually?
6'5".
6'5". Okay, that is tall. That is a very tall person. How do you feel right now? You seem so relaxed, but also you always seem relaxed. So I'm like that. I guess it's not too surprising. This was a very, very hard-fought match, though. Like seriously, they made you work for this one.
No, they played pretty well.
Pretty well, just pretty well. Okay, all right.
You have to tell me about the triple flash that you guys brought out for Icebox, though, because you went into the game with a double controller thinking, okay, this is going to be good stuff, and then coming back into this one, a trump card bringing out 3 flashes. What's the idea behind that?
So, I'm not sure if you guys know, but on MXS, my old team, that was our Icebox comp.
Yep.
And we had an issue on Icebox of not fighting like together. We weren't like fighting parts of the map together.
Yeah.
So I suggested that we swap back to.
Oh, it was even you that called it.
Yeah, me and Brock. Brock, we had a lot of experience with it.
Here, have this, Sam. You want to have mine too?
We could all be matching pink bunnies. I'm down.
It'd be so cute. You can hold on to Tacky Bunny. Like that's the best I can do for you.
That'll do it.
And a completely normal hat, obviously.
Yeah. So me and Brock played with the comp already, so it was just pretty easy to slot it in and kind of show the guys how to play it, because it's very basic.
How much practice do you usually put into like single maps and compositions like that?
For this match, I think we had like 3 scrims.
Yeah, we were very rushed.
Not many.
Yeah.
We were very rushed.
At least you still got to play the Viper, so that not too much changes for you.
Yeah.
What about the Fracture map? It seems as though it was like a pretty crazy game. You guys had like this one round where you opened up with a showstopper.
Yeah, I died to missiles.
Was it a tough adaptation? It seems as though when King brought out the op, it seems like it was very difficult to deal with on your attack side.
Yeah, it was pretty hard for us to adapt like pretty fast, because even when we tried to adapt, it's just Neon. He's just so fast. He's everywhere at all times.
Yeah.
But I think we messed up a little bit on like whenever they had ult rounds, we would run into a lot of traps. That's honestly on us, but throughout the whole map, I honestly thought that we were in control.
Yeah.
So it felt good.
Playoffs got to feel good though, right? You guys
Feels
finally
amazing.
made it to
Feels
playoffs. Amazing? Yeah, but the job's not done. So on a scale of like 0 to 10, how relieved are you to make it to playoffs? And then what are your chances now, or how do you feel you're going to make it to Toronto? Are you going to make it to Toronto now that you won this?
I think the only thing I can say is in the last week or so, or even just like the last half of a week, I think our team kind of hit like the right strides.
Nice.
Like finally.
Yeah.
The entire season we just kind of felt like something wasn't clicking. We didn't know what it was, but we had like a bunch of team talks, and I think John did a really good job, FNS.
Yep.
Of kind of controlling, I don't know how you even say it, like
mediating the conversation.
Yeah. And I think everyone just took it very well.
Yeah.
And now we're like in a good spot. So
yeah, I mean, it showed today in the matches.
We have good progress, right?
Yeah, and not every team can do that, because expectations for your team were really high heading into this season, right? And then kind of fell short there. You had to make adjustments, you have to make changes in the roster even. That can get to people, that can get to players. So for you guys to just recollect yourself and now ending it on such a high note, that's got to feel really, really good. Do you feel like you met your own personal expectations for this stage?
Honestly, like after how the split one started, my main goal was to just make playoffs.
Hell yeah.
And then just take it one match at a time.
All right.
But I mean, yeah, like you said, a lot of things can happen with any team.
Yeah.
But like Adam said, I want to give a huge shout out to John, because he really did step up as a leader.
And Ethan. I think John as a leader for sure. Sorry to cut you off, but John as a leader like took it to the next level. But Ethan as well was very like blunt with everyone.
Yeah.
Just saying like we're horrible. Like, what are we doing? That's basically what 2 days of conversation was like for us. And we were just like, wow, like we really are horrible.
Okay.
And we had to like rebuild, in a way.
I think when I listened to you say that interview and mention that conversation, the hard conversation you had to have, I was mentioning like, oh, well, it kind of feels like the Zekken way when they crashed out of Bangkok and they were like having open conversations of being like, we need to fix things outside of the game. So I'm glad that came through and it perspired as well inside the server. And you were saying here, Sam, you wanted to take it one match at a time.
Right.
Now that you made it into playoffs, now potentially your match, if I'm not mistaken, is going to be between the loser of MIBR and 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
Who are you looking forward to play going in that one? Okay, I want you both to answer it because Mana's also laughing about this one.
Nah, for sure 100 Thieves. For me. For sure. I want to play 100 Thieves so bad.
And why?
It's just always fun to play against them. I think that's like, especially like EIU, we're pretty good friends.
Yeah,
and it's like a nice like rivalry.
Nice.
Yeah.
What about you, Sam?
I mean, I agree with everything Adam said, but it's got to be MIBR for me. I think I didn't play my best, and I think I can show more. And I think us as a team can show a lot more and do a lot better.
Agreed.
So I want my get back.
Get back.
Revenge
Hey, we are here for a revenge game. That's free content on the desk for us. So thank you already for providing that. That's a clippable, storied already. Yeah, here is the bracket. You just saw it very quickly. Are there any surprises you feel like? Any teams you expected to make the top 4 in either of the groups that didn't manage?
I think Loud.
Yeah.
Loud has kind of impressed me, even though they changed their roster so many times throughout the season. I think it's kind of unfortunate for them. I think they finally hit their they got a feel for what they want, you know, and they look good right now. So it's quite a shame they're not
the best 0-5 team we were mentioning.
Yeah. Honestly, the best 0-5 team VCT will probably ever see.
What a strange sentence that is. Is that a claim to fame? I mean, if you're in Loud shoes here, you can't feel happy about that. Like that's gotta hurt almost more, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, when you know you're a good team, but the results aren't showing, it just sucks. And I think for Loud, I think they should keep their head high and just focus for Split 2 because I do think they are a really good team.
Absolutely. Unfortunately,
they're much better than what they showed.
Yeah, for sure.
Much better.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look at the individual maps, it was very clear for everyone. Like they should have had those map wins, those match wins even. Yeah. Well, stage 2 is coming up. They can turn it around. You guys turn it around in time. We're gonna see you at the playoffs. So congratulations once again. Thank you so much for joining us here on the desk, and thanks everyone at home for watching. I know it's been a long day, but an exciting one. We couldn't have ended it on a better note. We'll see you all again for playoffs. And here is your Samsung SSD Fast Replay.
And we're back, baby. Over the next 7 weeks, 12 teams will go head-to-head, and who's going to have what it takes to make it to Masters Toronto?
This is where we get spicy. LEV first. Stay mad.
I knew it!
Finally, inroads for NRG. They get some key kills, but Vic is dodging to the side through the smoke. It's unstoppable! Vic, 3 kills, alongside.
A lot of damage back onto DigiZ from that. Mazzino and Shy bringing up 2 right there. They're looking to get it on the 12 point right now. Game point in their eyes with just 2 left, and Shy gets the 4K to lock it down.
And the rear is, oh, baby!
You gotta put that in the top loader.
See if he can pick up the pieces into this one. Double face up, and he's isolated it so damn nicely. Leave, surely not damage! Unreal! G2 take it away 13-7.
Well, or does he with Judge? What did we talk about before?
Double in 1. What did he have? Slugs in that thing? Good Lord. 4 bro.
He's so good at this game, bro.
Take a seat, take a seat. I just want to chat. Remember what it was like to win? Do you remember? Lock in, lock in.
My hope today is for 2G.
Oh, was it my speech that may have swayed you as well?
That had nothing to do with it.
Yay, 1 stuck into this corner, does well with his stinger to clean up this eco round. He's had his chances, Yay. He's gonna give it to us. They want an ace. He's got his chance, of course. Yay converts. It's gotta feel good for him.
Zekin has only been around very mature individual players, and he's been molded currently into a fantastic one, potentially one of the GOATs of all time.
Relay Bolt gets a few stuns there, but they're still trying to get the trades when Zekin is more than ready to return fire. Oh my God, they're just taking the fights. Are we gonna find it?
Heard where the TP came out from.
There it is, Zekin.
Keep your eyes on the prize. This guy is still in spawn. KO's here. Prize is in spawn. He hasn't left his spawn. Prize hasn't crossed the barrier before his entire team has died.
Jesus. Now everybody else is able to play all the way back, use the weapons to their advantage.
Oh my God!
Too nasty.
I think today against Crew, it's going to be kind of chaos versus chaos.
Half is like trying to flood in. Zekin is too sharp.
Oh, buddy. Brief is Zekin now, null command in play. Give him the rest. Just Kesnet left now, and Zekin will dodge it away. There is your iBuy power ace, folks. And there goes bang. The pit comes down, and Mazzino drops him. It's all about Mazzino today, folks. Make no mistake. Crew deal a mortal blow to Sand City.
So we definitely had like a really clear decision in terms of like where we were headed in terms of our goals.
Look, I'm sorry, I don't think EG stand a chance after what Boostio was doing to get ready there.
I can't lock in after that.
Icy's cooked, man. The response from Boostio with his ult was perfect. Now, reaggressing 3 for Boostio. Armageddon gonna flush him out of the corner. Derek not able to connect on in because Boostio has 4 on the round.
They have a secret weapon. and they have recently revealed said weapon.
Dear God, that is the cutest
Dear
thing.
God. It's their team poppers.
Oh my God.
Devastating for MIBR, potentially! Oh no, not again! Cortesia falls at G2, trying to finish the job, but it's not good enough. Are you kidding? Shed on with 3 for the round. Now it's up to Jorg, 1v3. Verno's down, he's knocking them apart. Above him, he does spot, the headshot connects, and surely not Jorg. He's doing it again! It's just unreal! It's uncanny!
Obviously, the big question was who is coming in. The new player that picked up for the roster is PXS.
I think it's safe to say that our 2G team got some soul searching to do. Flashed off here, caught inside the smoke. Oh, it's carnage! PXS is able to find 2. It's up to Vinny now. Horrendous fallout. Disastrous situation as 2G getting the lead. 2G on the precipice of doing it in disarray, losing their leader. Take their first win of Americas.
Do you feel like there's any kind of pressure to win today or make sure that you prove everyone wrong?
No, I don't think there's any pressure. Haters are going to hate if we win. If we lose, that's what they do. They hate.
And they have to use so much utility to clear out what they think is on the other side that's a telltale sign of where they're headed. And Net is the greeting party. Cloud9 obliterate left. Yay. Narrate. Clotheslines them. I see there to strike again. What in the world was that?
They've walled themselves off. They can't quite pivot even through mid. They are forced into the fight and forced into the gulag of their own making. Lucia, this guy has just been dominant start to finish. This is a wall in your face on top of it. Asuna has dropped Pancada forwards again as the approach once more. It's an alter. There's no slowing it down. See if they can find an option, anything at all, but Asuna has got it all under lock and key.
Oh yeah, like it again.
She's done it again, bro.
Liz, you have a mic? Explain yourself.
I have nothing to explain.
Always aggressive, always staying in packs.
That's crazy. Shy's here. They've seen this before. And now a fight ensues. Backside. Melser, as the wall goes down, the kills erupt.
I got the best players in the world on my team, so it's going to be easy 2-0.
5 seconds left, and the double pick forwards anyway. 4 seconds remaining. Barely getting onto it yet somehow. No way, man. Valin.
Hey, Mono, you're like that, right? Where you at? Hey, you like that? Yeah, look away, boy.
G2 are going to playoffs no matter what.
It literally, we have a prompter and it says mayo eating.
Eating, yeah.
You could do it like birds.
Oh, God, what the?
Com's gonna have to 1v3 this, not giving him any room to breathe. He's got two. The Red Bull clutch for Lev. Leviathan destroy Furia.
Who's that? Wait, what? That Wyatt? I think his name's Wyatt. Is that Wyatt right there?
It's Verno. He's quick onto the scene and a jar with a movement, spraying them down. Rotating around. The question is, does Mitch clear it? The answer is no. Dice up, section up most of this side here. Cartesia right from the side. Oxy! Oxy! He's unleashed! Cloud9 just will not die in a setup for the fight. And even with that whip setup, Seba somehow misses it. This is being stuck all the way, surely. Defense in order. That's how MIBR win it. And my God, what a finish to the series.
What about 2G? 2G? Yeah. Well, they're competitive. Oh my God. Oh, and also, I'm Bren now.
What? That's a Hunter's Fury as soon as that attempt to flood straight back in. Took a call to make. Cryo is delivering death blows. Baron hears it, scurrying around, good with the crosshair placement. They're going to be trying to fight all the way deep into Snowman. Going to try and make it work. Boostio! Boostio! 1 bullet left. Wingman forcing the issue out wide. And there you have it. Stand up, take a bow.
They are going to, by the end of the year, be good enough to win champions. I genuinely believe that, or I'm doing it for the segment.
There's already 4 players from Leviathan on that side, though. Just waiting for the first wave of use. So the flood back out, but Valen's just ready!
The 4K for Valen, smiles all around for G2. If he gets Rossi first, this is all but over.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
Got to be close.
No. He sits at 30.32! Gets some aggression with the drone. His Trent dodges the drone! What the hell was that?
You know Gecko. You know my friend Gecko, right?
Yeah.
Okay, who's his favorite? Who do you think?
Wingman.
Yep.
Yeah, got it. What the hell was that?
Rihanna get him. She's got nowhere to go, folks. Caught inside the grab well, and the end comes for us all. Price able to find one, but Vic fighting like a hellion on this side. What is this out of nowhere, Vic? Delivers a stunning moment there for the Ivo Power Ace. Cloud9 have just secured their spot in our Stage 1 playoffs.
Where's Van Silly?
I took care of that. Don't worry.
You took care of Van Silly? It'd be a real shame if he emerged with the
birthday,
king.
Triad!
Wait, did you know about this?
I didn't know, yeah.
No way.
Still, it's traded out instantaneously, but bang from behind. Trying to do more. Rips away two of their lives, making three. And will he grab the four for the 1v1? Yes, he will. Bang! What a beast! Sentinels will be going to playoffs.
Who made Valorant?
John Valorant.
John.
That's the right answer. I don't know how you can say that's the wrong answer.
EG, hold on, Nature. Finding some ground here, but no coverage in for the back there. Okay, Nature's already found himself the three-piece. Kisnet ground to the side just with the shoulder, and he's found that first kill. Okay, he wants to end this round here, and now, and he swats it out entirely. That's a ridiculously good round from Nature. EG, an insane upset to secure their spot in the playoffs.
NRG came to play, folks, and Verno
Fighting back.
Now it's up to Verno. 1 versus 2. Dealing with the jet ult. He's gotten himself one and some util, perhaps. Som can get this done. He goes for a full stick, but Verno knows it. 4 kills gets the old team, and he can't tell me that didn't feel good.
Temporarily a bay trade. Both ops sing.
Aspas has picked himself up a rifle. It's time to go hunting. He sees the barrel, and now knows there's a player close. He gets past the turret, and Evidence is down. Aspas once again. Tears you limb from limb.
Golden Boy here, alongside Aspas and Verno. You know those guys. They happen to just crush and win their game against NRG.
Played Icebox in 2025.
Is that the Lorax?
Yeah.
Hi, Lorax.
Oxy's already found the opening kill. He's just sending it. Oxy, no one's watching him. No one's stopping him. Leave in another impossible situation, and Oxy's hungry. 4 kills. G2 holding this site. Finally, the payoff. 20 seconds, the off again. Jajimo, he's ringing true. And the bell, it's ringing for Vic. Ja! The one to end it. G2 undefeated in Americas.
Yeah, that fucker right there. Look at his eyebrows, bro. Look at his eyebrows.
You've got to be able to flush them out from hell. They know exactly where they are. But Prize holds the line for Furia. The Red Bull clutch as they get to 6. It's all falling apart for them. Heat has to stand in 1v2 with 29 HP. The spin to buy some time, and Shenum swings into it to break the hearts of Furia. So close, but just not enough.
It was extremely hard fought, man. I mean, MIBR were pushed here.
Welcome back to VCT Americas. The Sentinels taking on 2G in just a moment. But news on the field, a rain delay coming through. Keyboard broken on one of our players.
Because of the rain. Does that mean someone spilled a Red Bull on their keyboard?
I don't know. Attacking Hunter's Fury used towards spawn, and it's Bang to open up the round. 2G need to get into the site quickly, but they cannot get past Bang. Are they saving? They gotta go. 2G has to run, but they're going straight into Bang. And he's putting them down. Bang. Unbelievable. Sentinels puts 2G to bed.
That's Ben Affleck.
That is Ben Affleck.
Wait, what?
The producers just told me that was Ben Affleck.
Bro, we have Ben Affleck watching it. Ben! Yo, Ben, good to see you, bro. I fried in the match. You see that, or what?
Hasn't that really been problematic quite yet? Good. Hi, Melser, what the? Like, what?
What is going on? Melzer's teeing off on 100 Thieves.
Spotted had Melser so cooked.
Wait.
Oh, no.
Wait, what?
Oh, no. Oh, that's tragic! And Xander dies because of it! Austin is spotting all 3 of them. EU on the swing down low, but he's gonna have to get all 3 by himself, and he can't. Verso's gonna get the defuse. Crew are gonna walk away with the 2-0 win and the #1 seed heading into playoffs.
It's not Champs 2023. It's 2 years later. These teams have completely different rosters and very different stakes today. They both have their position lost, but for EG trying to get that last win on the board ahead of their playoffs run. Pancrata in a good spot. He's good for it again. This guy
always winning this. 6 seconds left on the clock. That's a big kill. Ladder just going to be able to take the round with no time left to play. And a 4th K from Pancrata.
Here's Ye. Only a shorty now. Smoke up. Optimal position. That's 1. On the reload, Ye dips back.
10
He's
seconds.
going back. Here's a shorty. He's got it double with the shorty.
It's a shorty collapse. Wait, what? Unbelievable.
Tap on the spike. Icy, Ye together for the first kill, and now Tui's in the 1-on-2. Tui's! He ends the game! The lurk from Luxia activated into the site. Good timing found onto Nature, who's got blindsided, and Icy on the swing as well. Barely finds
Oh my god!
Show this rookie man.
Oh my god, he's not aware. Icy gets the
Lacking critical information.
Loud, they fight back, bounce back into this room, and Icy! Redemption from the whip! EG in overtime push us all the way to split. Walks back towards the jet, doesn't even matter.
Great flash.
Because Luke shows the executioner on ramp.
Just has the stinger as well. He's
Night
cooked.
Danger. Luke show another kill for the highlight reel. This guy is outrageous. Cowan gets a big one there. Cowan Zine actually finds two in the Tarek.
Excuse me?
Where did those kills come from? Step made. EG on the double swing. They stay in it. Cowan's going up towards heaven. Icy's here. Icy gets the kill. Missiles flash for EG. The double swing in heaven. EG! It took the longest game, but they get their win heading into playoffs.
The stakes really write themselves. The story writes itself. You win, you're in. You lose, your stage is done. You're sitting at home watching on the sidelines. Rossi's going to try to exchange a stun with the stun. The missile's out, but Finesse ahead of it, finding the right timing. Gets his one, but those numbers do not add up. When you're down like that, Demon 1 with 4. Leviathan gets a 6. Oh, it might be more than just a tap. He's gotten it halfway. Can he stick through this?
No
Yes,
way.
he can!
Why didn't he be able to carry it the whole way? Crunch is coming through. Look at the utility on site.
Rossi and Calm both fall, and they've got Demon 1 cornered. They've got him surrounded.
5 members alive for NRG. It's as clean as it gets.
Bro, it's insane.
15-13 for NRG as they take map 1. They know they want to take these fights. They know they have the gun advantage, and so far it's working to their favor. Rock gets 3 as NRG take the lead back. All eyes on Mata. Gets his 2 and then dismisses away. All for the Lear. He tries to swing back yellow. That's 3. Make it 4. Mata calls game.
Not clearing you, Twin.
Many believed NRG's story was over, but they silenced the haters. Their fairy tale run might just be getting started.
Yeah, I better get this.